Hey, how you doing? This is oh, let me see, is it working? I think it's okay. Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. So as the stream is titled, How Do You Fix a Broken God? Right. And this video is dealing with brother by the name of Young Pharaoh. Some may know who Young Pharaoh is. I just so happen, yo, Mahoko, what is up? I ended up running into Young Pharaoh. This was like back in the days of like Facebook, right? Before you had all of the virality of social media, like the TikToks, even so much as YouTube, to an extent, and things of that nature. I think mostly you will see him on like Facebook and IG, right? Where he would street interviews and everything in a sense. And then from there, what's up, Bushido? What is going on? And then from there, you would see him doing other interviews on live streams where he would, focus in on a variety of different topics, right? So let me highlight this video so we can see why it is I'm talking about this, right?
Peace, family. It's your boy Young Girl, aka Lil Feed, the Holy Ghost, and this is serious. Seriously, I'm out at Chipotle right now with them stingers on. Swag, brother. It is what it is. I'm in Detroit. What's up? You getting ready to go back to the crib, stream on Star Wars Battlefront 2. If you stream on Star Wars Battlefront 2, hop on, and pop off. Because that's what's about to happen. And with that being said, I see y'all there. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. It's the Holy Ghost. Froze. Listen, I need help. I need help. I need help. Kanye West went from saying Bush don't like black people to mother taking photos with Donald Trump, who already is publicly known to not like black people. Nobody in their right mind would do that. Y'all even just watching my YouTube channel have somewhat of an understanding of my personality. So if you see me acting out of my mother character, you wouldn't think that something was wrong with me? Would you make memes about me and be like, oh, this nigga Pharaoh is blah, 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 blah? Or would somebody come try to rescue me and make sure I'm good? Listen, I need help. I need help. I need help. Or would somebody come try to rescue me and make sure I'm good?
Right. So we got the old Young Pharaoh with the new Young Pharaoh, right? With the nails, right? Can't even freeze it directly on there. I'm trying to, get it directly on there, right? Um, this is what takes place when you get to an area of which you are able to generate the views where you can get all of the eyes directly on you. This is what it looks like when you are valued and seen directly as a threat because of the knowledge, right, that you in a sense have. Now some people Bible wise may sit up there and feel a certain type of way about, oh, why would you sit up there and call another human being a god? A human cannot be a god. Only one person or one entity is God, and that is the God of my right. And again, nothing against the Bible, people, but if I'm to look at everything as it's supposed to be stated, if I'm a reflection of my Father physically, right, then that would make me like Him or a part, right? And then that's in the physical form. And then if I'm supposed to go beyond the physical form, right, God Almighty, going by the Bible, then I am also a reflection of my Father, right? So going directly with that, that's exactly why you have the title that you see directly in front of you. And again, like I stated before, young Pharaoh was doing, a lot of this talking. I'm talking about the educated breaking stuff down, dealing with books. I'm not talking about just emotional stuff. He was dealing with the black and white, the facts, bringing out books, going back and forth. It didn't matter like what religion. He could be talking to rabbis. He could be talking to, those up there dealing with the Quran, Christian, Baptist, all this other type of stuff. He's debated some of the best, or at least those representatives that decided to, show up until the point that he went to, what was it, APAC, and he started, showing up in a variety of other places. And this is when you started to see the downfall, right? Because usually, once it gets to a place and a point where somebody is reaching the amount of eyes and they're able to ensnare a lot of people, this is when you're in the crosshairs of, different governments, people, and things of that nature. So it's like, we got to do something about this, right? This person is getting a little bit up there. We don't really have control of this person. We don't know how it is that they're going to go, and that's a very dangerous thing for a variety of reasons, especially if it's dealing with the system, right? You've seen what took place with a variety of leaders, right? You saw what happened with MLK. You saw what happened with Malcolm X. You saw what happened with the Black Panther Party and many of those folks, right? Everything became compromised. One of the people in government basically stated at a point in time that there will not be a black messiah unless the government itself gives it to the black community. Basically, meaning that if you're going to have a black leader, the only way that you'll have it is if we have 100% full control over that leader. Because if we got control over that leader, then we also have control over black people. This is why whenever it is that you start to have black folks up there that have any type of light, power, or sway with the public, they try a variety of ways to compromise and get directly, to those people. Again, you can even look at a lot of the viral streamers, right? And how it is that in order to get their success, in order to get their millions, you have to pick a lane, you have to stay directly in that lane. The moment in time that you start to move away from that lane and you start to move away from what it is that was established or allowed directly for you, this is when they surely quickly start to bring you down, right? This is when things start to switch. This is when you start to see a lot of quote unquote bad news or controversies start to happen. So during the time that young Pharaoh was starting to, have his at the peak of like his rise, you started to see some things take place, right? You started to, hear some type of hearsay things with young Pharaoh and relationships that was going on. Again, this had nothing to do with the information that he was putting out and giving directly to people. It was just a simple fact that people would rather believe directly into the negative, into the gossip, right? Or whatever his personal life is, they would rather put that to the forefront versus all of the years of the important wealth of information and knowledge and things of that nature that he put to the forefront. And then we went directly from that to him, kind of sort of being online, offline, or being deplatformed and different things of that sort. It's now in 2026 where we see young Pharaoh coming back out, and now the brother's wearing nails. And the thing that I would state is that if you quote unquote have a God in a sense that is compromised, that would also mean that if somebody like that who is knowledgeable, who has a wealth of knowledge and everything of the sort can be compromised, that also means that the people below are as compromised, if not more. So then it's like, how are you going to basically help said person, right? If the whole thing is basically done. And then when you look at it, it's like, well, maybe you might have to get help from an outside source. But then when you do that, you have to now figure out if that outside source actually means well, or if that outside source is going to mean well enough just so that they can compromise it in a way so that they can utilize it and fixate it and pinpoint it for their own use. So this is where we currently are at this moment in time. Another example I can sort of kind of pin directly to this because originally I was going to do a short form video about this, but I think I might have hit like a 12 or a 15-minute mark while recording. I was like, you know what? I might as well just make it a live stream, right? And one of the examples that I gave two examples. Another example of those trying to compromise is Dave Chappelle. If people are old enough, they'll remember the Chappelle show, and during the height of the Chappelle show, contract negotiations, money, hundreds of millions of dollars were basically on the line, right? And also during that time, the people who were helping to, write Dave Chappelle, the Chappelle Show, they wanted to put Dave Chappelle in a dress, and we all normally would knows what happens when you happen to put a black man, directly in a dress and what that means and everything of the sort. And Dave Chappelle was like, you know what, if you can make it make sense, then all right, cool, whatever. And even when they tried to make it make sense, it didn't make sense because Dave was like, well, even without the dress, it's not moving anything forward. It has nothing to do with the plot, and the skit is still funny without the dress. So what's the point of having a dress, right? So after he stood 10 toes on that, there was no dress directly for that scene. So then, again, going back to the three or whatever hundreds of millions of dollars that were basically at, the top when it dealt with the Chappelle show. It came to a point, I guess, disagreements and everything of the sort came, and quote unquote, Dave ran off with the money. Overnight, within 24 to 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, white mainstream media came out and was like, Dave Chappelle, the drug addict, he ran off with the money to Africa to go smoke crack. That's what every single news source during that time was running directly with. And the craziest part is to be alive and to be able to see that all at once is insane. If you were to explain this to the younger generation, they'd be like, "Yeah, that never happened. Whatnot, whatever. That never happened," and it did. Like it's the craziest thing to note that worse than the pandemic brain is to talk to people and to explain it, especially for those that were there during the time. And it's like they don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to look at it. They make it seem like it just didn't happen or exist, but it did. You can even go back in previous videos online and happen to look directly at it. But that's what an all-out attack directly looks like when it is that they cannot control a black man or what it is that he is doing with the money and everything of the sort. This is how these setups just so happen to work. The other instance, which again, this is a love hate thing for a lot of black folks here, is Kanye West. Very controversial at this moment in time, right? Everybody loved Kanye back during college dropout and everything in a sense. Everybody loved Kanye back when he got on national TV during Katrina, and he was like, George Bush doesn't like black people. Everybody froze. Everybody didn't know what to do. Black people fell in love with him, right? Even during the extent where he got on stage when Taylor Swift was getting an award and he was like, yo, Beyonce got the bestseller album and da 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 da, right? Black people loved him. White people really didn't sit up there like him. And then it went into the extent where you saw him, dealing with Trump. And then during that point, it went on to when he was on TMZ and he said the greatest highlighted comment that he has had so far. Slavery was a choice. And it was at that point where black people, well, along with the whole him supporting Trump, they just we want to just sit up there and throw him away. He lost his black card. He's no longer black. He's not a part of us. He's a sellout. He's this, he's that. And the craziest part is during that time, I put out both a video and I sat up there and put out an image somewhere on either one of these channels, and I supported exactly what it is that he stated. But the difference I did in order to support the argument, I paired it directly with Harriet Tubman's quote, and I have to paraphrase it, where she was in a sense talking about the slaves that I, saved such and such amount of slaves, but I would have saved more if only they understood and knew that they were slaves. So when you pair that up with Harriet Tubman and you look at Kanye West quote where he says slavery was a choice, he's correct. But because we're dealing with slavery, because we're dealing with chattel slavery and the history and everything that came directly with it, black people are like, nah, that's a touchy subject, da 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 da. You still don't do that, and all this other type of stuff. So I'm like, all right, cool, fine, no problem. Let's put Kanye West quote, slavery was a choice in today's terms, dealing with everybody. Look at how it is the financial system is working. Look at how it is that everybody has to do a 9-to-5 job. You're a slave to the banks. You're a slave to the electric companies, the gas companies. Again, you're a slave directly to your job, right? You're a slave when it even deals with trying to grow your own food because they're making it so difficult for you to actually grow your own food that they're forcing you directly to what? Go to the grocery store. But even with going to the grocery store, you got to deal with these exorbitant prices. But you wouldn't have to deal with these exorbitant prices if you were able to grow your own food on your own land in your backyard. So when we look at the economy, when we look at the system, when we look at the country as it currently is at this moment in time, would Kanye West quote actually fit? And would he be wrong? He would be 1,000% right. But like I said before, when you want to place it on something where a lot of people have a lot of emotions and everything caught directly up, nobody wants to sit up there and listen. But even if you apply it directly to the society that we are currently in at this moment in time, people still ain't trying to listen. You got fly cameras and everything else going up at this moment in time, monitoring and watching you. Ever since the Patriot Act, you didn't have the government reading your emails, listening to voicemails, reading your text messages, going to your phone calls, selling your personal data from either your phone or social media or a combination of both. You didn't have Facebook and everybody else get caught up directly in it. You had people from Sprint, AT&T, and everybody else get caught up in it. But I guess that didn't matter. But yet, that's what happened when you're under a type of slavery. You're monitored by the higher ups, but nobody is monitoring the higher ups. But like I said before, everybody wanted to sit up there and get mad at Kanye, though, right? Everybody wanted to, in the black communities, who wanted to throw him directly away. He even had the brother Van. He wanted to have this emotional, argumentative back and forth with Kanye on TMZ. And then that's when black folks fell in love with Van and everything of the sort. And he was, depending on what was going on with him and TMZ, he broke off from TMZ, started his own podcast and everything of the sort, which is great, which is good. But again, Kanye West was not wrong. He wasn't wrong at all. It was just the fact that black people are too emotional to actually listen. Or better yet, in the other sense, black people like to sit up there and say, right message, wrong messenger. But the crazy part, I put it to you like this. The Honorable Minister Farrakhan has been putting out messages for a very long time, but do you think that everybody in the black community is going to follow and listen to Farrakhan? No. They're not going to sit up there and listen. So my question now is what's the right messenger for the black community? Because not even the black community knows. If you had a Malcolm X around today, would the black community listen? Not really. If you had a Martin Luther King today, would the black community listen? Probably not. If the second coming of Christ came right down at this moment in time, would the black community sit up there and listen? No. So again, you got 3 different instances, better yet 4, even with the honorable minister. Matter of fact, I'll put 5 up there. If the Black Panther Party were to come back right now, would the black community sit up there and listen? No. So with those multitude of instances, right, of those individuals being there, knowing the fact that the black community is not going to come together, sit up there and listen, do the things that they need to sit up there and be able to do, who realistically is the right messenger in order to give the message for black people to listen to? Nobody knows. Nobody knows because not even black people know. There's not a black soul out here in the black community that can pinpoint to somebody in the black community and be like, yo, 100%, that's the person that needs to be given a message. Nope, because this is what's going to happen. The moment in time that person starts delivering the message, black people are going to listen, and then they're just waiting for him or her to say something incorrect so that they can be like, nah, you need to step down. You're not the right person. We ain't about to hear all that. You was good on this path, but then you decided to say this. Nah. We can't rock with that. And people wonder why it is that you don't really have leaders in the black community. The other thing also is that black people are fickle. Black people will falter. And in a lot of instances, when we have those who are telling us the things that we need to sit up there and hear, they start to get less and less support. Within the black community, when you have leaders that are saying all of the things that black people want to sit up there and hear, it's all the love. It's all the support. It's all the acknowledgement. Now, when it gets to the point where it's like, hey, we got to start really having the hard, tough conversations. Now it's like, your black card is revoked. You ain't black enough here. You got to be from somewhere else. This is a government op. This person is divisive. Somebody needs to check who this person really is, because he ain't one of us. Like, word? That's crazy. That's 100% wild, but it'd be like that. And then when those people finally fall because black people stop supporting, and then other people basically left as well too, now we have what you see directly in front of you, which is with young Pharaoh, where you got somebody that's compromised, somebody that tried to give knowledge, somebody that was doing the groundwork, somebody that was grassroots, somebody that was really with the people and really having the conversations directly in the streets, somebody that anybody in the black community could literally walk up on in the neighborhood or whatnot or whatever, really have these conversations. And now you don't. And now this is what you got left. You got a shell, right? You got the residuals. And the same person said before this even happened, he was like, yo, out there screaming for help. Nobody listened. Screamed for help multiple times. Nobody listened. Also sat up there and left a message ahead of time and said that if you start seeing me act compromised or weird, just already know what's up. Already know that they got me. And here we are. This is clearly what we're looking at. And the main thing I've stated before is that the black community is very comfortable watching black people always be goofy. They're comfortable always watching black people do sports, doing rap, doing the stereotypical stuff. Black folks get real uncomfortable once we start seeing black people do other things. Because case in point, like Young Pharaoh and many other dudes out here, once they start getting to a certain point, black folks be like, all right, this person is great. He's good. When he's on the ground level where everybody else says it's all good, when he got to get it from like, the side or the mud or whatever, it's all good. But the moment in time that he starts getting a little bit above, and I ain't talking about like he's in an Andromeda galaxy. I'm talking about he's just a foot or two above you. Now everybody's like, oh no, that's the devil. That's the Illuminati. He sold out. He's black community is the main one that they're the prime one sitting up there that do this every single time. They will allow somebody to sit up there and rise and then bring them down like Icarus every single time. But I'm like, the craziest part that you'll never hear black people say is that if their kids are very great and successful at football or basketball or baseball, and then they start to play college and they move pro, I never heard black people sit up there and say like, oh yeah, your kid is of the devil. That's Satan's work right there. Y'all sold out. Y'all did some sacrificing. That's some Illuminati type stuff. That's that occult behavior. Because like you got to explain, how your kid is sitting up there doing better than everybody. I've never seen people in the black community do that. But when it deals with people who are trying to be leaders, who are trying to educate, who are trying to pass down some knowledge or give information, every single time, this is what happens. And I've yet to sit up there and hear an explanation. That's some crazy work. That's 100% some crazy work right there. But like I said, the black community. And like I said, I can't even give you a solution for this. Because I don't even know where to go. Don't even know where to go. Because if black people really cared about receiving the message that they're supposed to sit up there and get, then they would not allow or take part in those who are trying to be in a leadership position or those who are trying to put themselves in a position to give knowledge. They wouldn't be so quick to allow those people to crash and burn. They wouldn't be so quick to allow those people to be so, get so compromised or be affected in this type of way. like I said, I don't even know what to really sit up there and tell people. Don't know what to tell people. But it's going to happen more and more. And the only thing that the black community is going to be left with is are entertainers that are going to be placed in a position of leadership. And those are going to be the people that, sadly enough, the black community are going to listen to. And I could have sworn Dick Gregory sat up there and said that, you shouldn't be listening to entertainers. Those are fake leaders. Those people are already compromised, quote unquote, from the very beginning and all of these things. But like I said, that's pretty much all the black community has left. It's going to be the rappers, it's going to be the actors and everything in a sense. Those are realistically. Give 1 second. All right, my apologies. So, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what to really give folks anymore. It's just gonna be a very tough thing. It's gonna be very, very tough. Anyways, so now we're gonna go to the next video. And this is I want to say black male teacher. And I'm taking it, he is in Houston, and he's going to talk about the fact of the literacy rate dealing with the high school students. So let's get into that.
So I am on my lunch break. It is, I don't know, 11:30 or something like that. And I just finished a 3-hour class. We have what's called block, and block is where first and second periods are combined for subjects that need it. And so I literally broke down in the middle of class because
in TDO,
I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish. We had 2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence complete to write. I don't know. I simply don't know where the problem is. This is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write. They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls
I want to sit up there and this is one thing that I've always done for a very long time. I've always given love and appreciation to teachers. You know, like the ones that care, the ones that are actually there. This man actually cares. See, this is what caring and actually loving the kids looks directly like when you have teachers like that. These are the teachers that will do everything in their power to make sure that those kids excel. Now, this is when I got to separate things because in the video that will probably go up a little bit later, I'm actually going to make sure that that video goes down after. Well, yeah, it'll probably be like way after. But I went over the stats and everything when it deals with the population there, right? And if I'm correct, this should be Houston from at least going by the comment section from what people were specifically talking about. And the majority of the kids there are, you know, Hispanic, and then you have black, and then everybody else. So as I've stated before, I primarily care about the black kids. And I told people 6 or 7 years ago that we are now on a global stage. So you can kind of, in a sense, say that the United States is a smaller version of that global stage because we allow everybody to be here. So you got, you know, Indians, people who are Mexican, South American, Indonesian, whatnot, or whatever. Everybody's coming directly here. So you see the types of competition that is here. And so let me just touch on the Hispanic population there. Even if the Hispanic kids are failing when it deals with English 1 and 2, it doesn't matter because they can bypass that because they're bilingual. They have enough of their people that are basically in certain areas around the United States where they can just bypass English and just purely speak Spanish and not have to worry about nothing, still get jobs, still upgrade through jobs, make money, great living situation, everything of the sort. Black kids don't have that. There's no bypassing that. There's not enough black people out here that are in places where they're going to just like let people slide and still make money and look out and do this and do that. That's not how it normally works. So the main thing that I want to sit up there and state, and something that I've stated before, and people have tried to, you know, get mad in previous videos, I blame the parents. I blame black parents directly out there for, number one, producing kids before you had things set, producing kids before you had yourself set as an adult. And then on top of that, to keep producing child after child after child after child and not learning directly from the first one. And allowing this to progress to a point where now you're going to have a history of failures because you failed as an adult, and as a parent, you're also going to inevitably fail your kids. And then since you got fail your kids are going to sit up there and also fail their children. And within that, you're going to have a failure of a community, or at least a nice swath or a portion. This is also what it looks like when you have a lot of parents that heavily depend on and lean directly on the school system to raise their kids because they don't have the specific means or knowledge or ability to raise them or to teach them properly. You hear a lot of parents, especially black parents, they'll be like, I'm busy, I gotta do these bills, I gotta, the house, the car, this, that, and the third. I don't got time. And that, yeah, and this is why your kids is failing. This is why your children are behind. This is why they are a part of this failure illiteracy rate. This is why you got the quote unquote no child left behind and everything of the sort. Like I said, man, it's beyond broken households, you have a lot of broken people who are out there creating a lot of broken situations. And the main ones that have to suffer are the children. A lot of adults know what to do, but they opt not to sit up there and do it. A lot of adults know how to sit up there and stay abstinent, to not have kids out of wedlock and everything of the sort, but people opt to still sit up there and do it. People know that they should be looking for a mate that can actually benefit and fit within whatever it is that they're trying to build, but they opt not to sit up there and go for that, except they want to go for what it is that they want instead of what it is that they need. And I'm talking about for both men and women. Just saying. It's like I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Like, that's wild to me. That's 100% wild how this works. And like I said, you got all of these parents out here, whenever it deals with their kids failing or if something is sitting up there going wrong, what do parents want to sit up there and do? It's the superintendent, it's the school board, it's the teachers, it's the substitute teachers, it's the principal. The one thing that you will never hear parents get online and sit up there and say is that, hey, it's my fault, or it's our fault as parents. It's our fault for lacking in these certain areas. It's our fault for not being properly prepared in order to raise and have these kids. You'll never see that happen because it won't happen. Parents got all the energy towards everybody else who did not make them pregnant, who did not make them have kids, who did not force them in these situations. They got all of the mouth, they got all of the pride, all of the ego towards everybody else, but they don't got none of that energy for themselves, which is the biggest enemy. Like I said, it's wild. And this is why I sit up there and say, is like, how do you expect, talking about to the black folks, how do you expect for people to care about your kids when initially you're showing that you don't even care and love your kids? You don't even take out the time to even ask them about their day, to spend time, help them with their homework, make sure the homework is done. You're not giving them any type of extra, teachings at home that will help them grow and progress further in school. You're just like, I'm just going to give you off to a whole nother adult and they're going to take care of the situation for like 8 or whatever hours. That's crazy. It's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Let me see. I see somebody saying it takes a village to raise a child, right? And that's an old adage. But did it take a village to sit up there and create that child? What about that one? So if it takes a village to raise a child, does it take a village in order to create one? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Did it take a multitude of people to sleep with one person to create one life? Nah, it didn't. It didn't. So if it took 2 people to create that child, why would we need 20 to 50 people in order to make sure that that child is okay? In order to make sure that that child is taught correctly, bathing properly, eating properly, that they financially have the means or the things that they need in order to, safely move through life, get the education that they need, the access that they need to the correct things. I'm just a little bit confused because, like I said, everybody loves sitting up there saying, "Oh yeah, yeah, Pink, yeah, exactly that quote." I want to put that quote up there, but trust me, there's a lot of times I wanted to add that brother's quote directly to a lot of videos. Trust me, it was funny, but it's the most truthful thing. At the same time, like I said, I love their brother when he showed up there at that conference. I love that. Shout out to J Lock. Let me just read this real quick. Okay. So shout out to J Lock for the $50 dono. He said, my parents compromised me when they learned I like reading Game Informer magazines, so they paid monthly subscriptions, and reading skills got better, surpassed my classroom. My classmates was mad and making fun of me for reading a video game book. Yeah, and the craziest part is back when you had journalism, right? They, at certain points, you would see it above a high school level, if not, a college. I guess you could say college entry or just college um, level, type of sentences, structures, and things that were used. It would have you go to the point where it's like, okay, well, this person used this word. Now I got to try to mentally, it would make your brain work. It's like, okay, they used it in this sentence, this type of way. So obviously it means such and such and such. Or if you didn't know, you would actually look up that word. Right. And that was the one thing that I did love about certain things. So this is when you would have one of the television shows that I love so much, Frasier. A lot of people didn't like it because it was technically, I guess you could say, above a lot of people in a sense because of the grammar, the words, and everything that they would use. But I liked it because it made you think. Right. You also had a few other shows that were technically like that as well too. But yeah, Game Informer, Expert Gamer, Nintendo Magazine, Nintendo Power, and all of those things. Like, yeah, it was great. I'm not really sure how the magazines are at this moment in time, how they're structured, because it's been a very, very long time. Right. At a point in time, like 90s, early 2000s, even the mid 2000s, you would have that stuff there. But now we're at a point where a lot of things are getting dumbed down. Right. It's crazy work. Shout out to J Lock for that $50 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Good sir. What was it? Kids said they let a species that hate them educate and psychologically evaluate your own kids. Yeah. Yep. 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 Uh oh, we just got somebody just typing and saying, the craziest part directly about some of these comments for the white people in the background or your bots, y'all need to really train them better because this conversation don't even really have nothing to do with y'all, but you pull up to the scene and you want to make yourself the center of attention, which is crazy. So I'm not even going to actually go through and even read the other person's comment directly up there. Geo said, well, Planet, right? You said the children learn things outside of their homes as well. We can't act like influences don't play a part in children's development. All right, so let me put it like this, right? I got you. Cool, no problem. Let me do it like this. A lot of people like to use the Bible in this extent when it deals with people judging. They were like, those who have no sins cast the first stone, right? So let me be the first one to sit up there and cast that, right? And I'm going to use this anecdotal, as people like to sit up and say, I'm going to use this anecdotal thing in order to establish my point because I'm the one talking. Single parent household, no father, but I have black male role models directly in the community, just like everybody else does, right? But people pick and choose who it is that they want to follow and listen to. On top of that, made good choices and friends, which again, people can decide, especially teenagers. They can sit up there and decide who to be friends with and who not to be friends with, right? Own freedoms, own choices, everything in a sense, right? Late bloomer, really didn't lost what virginity and what towards like 19, 20, basically in that area. Black male, no kids, no child support, not creating broken homes, never gave a black woman out here any type of STD or anything of the sort, never leached off of any black women at all, not ripping and running directly through the streets. I don't have no type of rap sheet of any kind, never been in jail or prison, don't drink, don't do drugs, never sold drugs, not ripping and running through the community, never caused disturbances in my community, anything of the sort. So, like I said, as a statistic, I annihilated all of the other statistics that people would normally say comes with being from a single parent household with no father. So I will be the first one to sit up there and cast that stone because you wanted to sit up there and say that there are outside sources. Yeah, I played ball with drug dealers. I knew some gang members, right? I had ample opportunity to sit up there and go left when it dealt with who it is that I was going to sit up there and become, but I decided not to sit up there and do that. I decided not to sit up there and fall directly in those traps. Just like the friends that I know of to this day that are grown black men, some of which have families and they are married, they opted not to sit up there and fall into the exact same trap too. So this is why I sit up there and say, in a lot of instances, I need people to miss me with the whole thing where they want to sit up there and say that there's outside influences and all this other type of stuff. I got alcoholism directly in my family. That's an internal influence. And I got I got like 3 aunts, one one uncle, and then my grandmother at a point in time basically said that instead of drinking, she opted to sit up there and gamble. So I got 5 people internally around me during the time of growing up that were alcoholics or had something that they were attached to. You would think, statistically speaking, I'm like, you're going to sit up there and go directly into that as well. No, I opted not to do it. So I went against the grain when it dealt with internal type of situations that would have affected me, that would have made my life completely different, drastically different, and hellish. And I went against the grain when it dealt with the quote unquote societal norms. So again, like I said before, I need people to miss me with the whole thing of talking about outside influences and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, people just make the choice in a lot of instances to fall for those negative types of things. He said, have you guys ever heard black kids tell another black kid they talk white because propaganda? This I've sat up there and heard that as well too. And what does that mean? It be like that. It don't matter. It don't matter if you talk with ebonics, if you talk proper, if you talk in between or whatnot, whatever. It be like that. You said, and that's the village trying to influence the kid to dumb them down. The craziest part is when you want to talk about the village, society in general want smart people to actually dumb themselves down because the greater majority of society don't want to actually put themselves above a certain type of thinking level because it's easier to actually be dumb. It's easier to be stupid. It's easier to lack because that way you can just have an excuse and then you don't have to, sit up there and take responsibility for anything that happens. Like, oh, well, I didn't know this. Well, I wasn't informed. See how easy that is? You get to escape responsibility because of lack of knowledge, because of lack of understanding, because of whatever, because of lack thereof. That's some crazy work. I'm not even sure what Jazzy is talking about. I'm a little bit confused on that one. That threw me off. Let me see. Benikai. You said beyond that, to consistently have us ingest poison through the air, water. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Sonny? What's up? He said the crackheads and bums taught me not to be like them. Yeah. Yep. That's bars. You also said as well as unhealthy societal customs. So of course people will naturally become more dumb. Oko talking about game facts. KSI lived in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I still love it. Yeah. Wait, I'm confused. Uh, so Jazzy, you said what? You are PBT original and TBA removed ish. Y'all don't believe your own hype. That people in BAGR ish gotta stop. You a tether too, Seji. You toned that ish down like Phil and Tariq and them. What exactly did I tone down? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. I need you to. was is Jazz still here? All right, because I need to understand like what specifically did I directly tone down? Because I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused. Let me see if I can go back real quick. Let me see. I think she might be writing from the other channel, if I'm correct. I think she is, yeah. So let me just check something real quick. Because I would love an explanation on what you mean by that. And I'm talking about Jazzy. Because I'm highly confused on that. Because I'm like, you're kind of angry about that. Let me see. Huh. I can't really tell where she's specifically writing from, which is weird. Because it's not this side either. Huh? I'm confused. It's like I'm really trying to figure out where let me see if she might have responded because I'm looking at a whole different screen. Uh You said you were influenced by your disgust of bad things to be a positive person. That doesn't make any type of sense. I just opted to do different. That was it. I opted to do different. I never said I was disgusted. That's the thing I'm mildly confused by. Oh, that's dope, Pink. Your son is going for AP English. It's dope. That is dope. That is pretty fly. That's pretty fly. Congratulations, good sir. Congratulations, Pink, as well too. Congratulations to the family. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Got to put that out there. I'm trying to really figure out where is Jazz writing from. I'm trying to really figure that one out. Let me see. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, that is wild. Hold on. Let me see something. I know I'm not slipping. I know I'm not slipping. Yo, that's the okay. So let me just make sure because I don't want y'all to think that I'm crazy. Hold on. So let me try to highlight. So right. So this is Jazzy, right? And there's another comment that she left directly down there. I don't think she has any more, as a matter of fact. But the weirdest part is, like, I kid you not, I looked on both channels, can't sit up there and find her. The weirdest thing, I kid you not. I kid you not. Let me see. Maybe I might have to sit up there. Let me just do this real quick. Cause and the craziest part is I've seen this person every now and again directly in the comment section during like certain live streams. But yeah, even looking at both channels, and I don't think anybody blocked or anything because or whatnot or whatever, because I don't see nothing on any one of the channels. going through the live stream or anything in a sense like that's the way I've never seen that before. That's the like I kid you not, like that is just that's blowing my mind right now. That is really blowing my mind. What time was this comment? That's at 11:47. Hold on, just give me a second because I'm just trying to. Yeah, it's not up there. It really is not up there. So I'm not sure if maybe that has something to do with YouTube or something. I don't know. Maybe YouTube deleted your comments. I don't know. That's weird. But anyways, I wanted that person to, sit up there and expound on, what it is that either quote unquote delete. What was that? You removed something, da da da. And then the whole other one talking about that I'm a tether. Again, like I said, I've been waiting for people to sit up there and just put up information or something. I still have not received anything. Just like how people want to pull up to the scene, like, you hate black women. I've been waiting. And y'all sat up there and saw me showcase this in a live stream, and I might have made a standard issued, long form video directly about that too. Still have not received nothing at all. Like I said, weirdo type of behavior. But what was it? So going back to Geo, what was it? You said you saw something you didn't like and you chose not to be the same. That's literally what I said. I think you just wanted to disagree with me, even though I'm saying what you are saying. No. What I'm saying is that people got free will and people have choices. You got people out here that will choose to be a part of gangs, be in and out of prisons, and do a lot of other types of stuff directly like that. And then you got people that will opt not to do any of that. Like I said, case in point, growing up, I did not listen to rap. I didn't. That just was not something that I was really doing. Everybody, a lot of other people were sitting up there doing that. A lot of the kids, during that time, they was, listening to, all that stuff and whatnot or whatever. I was listening. I was more so into, like some 80s, type of stuff, when it dealt with like rock and all that other type of stuff. And then that really was able to blow up when you had the incoming of, the PS2 era, sitting up there playing, like Madden 07 and all these other games where you got to hear like alternative rock and everything of the sort. And it was dope. Right. But again, during that time, that was when, and then you had other black kids that started actually fluctuating into alternative, rock and sort of like in between or away from rap and everything of the sort, or whatnot or whatever. So, like I said, people got choices. Could I have decided to sit up there and listen to rap because it was a part, within the area of which that I lived directly in? Yeah, I could have, but that's not the music that I was attuned to during the time, right? That wasn't, in a sense, attractive to me, right? I liked other types of music or whatnot or whatever. So, you know, what's up, Shauna? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up, Shauna? What is up? Yeah, that's crazy. It's woman right here. He said, "Stop sounding attractive out here." LOL. With the way he grew up, I feel like I grew up normal. I feel like I grew up normal, and again, people had choices. People opt to make one choice over another. So it'd be like that. University, what is up? You said it's so sad because I saw that firsthand. OCR taught me that families really don't give a darn until it's too late. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Planet said that people are met with a stimuli and make a choice. He said that's the same principle. 88, well, 888, baby girl, what is up? You said same 80s is always my go-to. Reset, so you don't listen to R&B. No, I heard it during the time, like going to school. Like, yeah, like a lot of the old, let's say like the stuff from like the 70s, 80s, early 90s, like R&B, soul and everything. And so yeah, I heard that directly in the car going to and from school. Yeah. I heard that to and from school. And again, from Detroit, Michigan. So like I said before, you can grow up around everybody, but still have a different taste in music and everything of the sort. You can still end up moving differently from everybody else. It can still sit up there and happen. You said you're not the only black person who chose to be different. That was never my point. I never said that I was the only one. I said I was going directly off of the basis of what people would say when they want to use the scriptures or whatever. Those who have not committed a sin, throw the first stone. So I'm casting boulders, and I'm going to use my anecdotal reference of myself and how I grew up as the catalyst or the catapult of why it is that I can sit up there and throw that boulder. Because like I said, I get tired of a lot of excuses. So, like I said, back to Planet, I never said that I was the only black person who chose to sit up and be different. Never said that. That's what you heard, but that's not what I said. I clearly listed friends that I know of that I grew up with that are now grown men who, in certain instances, they're married and have full-fledged families. Obviously, that's me stating that I was not the only one. I have other ones that are directly there that are still there to this day. So, like I said, people don't pay attention. when people happen to explain some stuff, people really don't pay attention. They don't actually listen. And then you was like, there are many black people who chose not to, be the stereotype. I never said that there weren't. That's just what you decided to hear. I was very clear, and I've spoken about this on a variety of live streams as well, too. Obviously, if I'm a certain type of way, I'm either going to go out there and meet other folks that are the exact same type of way, or I'm going to give off the type of energy that is needed in order to attract those people directly into my life. So, yeah. Just saying. Just saying. But anyways, now we're going to go to a video. Wait. Somebody, yo, what's up, Tippy? Wait, favorite artist? Were you talking about like R&B? Or you just talking about like music in general? Wouldn't like Music Soul Child count as like neo soul though during the time? I want to say music. I want to put the roots in there, but it's somebody else. I gotta type in Slum Village. That was another one. Like during the time. Slum Village, Music Soul Child, Brother Hamilton. I want to say later on, like when he first came out, like John Legend, when he first came out, like a few others, directly up there. Let me see. You said favorite Detroit artist. Oh Lord. Let me sit up there. That's gonna sit up there. It's gonna take me a minute. Are we just talking about like music in general? Or I put it to you like this, and I'm gonna have to go to somebody more recent, in a sense. Just like up to date, more recent, instead of like old school. I'll sit up there and say one artist that I'm like, he's actually pretty dope. I liked no, actually, no. Let me pull back. I put Big Sean directly up there. But I also want to sit up there and put T Greasley up there. And the reason why I would put T Greasley up there is due to the fact of him wanting to teach folks out there how to make money. Outside of doing music or doing stuff in the streets. Like he was the main one that I learned about running GTA servers. Like the dude was sitting up there, he was explaining to folks, he was like, yo, he got like some of his boys and whatnot that was out there doing whatnot or whatever. And he helped them like make, like legal money and stuff like that. He was like, yo, just run these GTA servers. You can make during the time, it was like during the pandemic, he was saying he was bringing in like 20 to like 40K a month doing, GTA, online servers and everything of the sort. And I'm like, yo, that's cold. I'm like, that is, that is dope. And like I said, I have immense respect for black male rappers out there who are trying to like take care of, some of the, the closest ones that they got in the community and trying to bring them in and off the streets. So, that's one of the reasons why I put T Grizzly up there. Cause like I said, that's dope. It's pretty dope. Like I said, that's just me. Let me see. Yes, in general, John Legend or CD. Okay, yeah. So those are just a few of the ones in general, either groups or single artists. So now we're going to go into the video that I gave you guys a little bit earlier, which I think is technically still up at this moment in time, dealing with this mother here. So just in case people never happen to have seen this, there was another artist I was just about to bring up too. I'll probably remember it like after this, maybe. Ah, man. But yeah, but just in case you didn't see this video, here you go.
I need us to start being so much more selective about who we choose to procreate with. Watch this video of this white dad's interaction with his biracial son pertaining to his ethnic haircut.
You're too urban.
Urban? No.
With that haircut.
Okay.
Your skin is lighter than mine.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't care.
You are Caucasian.
Are you Caucasian? What are you? I'm black. You're mixed. You hear that?
Just fix it up a little bit.
Didn't he ask you
What?
the other day for a DNA test?
Yeah, I mean, look at his hair. He looks nothing like me.
Good job! It's because your mama is black, right?
Yeah. What the hell does his dad mean by "you look too urban" with your haircut? Is that some form of microaggression that he's trying to use to describe his hair being too black? You can clearly see that this child is severely uncomfortable, and he's trying to laugh off the uncomfortableness. But then you have his black mom in the background making matters even worse, laughing. Like, what the hell is so funny about this? Because I must have missed the joke. Then to add even more insult to injury, there's a comment made towards the end of the video where the black mom brings up a comment made by the dad saying that he asked for a DNA test because the black son doesn't look anything like him. It's obvious to me that this white man obviously flunked out of all of his biology classes. Because in what world do you lay down with somebody black and ever think that you're gonna pop out with a white child? Honestly, somebody needs to go into that household and check on that child, because I don't feel like he's safe. Not safe with a white dad that's making clear microaggressions towards him being black, and not safe around the stupid black mama either. That's sitting there kiki and kakan. Her child is clearly in pain and probably even danger. I know I wouldn't feel safe leaving my child around that white man, because he's dead ass serious.
So just in case for the people in the back, let me just play that one more time.
Black people, I need us to start being so much more selective about who we choose to procreate with. Watch this video of this white dad's interaction with his biracial son pertaining to his ethnic haircut.
You're too urban.
Urban? No.
With that haircut.
Okay.
Your skin is lighter than mine.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I don't care.
You are Caucasian.
Are you Caucasian? What are you? I'm black. You're mixed. You hear that?
Just fix it up a little bit.
Didn't he ask you
What?
the other day for a DNA test?
Yeah, I mean, look at his hair. He looks nothing like me.
Good job! It's because your mama is black, right?
Yeah. What the hell does his dad mean by "you look too urban" with your haircut? Is that some form of microaggression that he's trying to use to describe his hair being too black? You can clearly see that this child is severely uncomfortable, and he's trying to laugh off the uncomfortableness. But then you have his black mom in the background making matters even worse, laughing. Like, what the hell is so funny about this? Because I must have missed the joke. Then to add even more insult to injury, there's a comment made towards the end of the video where the black mom brings up a comment made by the dad saying that he asked for a DNA test because the black son doesn't look anything like him. It's obvious to me that this white man obviously flunked out of all of his biology classes. Because in what world do you lay down with somebody black and ever think that you're gonna pop out with a white child? Honestly, somebody needs to go into that household and check on that child because I don't feel like he's safe. Not safe with a white dad that's making clear microaggressions towards him being black. And not safe around the stupid black mama either. That's sitting there kiki and kakan. While her child is clearly in pain and probably even danger, I know I wouldn't feel safe leaving my child around that white man because he's dead ass serious.
So again, looking directly at the video, and this is the father. I took note how none of the black male haters, the divestors, didn't come up to speak on this at all, stayed directly silent. Because like I said before, if I would have normally just made some type of video and it was just rah, 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 black women, rah, 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 I would be getting a whole bunch of comments and everything of the sort. But when you can highlight the foolishness, the stupidity, the ignorance, and you can happen to see it and hear it, people, like I said before, they tend to overlook it. They ignore videos like this. Like I said, they pick and choose when they want to sit up there and pull up and say something. Again, even dealing with live streams, the exact same thing happens. But when it deals like with stuff like this, they don't got nothing to sit up there and say. White dude clearly sat up there and said that, yo, my son's hair is too urban. And then on top of that, he also sat up there and said, that's why I sat up and asked you for like a DNA test because he don't look nothing like me or whatnot. And I'm like, I'm like, you chose him, right? Pasta and lobster. This is what you went directly for. And then the craziest part in the comment section, you had a lot of folks, and of course the kid is obviously mixed, but the kid sat up there and said that, yo, my hair like this, my hair is like this or whatnot, or whatever, because I'm black. And I'm like, he's correct. I don't have a problem with what it is that he stated. But I saw grown adults in the comment section, but like, nah, that kid ain't black, he ain't this, he ain't that. I'm like, all right. And this also goes to the other reason why you got a lot of biracial kids who are like, they don't even identify as black because black people in the black community will sit up there and try to tell them otherwise. But I'm like, the kid himself basically said, he was like, yo, I'm black. He's clearly proud. He's clearly identifying. He's not sitting up here saying that he's white, even though he's mixed. He's not even saying that he's mixed or anything. He's saying I'm black. And then you got grown black adults be like, nah, you ain't black. I'm like, all right. This is why you got biracial people in the black community feeling a certain type of way about the black community. And this is why I sat up there and told y'all before, it's like when it deals with kids that are biracial, you got folks in the black community that feel a certain type of way about them. And then you especially got folks in the white community that feel a certain type of way about them. So it's like, if they can't identify as either or, they're going to be like, I'm not identified as nothing. I'm just mixed. And then this is when black people later on, they want to start getting mad and they'll be like, yo, you black and da da da. Why don't you sit up here and just say we can clearly see? Yeah, but when they were sitting up there telling that they're black, y'all was sitting up here trying to tell them that they're not. So it's like, you can't get mad when they want to identify later as whatever they want to identify. They can do it. They can sit up there and do it. But like I said, this woman, she picked this dude. He clearly said, your hair is too urban. That's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Well, Tippy, Kamala is Indian. That's not even up for debate. Like I said, I gave y'all that video before where Kamala was getting interviewed by this Indian journalist, and he was like, how does it feel to be the first Indian senator in the United States? She had more than enough time to correct him, to say that he was incorrect, to state that, oh, I'm a black woman and this. She didn't say none of that. She went right into answering the question. The silence for me spoke volume. Because if anybody called me anything than what I was, I would automatically correct them, especially when you're in a position of higher power as Kamala Harris. Again, she opted not to sit up there and explain or to correct the person. Kamala Harris is also the exact same one who sat up there and said, I'm not just going to do, something for black people. But yet the Biden administration did stuff specifically for the Jewish community, for the LGBT, for immigrants, for the Asia community. So, it's tough out here. It's tough out here in these streets. It's wild work. Shout out to the Indians. They making moves. They went from 7-Eleven to government in the United States. Shout out to them. They out here. They moving. So now we're going to sit up there. Tippy says, so it's not a problem having a biracial represent black women in the movies and stuff. I mean, I guess that's depending on where they are, right? If you got a biracial out here and they side more directly with white folks and everything that comes directly with that, yeah, that's going to be problematic. That is going to be very much problematic, right? But if you got said person and they identify with black people and everything of the sort and moving things, forward, giving knowledge and history and acknowledgement to the things that took place in the United States from past, present to future, fine and dandy. So like I said, I feel as though that it depends on the stance of said person versus, in a sense, quote unquote, as people like to say, how black they are. Because you got some of the blackest folks out here, but then they're on the whole other side. Like you seen, what is it, Clarence Thomas? Yeah, he's black. Black. He's old and black. And you see what he's doing. You see how he's sitting up there moving, right? But then you got some folks out here that's biracial and they're, in a sense, ultra, rah when it deals with, black folks and moving things forward and everything of the sort. So, it just depends on the stance. You said Zoe Saldana playing Nina Simone. Well, technically, that's their stuff there. That was tough. But you already know they got a color problem down there. They're not going to sit up there and depict, Nina Simone as or having an actress that is the actual skin complexion. It'd be like that. Baby girl said 1900s Louisiana fancy girls, they were mulattoes. Yep. Sonny said green can never represent blue or yellow just because they make it. Planet says some if FBA women have genetic memory of laying with white men, so it seems natural. Kevin said they have their own agenda as well. Crazy word. So now we're going to go to another story that I brought directly up to you guys. It may be new to some of you guys as well. But this is a comedian and a content creator, and he normally goes out and he helps out, other people, right? He wants to give back and everything of the sort. And I actually got two videos, so we're going to play this one. There's another one where people were trying to say that he's problematic as well too. I also wanted to address the fact that I had some folks in the comment section that wanted to say that they didn't really get him, or they felt that the way that he approaches people is weird and all this other. And I'm like, at the end of the day, this dude is, trying to help out people. And again, trying to put a smile on people's face, be entertaining and everything of the sort. But the main thing that he is doing is helping out those that innocence needed. And now you got those who are part of a corporation that wanted to, in a sense, ban him from helping out everyday people, right? He's a dude that got money, and normally what everybody says is that we need rich people to come out here and give back and help out the people, and that's what he was doing. But Walmart was like, yeah, we don't need you doing that. We want the poor to pretty much stay where they are and to spend up all of their money to come directly to buy what it is that we have, and do not help out the poor. That's the message that I got. So here we go.
Why ain't I? I'm just buying people's groceries.
You're not allowed in any Walmart.
Well, actually, the police officer said that isn't true, though.
That's not what the police have to say about it.
And the store manager said I could be in here. I just spoke to her.
You spoke.
Yeah. Do you know who I am? Do you want me to leave?
No.
Oh, okay. You sure? I don't want no trouble. I don't want no problems. Thank you.
It's not a store manager.
Well, she said she was the highest one in charge right now. And I said, "Can I buy people's groceries, bud?" And she said, "Yeah." I'm just helping people. It's hard out here.
But I understand. Listen,
I just don't know where I'm going to go. Walmart is where the people need me. Target don't need me, man. They got money.
I understand.
You know?
But
I'll leave. You want me to leave? I'll leave. I don't want no trouble.
Well, it's like, it puts me in a spot because
Yeah.
that's what it is on corporate.
Yeah.
That you can.
Is that my served? I've been served?
No.
Oh, I thought you were going to serve
Else.
me.
No.
Oh, okay.
Something else. But
Well, can I bribe you? I'm clown. I wouldn't do that.
No.
I'm going to leave, man. I'm going to head out.
I mean,
I don't want no
like I
trouble.
said, the store manager is here. She
Okay.
She probably has no idea what's going on.
Well,
Something they can make
I'm going to
that
take it
call
to
on.
the Supreme Court.
I mean, the Columbus police has no right to say any of that.
Well, let's work together. Can you
Well,
get me back in?
I mean,
Hey, how are
this
you,
is
bud?
something that you would have to do.
Okay. But
would
could you
have to
help?
approach? I mean,
You
can
write
do
a
the
letter of
I can do
recommendation?
The paperwork.
Okay. Are you?
And this is private property.
Well, I don't want no problems. I'll leave. I'm heading out.
It's not up to me to make that corporate call.
That's all right.
Already-
It's okay. I'm out of here. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy it.
I'm gonna.
And I'm going to let you keep your job, too, after I buy it.
Okay.
Because that's the kind of guy I am.
I understand.
I love you, bud. Hey, thanks for doing your job. Yeah, thank you, bud. I threw a strike. Love you, buddy. Thanks for being kind. You got a dollar bill. Hey, love you. I'm leaving, man. I got to go.
We got to follow the
Yeah,
policies.
I
There's
know.
some policies that we don't
Thank you, man.
There's
Yeah,
some policies that we don't agree.
I know.
But you get to the corporate, man. It might be
I know. I see other creators
Yeah,
doing
just get-
things,
just get
and
with them, and then
yeah,
and then they might be able to get you. Because you do good
yeah.
things.
I love Walmart.
So
I
all
want to
you
be
do-
in here.
Yeah,
I mean,
see
one
you.
day my products are going to be in here, and it's going to be weird that they're selling me, but I can't come in here.
And I saw you
Yeah.
on TikTok. You got good everything. You know.
Yeah, I don't want no trouble, brother.
But listen,
Yeah.
just go. Like
I think I'm going to buy it. I'm going to just buy it.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
All right.
Love you guys. Yeah.
So, like I said, that's diabolical. Again, he's there to help out, and this is the craziest part. I want y'all to understand that the people that are causing problems that don't want him to do this are white people. But when you look at his content, you see him helping out white people. How does that even make sense? And this is why I sat up there and said that when it deals with white folks who are higher up, who make more money than average white, so you got middle class white people and poor white people. The rich white, I keep telling white people this, rich white people do not care about the poor and middle class white people. I've been saying this for the longest time possible, and this right here basically shows it. Again, you got this man here helping out white people, and white people are complaining. White people have a problem. Walmart was like, we got to get him up out of here. We're not going to sit up there and have that. We're going to have the poor stay poor, but enjoy our low prices. That's exactly what they're sitting up here doing. And this dude, he is not budging on nothing. He could easily be like, you know what? I don't got a problem. Like I said, the white woman who he stated had the managerial, position and power. She was like, hey, he's okay or whatnot or whatever. Gave him, a fist pound and everything of the sort. Didn't mind him. This dude comes up out of nowhere and he explained her job position to him. He was like, yeah, no, she's not the highest one. Yeah, no, you're right. And he was basically explaining how he is the part of the corporate long arm, and how you can't do this. You're not about to sit up there and help out the poor. Now it'd have been different. Like I said, if he was helping out, poor blacks, it would have, especially they would have really got him up out of there. But they got him up out of there and banned him for life, helping out the poor whites. Wow. That's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Diabolical. Oh, look at that. We got some people that don't like the content creator. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. Got I think quite a few people in here. Who? Let me see. What else? Oh no! Wait, who was that? No. You're gonna have Planet. You're gonna have trolls directly in here. Like I said, and I want to note, dealing with the conversation, I'm pointing out something very specific. Whenever you happen to do that, this is when these folks want to come directly up and they want to have a problem, but they can never have a problem with the actual video. They want to throw out stereotypes or be racist or a combination of both, but they never stay directly on topic. They'll start talking about, oh, but look at Africa. Oh, a trillion people died in Chicago just 5 seconds ago. Why don't you sit up there and talk about that? Why? Right? They like to do all of that stuff, but looking at the fact, like I said before, the ones that like to focus directly in on racism and stereotypes, those are going to be the ones that are going to fall off to the wayside the quickest. Those are going to be the direct ones to fall off to the wayside the quickest, because they're not going to see what's going to come at the end of the day. They're going to be blinded by all of this other type of stuff. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get that picture back up here. Let me see if I can potentially find it. The darkness, born in it, raised by it. I didn't see the light until I was a man. By that time, it was too late because it was blinding. So let me see if I can find the image of which I'm looking for. That'd be great if I can find it automatically. I'm not sure if I can, because I got one image that fits this one thing here. I'm just trying to find it very quickly, and I can't seem to actually find the image. Let me see. Where is it? Forgot where it was. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Now I gotta pull back. I think I actually had it a part of a video here. If I can potentially find it, because it was a part of a nifty little quote. And I think somebody here might know what I'm talking about. I had it directly a part of a video as well, too. And I'm not sure if I can pull it up for you guys. I want to say it should have been a sitting president. I might have to just try to make something real quick, and I should be able to find it. Gotta just give me a quick second. Because whenever I happen to see folks throwing up, anything dealing with stereotypes of racism, dealing with black folks, it brings me directly back to that quote. There we go. Got it. Got it. Soon as I saw it, I knew exactly where it was. All right, so let me just sit up there and get this real quick so I can sit up there and post this. And the craziest part is, no matter what you happen to state or bring up, I might be able to post this up there. Or I might say it got too many. Yeah, this pretty much sums it up. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice that you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. And that was their president, Lyndon B. Johnson. That was their president. They never have anything to say about this. Whenever you bring up a lot of different quotes stated directly from their presidents or the people that they voted for or the people of those times, the people that they followed and everything, so they have nothing to say about that, which is very weird. Right? They can always bring up some past stuff. Oh, let's look at the Africans and This is, but when we bring up this, they have nothing to say. So this is basically telling you that higher up whites that you voted for tricked you in order for you to believe in racism or the magical black boogeyman, right? The blacks, so that they can sit up there and rob you. Then if you pair that up with how the country currently is and how we're, in debt, what is it, like 40 trillion in debt? It's like, yeah, the Pentagon is a black hole. They're at one point in time, I did a story, it was like over $700 million dollar like black hole where stuff just was not getting accounted for, and they were just spending money on lobsters, condoms, and all this other type of stuff. And a airplane that has a lifespan of 1.7 trillion ended up falling apart, and it disappeared somewhere down south. Like there's a lot of things right before 9/11, 2 point something trillion dollars disappeared, white people. It's like money is just disappearing. Y'all the only ones that can sit up there and make money disappear. Y'all the only ones that can lose that amount of money that quick. You can never sit up there and say that black people that sat up there and lost trillions of dollars in America and y'all don't know what happened to it. Y'all can never say that. Y'all can never say that. Y'all supposed to be like some of the greatest accountants and to keep track of everything, but y'all seemingly cannot keep track of the American dollar when it's in your hands. That's wild. That is wild. But like I said, shout out to Lyndon B, because he told the truth. And white people are still caught up on race to this date while America is falling apart. That's wild. That is diabolical in nature, right? Let me see. What else do we got directly up here? What else? Oh, so now let me go to the second video, right, of the guy, because again, we had a few commenters that really don't like the man. So he went from Walmart to the dollar store, and the same problem was technically still following him, where you had somebody basically stating that he's problematic because he wants to help out those who are in need.
We're just buying these people.
They're okay being filmed.
Hey, but you guys took pictures of her earlier. So
Of who? Why would we take pictures of her for? We don't take pictures.
He's
Yeah, we don't even take pictures. But they're completely fine being in it. Yeah.
I have to send it to
Hi,
my son.
how are you?
Oh, wait, I got it on the
Okay.
Yeah, helping out white folks.
Thank you.
You're
You got
so
a white
welcome.
woman over
We
having
don't
a
mean
problem.
any trouble,
He
ma'am.
doesn't.
Just spreading love.
No,
Can't.
He's actually
Yeah. Trying to help this guy who's in remission from cancer. So I hope that's not too big of a problem.
Your videos always bring me joy.
Hey, that's
I
the
like
point.
watching
That's
them.
the point of them,
I
man.
do too.
That's the point of them. Thank you for watching them.
Whole time I was
Yeah.
going through chemo, I'd sit and watch.
Really?
Yeah, it just brought me joy.
And that's why I can't quit. Hey, here's 50 for you too,
man,
bud.
we appreciate it.
Yeah.
bud.
Get you some gas or something. That's all you need?
Yeah, I got
Give me
a
a
dollar,
hug.
Bo.
I don't need it. You keep it. We're leaving, ma'am, right after her, okay? I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Then there was an older lady come up and complain.
Why?
She saw me filming somebody else. I wasn't filming her,
Yeah,
but
she said that he had cornered somebody in here and was wanting to film him, and the lady kept saying no, no, no.
well, I actually gave them $200 and bought them a cart full of baby stuff for their newborn baby, and they were really happy about it, and they thanked me over and over. That's actually what happened. Do you want it back here?
Yeah.
Okay. There's some stuff I couldn't find, like pants. You want me to just toss? I hope that helps. You're welcome. I'm trying to redeem myself. I wasn't always a great father. There was a time where I was an alcoholic, and I wasn't there for a short period. They always had access to me, but I wasn't really doing my job to the fullest. And I've been sober 10 years and 6 months now, and I'm a great father with custody of all 5 of my children.
We grew up
dope.
without all of our fathers.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many fathers were there?
Uh,
There was 3 in our mix.
me
Can
and
I give you a couple hundred just for your weekend? Or yeah, I'm sure you need a break. You already raised your children, and I don't know, here's a couple hundred for you too. Some pocket cash.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take this, and I got some cash for you too. Sorry, I keep taking all your cash. Your cash. But it's good because your customers will be able to come spend it.
so much.
You're
We really
welcome.
need
God
it,
bless
too.
you.
Thank you
Yeah. I hope it gets better for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I take a picture?
Absolutely. Love you, Bob.
Thank you.
Oh, what you got in there? The Glock? Nah. The switch? Hi, how are you, bud? You going to get gas? Yeah, we are. Just go over there. Don't spend it on gas. Wait on me. I'm going to get you some gas. Yeah. Yeah.
You're fantastic.
Yeah. God bless you, Mimo.
Right.
I
So,
don't mean any.
So question for Madman down at the bottom. So why specifically is somebody who's going out there helping out those in need, why is he a clown? Let me know. Let me know. You said Planet said, is he trying to be the exceptional black man to white people? Is that why he talks like that? I mean, it may be the area that he grew up in. Originally, when I first started this channel, people were like, "Yo, why do you talk white? Why do you talk, like this?" People like, "Yeah, you don't sound black to me." I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, it'd be like that, you know. So for Madman, you said he's a clown. You said you want me to call in? I don't need you to call in. I'm just the same way that you typed it. I'm just telling you to explain to me, why is he a clown? That's all I'm saying. Just trying to figure out. Because the craziest part, even within the video, there was a black woman there who he helped out. This lady here, he helped her out. And then later, directly on outside, let me see if I can get the van. Right? You got the van with her kids directly there, and he gave her some more money. He was like, "Hey, I'm going to give you 50," but he was like, "Don't, you're about to go get gas." He was like, "Don't spend that on gas. Just wait for me, and I'm going to go over there with you, and I'm going to, give you, pump the gas basically for you. Like, give her more money so she doesn't have to spend it like that." That 50 was basically for her, along with the money that she was going to potentially spend at Family Dollar. It was like, "Yo, keep that money. Here's 50 on top of that, and then I'm going to help you save more money." So it's like he's helping out people that are there, that are in need. And it doesn't matter the race or the group of people, he's specifically helping them out. So I'm just trying to figure out. Let me see. Somebody said you're a female. I mean, I guess. Like I said, I don't even know who that person is even responding to. I'm just waiting for Madman to actually respond back. Because I'm just trying to sit up there and figure out, like, how do we get to the point of calling somebody a clown for helping out people in general? So you said who asked for his help? FOH, he's a clown. Start a nonprofit or something. If you want to get in touch with you understand that a lot of nonprofits that were supposed to be nonprofits, the money was either being stolen, redistributed elsewhere, or whatnot, or whatever, and it wasn't going to the people that really needed it. He's a man that has money, that made something directly for himself, and he's giving it directly to the people by way of his own hands instead of using the middleman, which could potentially steal the money. Again, I'm trying to figure out, like, you sound like one of those people that would be directly with the government, because the government, let me put it to you like this. I bet you got a problem with brothers going out here who are barbers and he's sitting up there giving free haircuts to the homeless. I bet you the one that set up there and got problems. There's a white lady in one of the states that I covered before, where she had about, at least during the time of the pandemic, they had about 98 tickets directly from the police by way of the city, because they were out there giving out clothes and food to the homeless. You're going to be the reason why the United States is going to more than likely make it some type of law or make it as difficult as possible for you to want to help out one another. And I said directly in the video, it's going to get to the point where because everything is going to be on like blockchain and everything in a sense, they're going to monitor your money and they're going to be able to calculate your spending habits and what you normally buy and spend directly on. And if you do something that you don't normally do, they're going to sit up there and slow down or cut off your funds. It's going to get that way because of people like Madman. Because you're like, who asked for his help anyway? Do you have to specifically ask for help if you're in need of it? Because sometimes people don't know how to specifically ask. Some people may be too, prideful. Some people may be too fearful. So they don't want to specifically do that. Because I've seen people who are out there on the streets or whatnot or whatever, and they were asking for just a little bit of change. And I've seen how ordinary people will sit up there and treat them. They want to get highly aggressive. They want to do this and they want to do that and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's wild. Like I said, what people need to sit up there and do is that y'all gotta look out for people like Madman. He's not just one. He's a part of thousands and millions that will be directly with the government and for the government to control your spending habits in the way in which that you move, and for them to be able to really 100% monitor your banking and your spending habits. It'd be like that though. That's crazy. It's like when you got people out here helping, people like, nah, you shouldn't be doing that. Yo, that's wild to me, man. That's wild. That's 100% wild. That is 100. I've never seen anything like that in my life. This is another reason why you don't actually have a lot of folks out there that want to be, let's say, like good Samaritans. Like let's put his statement to another extent. Like remember he said that who was asking, which one of these folks specifically asked of him to help them out? That's like if somebody gets into a car crash. If I got the ability to help people, but Madman is like, yo, who specifically asked you to sit up there and save those people? You right. I'll wait for a doctor, somewhere like some hospital somewhere to, fly there by helicopter or take a wormhole to get to this crash site to sit up there and save these people. Oh, what is that? Somebody's in a car crash and it's a burning car. You know what? Let me not sit up there and help them going by Madman's logic. Let me allow the firefighters or the Justice League or the Avengers to, teleport their way there. And then maybe they can use the jaws of life or a millionaire to sit up there and get them out of that burning building or that burning car or whatnot. You got it. Like, that's so crazy, man. That is dire. I've never seen that before in my life. Just say that you don't want to help people because you got a certain problem with it because you didn't have specific people in your life to help you. That's probably what it is. When you were down and out, when you were suffering, right? When you had 2 red cents left and you didn't have family, friends, or whatever, nobody helped you, but you were able to slowly but surely get yourself out of that situation. So because you had to suffer and go through, you feel like everybody else need to sit up there and do that. That's crazy. That 1000% is wild work. 1000%. Like I said, y'all gonna be part of the reason that's going to help enlist the United States government to basically really fully enslave the American people. Shout out to Madman though. He is one of those ones. Like I said, whoever his neighbors are, whoever he lives near, I will weep directly for you because he's going to be the one to sit up there and turn you in if you decide that you want to buy groceries for an elderly neighbor because they can't specifically, they're not technologically advanced, nor can they get outside of their apartment really like that and get groceries. So they opt to buy groceries for him. That man be like, hey, police, I got a neighbor here, and we're not supposed to be actually buying groceries for anybody. And they spent money and they bought groceries for door number 47. It's actually door number 38 that did it. And yeah, you guys gotta come and do something about this because this is illegal. They really shouldn't be doing this. Regardless on the health situation of, door 48, they need to come up with their own way to buy their own groceries. You shouldn't be there helping out anybody else. Click. That's madman. That's madman 100%. Like I said, I weep directly for the people within his vicinity. It's over for them. Curtains. He's going to turn everybody in 100%. Wild work. Wild work. Wow. So now we're going to go to the next video, which is this one here. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys know who Kendra G is, right? So Kendra G, I guess she was hosting like a singles event. Kendra G got some real thick legs there. Anyways, Kendra G was hosting a singles event, and there's a lady that ended up on stage, and she gave a little bit of pushback of what a lot of the women were in a sense stating, that dude gotta have 6 figures, $1 million, and all this other type of stuff. So let's take a listen to what she had to state, and we're gonna and talk about it. Wait, what was that? Rabbit said, I understand where you're coming from, Seji, but when it comes to those folks, I only help them as far as they would help us during this Nolan Wells situation. This can be weird. I get you. Mahoko said, I see you. Chris was like, man, I was just saying that about Kendra G. Yeah, I was looking, like I said, the dress is nice. I'm looking at them. Yeah. Like I said, shout out to Black Women. Anyways, let's get directly to hear what this woman got to say.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
So I went to Invest Fest single, successful, and open to meeting somebody. But what was not on my bingo card was to end up on stage with Kendra G. So let me explain. It was my first Invest Fest, and I went to the singles event thinking, okay, maybe I'll meet my husband in this room. But woman after woman got on stage saying the same thing. He needs to make $250,000. He needs to make $1 million. And finally I thought to myself, is this real? So when Kendra G opened the floor, I asked, did y'all bring these women up here to rage bait us? And somehow that ended with me on stage. But here's what I was actually trying to say. The median Black man working full time earns roughly $54,000 a year. So once your minimum becomes $250,000 or $1 million, you dramatically narrowed your dating pool. And listen, I'm all for people having their standards, so have your standards, sis. I'm a doctor, I own my practice, and I'm doing well for myself. But I don't need a man to out-earn me to see him as a good partner. Because maybe the better question isn't, does he make enough? But maybe it's, can we build the kind of life we both want? Anyway, that's my first and best story on how I ended up on stage with Kendra G.
Wait, Tip, you said the screen is black? I just looked at it. Yeah, I think you got to hit the live. What's the name? Somewhere on the stream, you should see something that may say like live, and it'll catch you up to where it is. Because she was saying like the screen is black. It was not black on my end. Let me sit up there and tell you. Let me tell you. And I think Tippy is writing from the other channel. But yeah, so again, the woman in the red is a doctor. And she was basically stating what the medium range for the, average Black dude out here, making, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, 59K, whatnot, or whatever. Like I said, you working and making ends meet, and more than likely trying to upgrade, progress through the ladder, or figure out another route or situation to add on top of that money. But you had the Black women that were directly there saying that a dude got to be making 6 figures or $1 million. And I'm like, dog, what is even happening here? I'm like, that is like, you're not even bringing that directly to yourself. Like, I understand, like, okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you got a woman out here that is like a millionaire, all right, cool. She's sitting up here saying 6 figures, $1 million. Okay, cool. She's within that age. She's within that money range to sit up there and say something like that. You got regular women out here who are making 60K talking about a dude need to make 6 figures. What are you talking about? What are you talking? You've never seen 6 figures in your life. What are you talking about? And then on top of that, it's like, hey, if you want to do to make 6 figures, how about this, right? Because I want to put it out there like this again. Far too many times dealing with conversations, dealing with like dating and whatnot, when you have these groups of women here that want to sit up there and talk, they normally want to sit up and say that black men are broke. But I'm like, we got black men out here that are blue collar or entrepreneurs or working, normal jobs or working 2 jobs or whatnot or whatever. But still, quote unquote, black men are broke. And I'm like, people just lost the plot. People lost the plot. Like that's 100% ridiculous. That is 100% ridiculous on how that works. No, Tippy, the person that was the doctor. So Kendra G is the lady in the green, and then the doctor is the lady in the red. Right. So again, you got a woman that's a doctor. She's making money, buku bucks. And she's sitting up here saying, it's like, yo, the stuff that women out here saying is ridiculous. It's like y'all asking for something that in a sense ain't really there. Or if it is, those guys, again, like I said before, what a lot of women don't want to acknowledge is that the dudes who are making 6 figures or like $1 million or whatever it is, they basically got concubines. They don't have to settle down. They don't have to sit up there and get married because they have an endless supply of women. But yet other women are trying to, go for those guys. But I'm like, do you understand what comes directly with that? Are you willing to sit up there and share that one guy and quote unquote his resources? Like he don't have no problem sitting up there breaking off a few $1,000s or whatnot or whatever, as long as you ain't making too much trouble or running your mouth, or if you know how to act, you're completely cool and fine. You can be number 15 in the lineup. But in too many instances, a lot of these women, they be like, this is the dude that I want, and I finally got him. And she'd be like, what I need you to do, rich man, is that you're only for me and you're not for other women. I'm like, you do realize that you're going to lose this battle. He has the money. You do not. He has the control. You do not. Women are vying for his attention. He's not vying for your attention. You came searching for him. He's not searching for you. I'm like, people are not looking at how this is positioned. Like people don't understand how this works. And that's the thing that is very much annoying. That's the thing that is very much annoying. Because like I said before, it's like, yo, if you got a man out here that is making like 60K and he's willing to value you, he respects you, he's willing to sit up there and fill in whatever gaps that are needed, financially, right? Or he's able to like build you up, uplift you, and everything. Like, what's the problem? I don't understand what the problem is. Like I said before, when you look at it, and if you look at the whole thing, you see men valuing the actual relationship, and you see a lot of women. So men will sit up there and give, in a sense, like love. They will give directly to that relationship. Women are like, I don't care about that love and nothing. I care about the money. Where's the money at? Because that's all I'm hearing in a lot of these conversations. Everything is money, 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 money. Me, 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 me. I. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. So I'm like, I guess you got folks out here that don't really want the love. Shout out to Rosenbell. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Rosenbell. Shout out to Rosenbell for the 1,000 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. All right. I'm just trying to figure out like what's really happening here. Because to me, that's weird. So men will forego everything that is necessary in order to get love, right? Women are like, I'm not sacrificing nothing, but you better make sure to have that money and you better be ready to sacrifice directly for me. That's crazy. And this is this whole thing that I'm talking about here is going to come directly back into matter of fact, I got the other video actually uploaded. It's going to come directly into this video here, and it's going to sound real crazy, right? So let's pay attention to this. Let's listen to this woman here, because she's going to talk about the matriarch and how it is that, quote unquote, she runs her household. And I want y'all to know and understand, before she starts talking, everything that she is stating is about I, me. The one thing that's going to be missing, that she can't substitute for, that she can't even do herself, is going to be protection. Even though she's married, right? She's gonna sit up there and tell you that everything basically goes through her and everything of the sort. So let's take a listen to this.
Matriarchy in my household, and here are some of the ways that I do that. So for now, it's just my husband and I, and one of the main things is our goals are centered through my vision, not his sole vision, and my vision essentially becomes his. So as far as our career goals, because what we often see in patriarchal households is the woman is investing a lot of her time and energy into whatever ambitions the husband may have. So for example, if that husband gets a job offer somewhere else and the man is the head of the household, typically the woman and the children would follow that man to said place, and he would be able to decide what is best for them and their family as far as his career goes. But in our households, all of that is centered through my career, not my husband's career. So if my husband came home today or tomorrow.
Let me just pause that real quick because I want y'all to understand she's saying a lot of my and I, but then when it deals with the household, she wants to say our. I'm highly confused on that. So the household is shared, but when it deals with everything else, it's specifically you. Like I said, I need people to pay attention.
And told me that he wanted to move to Idaho for whatever reason regarding his career, whatever the case may be, the answer would be no, because there's nothing in Idaho that would benefit me or my career. Now, if I call my husband right now and said, babe, we need to move to Chicago for my career, there's no questions asked. He's going to ask me when, and he's going to ask me what the plan is, because another thing is I make the decisions for our household, and I'm 9 times out of 10 the one that sets the plan and figures out how it's going to get done. Yes, my husband may be a part of the conversation, but for a lot of those situations, I come up with the plan myself, and then I come to my husband, I let him know, this is the plan, this is what we're doing. Another thing is there is no expectation of me to do the cooking and the cleaning in the household. Yes, I do cook most of the time, like for myself. Like I have actually never cooked for my husband before.
Let me just stop it right there. And I'm not sitting up here saying that this is the main role of a woman. I would never in my life sit up there and get married to a woman, and she's sitting up here talking about some I've never cooked for my husband. We're not getting married at all. I'm not sitting up there saying that the man should know how to cook. Everybody should know how to cook, but you're sitting up here grandstanding talking about like I'm married and I've never cooked for my word. I'm like this is crazy. I'm like this whole Cardi B situation and got people like completely crazy. Like that this is sounding like wow, I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me show you how I got this ring. But yet what did Offset sit up there and show people? He showed Cardi B in a robe with no makeup on, looking as normal as can be, sitting up there sweeping and cleaning. Meg Thee Stallion, she pretty much is on the same thing. You know, I don't need a man, all this other type of stuff. But what did Meg Thee Stallion show people? She was like, oh, let me show you how I be cooking for all of the boyfriends, especially Klay Thompson. Let me show you how I be cooking. I cook for him and his father. Huh. Wild. The lies that women will sit up there and believe. She don't cook for her. All right.
I will, if I do make a meal that is like big enough for more than one person, then obviously both my husband and I are going to eat from said meal. But a lot of the times I am cooking for myself, my husband is cooking for himself, or my husband is cooking for me. I do not cook for my husband. The same goes for cleaning. I don't clean up behind my husband. I clean up behind myself, or my husband will do majority of the cleaning in the household. Another thing is all of the decisions regarding our money is done through me. When my husband gets paid, all of the paycheck goes to my bank account. It doesn't even.
Let me just explain something to you real quick. And I stand directly on this. I don't care how people disagree. I fully believe that both parties, even if you're married, both parties should have separate bank accounts. Both parties, let me repeat this one more time. Even while being married, both parties should have separate bank accounts. Now, what should happen is that there's a joint bank account of which money goes in order to pay bills. That's the only one that's basically in our bank account because both individuals' money is funneled directly into that middle account in order to pay the bills and the things that are necessary. Both parties should have a separate bank account. This woman is like, hey, every single time my husband basically is paid, All of his money comes directly over here. So he don't know how to manage money? Word? He don't know how to pay bills or nothing of the sort. Like, huh? That's a little bit weird. That doesn't make any type of sense. I hope that she is very good at finances. I hope that she's putting money in stocks and bonds, helping the money grow, and it's not just leaving directly out the house. Because I can already sit up there and see how this can go horribly wrong. Because also on top of that, if the money's going directly to her, who's keeping track of the spending? Because she's the only overseer. The husband, if all of the money is going to her, what is the husband overseeing? How does he know how the money is being spent? Right? Let's continue.
Go to his account anymore, and I decide where the money is going to go. Our household is very much set up in a way of how can we make my life easier? How can we make sure that my goals and my aspirations are a priority and that they are being met? It doesn't mean that my husband doesn't have his own career goals and that his own personal things are not also a priority. However, I am centered in this household, and my husband's specific things are secondary to whatever it is that I have going on. I know that a lot of men are going to be very uncomfortable with that, but let me explain the difference between a matriarchy and a patriarchy and just how men and women are socialized. In a household where the man is centered, when the man reaches his peak, oftentimes that woman is going to be left in the dust, and he's going to switch that woman out for a newer model. Whereas in a matriarchy, especially because women are socialized very different, when I quote unquote reach my peak, my husband is going to be brought up with me. I have no desire to leave my husband for whatever man, and most women do not operate that way. We're just socialized very different, which is why running your home as women, as a matriarchy, is one of the best things that you can do for yourself and for your marriage. Because a lot of men are under the impression that a matriarchy is just a flipped version of the patriarchy, but it's not. As a woman, a womb carrier, it is the smartest thing for our house to be centered around my vision and my desired, and my husband benefits very heavily from this situation.
So how I'm just trying to figure out, and again, I was watching the hands as they wave, and I did not see a ring. But she said that she has a husband. I already know that some people are going to sit up and say, well, married people don't got to wear their rings, all the time. I don't even see a mark of where a circle would even be. So again, I'm just highly confused on what she's stating. So all throughout all of that gibberish of everything that she was stating, I want people to note that she said nothing about defense or protection. I want to know, what is the foresight that she has? What can she direct her husband on how to specifically fight or defend her, or to be a guard or anything of the sort? Like how would that work from her female perspective? Because this is as aggressive that she is. I don't really see her sitting up there taking down like two guys that are trying to sit up there and break into the home. Like I said, she can say all of this stuff if she wants to. I promise you, she's not going to be the first one getting up out the bed at 3 o'clock in the morning to make sure to check if they heard something like fall in the living room. She's not going to be the one. Like I said, when you start talking about a lot of this nonsense that she's sitting up there talking, they will start to leave out defense and everything of the sort. Protection. She can money, me, I. Everything is supposed to be, about me, centered around women, because the world is feminine. We're the life givers and all this. That's great. All right, you want to hype yourself up and all of that. All right, cool. Again, so how are you going to defend yourself? Do you have, like, as a woman, do you have like some type of like training or proving ground directly for your husband so that he can like battle with some lions or something? How does this work? Because it's crazy to think that with her logic, where she was up there like, well, if my husband got a job in Idaho, so if he got a job for $1 million, you'll be like, nah, that's okay. We ain't doing this. You're not taking that job because it don't benefit me. It doesn't sit well for the future that I'm conceiving, that I'm bringing directly into this universe. I'm conceptualizing. But if you had a job opportunity that was less than that $1 million to move to Chicago, you'd be like, yo, I made the call. We're moving right now. Huh? Yo, what? What type of logic is this? What type of, and it's like, I understand why there are no kids in this picture, because I can already see how she's going to be guiding stuff, and it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. You're not going to be able to tell that man how to raise a son. I don't care how you want to be like, the planet is feminine and it's all feminine energy and all this. You are not going to be able to raise a boy into a man. You're just not going to be able to do that. There are a lot of lessons. There's a lot of things that men and boys have to go through in order to become who it is that they're going to be in the future, or even at this moment in time. You, as a woman that only grew up as a girl, cannot sit up there and do that. You don't have the knowledge base. You don't have the work. You ain't go through any of that. Like I said, you can make this as centered as you want to sit up there and make it. But like I said, like my mom has sat up there and stated, she was like, God only made me one thing, and that is to be a woman. That is to be a mother. I can only love you that way. I'm not a man. I'm not a father, nor could I ever be. But have her sit up there and explain it. She's everything. She is everything all at the same time, all at once. And if you technically listen to her, she's basically in a sense stating that she doesn't need a man for anything, but yet she's still married. That's wild. That is wild work. That is 100% wild work. Like I said before, like it don't make any type of sense. Like hearing her is like hearing my cousin back when I was younger. I think my cousin during the time, how old was I? I think I might have been going through like high school. And I think maybe she was in her early 20s or something like that. And she was sitting at the table giving off the same like feminist type of like rhetoric where it's like, yo, I'm independent. I don't need a man. I can get, money on my own. I don't need a man for money. And then it got better. She was like, but I still want to get married. And I expect a man to get down on one knee. And I expect a man to sit up there and take care of me as his wife. And I had to pause it real quick. I'm like, hold on, sister. I'm like, how do you say that you don't need a man, but you still want to get married? I'm like, that don't make any type of sense. Everybody at the table got like real silent when I sat up there and said that. Her only rebuttal was telling me to shut up and to stay directly in the child's place. I'm like, yeah, I got you. Because like I said, everything that you stated, you just contradicted yourself. You sound completely 1000% stupid. If you say that you don't need a man, you say that you can pay the bills by yourself, you can take care of yourself and everything of the sort. Don't open and utter your mouth to sit up there and say, but you still want to get married and you still need a man to get married. Nah, get married to a woman. Get married to a woman. That's what you need to sit up there and do. Like I said, the stuff that people sit up here and say don't make no type of sense. And this was me as a teenager talking to somebody who was an adult, talking stupid, who was in my family during the time. Now, of course, she's changed, right? Which is great, which is awesome. But like I said, during that time, it didn't make no type of sense. So like I said, all of this nonsense that people are listening to, women on social media, this was already there. It just wasn't highlighted. It just wasn't out there in the open because it stayed directly into the house. It stayed amongst families. People weren't able to talk stupid to everybody else. So now you got a whole bunch of birds out there just singing. And they're not even singing the same tune. They're not even on the same rhythm or beat. But they're out there just making noise. And everybody's like, yo, clap it up for the birds. No, tell the birds to shut up. Like, this is crazy. This is 100%. Shout out to Mark for the 250. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to Theresa Bonds for the 250 as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Like I said, this is crazy. This is 1,000% crazy. Like I said, so this is not my first. Well, I'm going to just sit up and say it like this. A lot of people who watch my standard issued, long form content, they're not going to hear this at all. But like I said, this is stuff that I've dealt with for a great portion of my life before I even got directly on social media. I was already having these conversations and having to deal with this stupid illogical thought process that people want to fall directly into because it's only self-serving. Because like the woman said, she was like, yo, all of this is basically about me. I'm the most important person in the room. There's only so few rare times in that conversation where she said an hour or an us. Like I said, like that's crazy to me. That's 1,000% crazy. And you're saying this with your chest out as if this is something like proud. Yeah, I don't clean. He does that. I don't sit up there and cook. I pretty much I cook for myself, or if cooking does happen, my husband is cooking, for both me and him. What, brother? Like, so when it deals with like gifts, is it just your husband buying gifts? Because we're dealing with the feminist ideology where it's all about you, where it's all about centering the woman. So are you the only one getting gifts? Like, what does your husband get out of this whole situation? That's what I'm trying to sit up there and really, get and understand, because she didn't speak nothing about love. She didn't speak nothing about validation. She didn't speak nothing about respect. All she said was like, hey, all my husband got to do is just give everything important to me. And then, he's going to get, whatever he gets directly out of the situation. Brother, what? What are we talking about? This is a far cry from what women were sitting up there saying online, talking about they need relationships to be equal and this, that, and the third. This is why I sat up there and told people before. This is why I do not believe in the whole concept of equality, because women be full on BS when it deals with that concept. They cherry pick. There was nothing about equality in this situation of which she said that she was married. And again, I'm not even sure if she's married at all, because I looked at her hand. I did not spot a ring. And again, you got women on here that get on here and lie, and they sit up there and say that they're either in a relationship or they're married or a combination of both. And they're not in either or, but they're just making content, and women are going to fluctuate and believe them just because they're a woman. And we're in a society where you're supposed to just believe all women just because they say something. And even when the truth comes directly out, when the woman is a liar, it's still believe all women. Matter of fact, that just brings me up to another woman. There was what was that Somalian girl? What was her name? Rhonda Osman, whatever it is. She's free right now. And I got a video where a guy actually walked up on her in New York. Some dude was sitting up there, cuffing her. He boyfriend or girlfriend or whatnot, whatever. That's a stupid fool. But he is with her, and she's just out there just walking around and just, technically looking strange. Like I said, I know where a lot of that money went, and it went to, body modifications, augmentations, and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, women believed her. It was one of the greatest. Like I said, I got to clap it up for her. I got to clap it up for Rhonda Osman, whatever her name is, the brick lady, because she made one of the most divisive content series within this 10 years when it deals with black men and black women I've ever seen. Nobody can sit up there and come close to her, because as soon as she came out and basically said black men did this, black men did that, and they didn't sit up there and do this, and they didn't sit up there and do that, you saw black women all over the side. They'd be like, yeah, this is how black men do. Look at how they don't want to sit up there and protect black women. Look how they sit up there calling us black women a liar and this, that, and the third. And then when it came out that she was a liar, do you think that those same black women that was coming after and attacking black men on social media and saying that they ain't this and ain't that and making all of these videos, do you think they came out and to apologize? They never did. They never did, and they still won't. It's just like white women, and when it deals with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, do you think that white women came out and apologized? Nope, they're still on Amber Heard's side, still to this day. They'll be like, Amber Heard is she's so brave. Amber Heard is one of us. We got to stand up for her from now until the beginning of time. Down with Johnny Depp, down with his career. It's crazy. It is diabolical. Amber Heard not only basically hindered or brought down Johnny Depp's career to a point, but she also harmed DC movies, aka Aquaman, to the point where they had to cut her out the film. People talked about Jonathan Majors. Before Jonathan Majors, there was Amber Heard. And DC was already suffering with films. As soon as she came directly up in there, and she was Aquaman's wife, and then this whole trial came out, they had to do as much as they can to sit up there and cut her out the film. Crazy work. That is diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Let me tell you something. A woman got up on the stand talking about my dog stepped on the bee. I'm like, word? That's a crying situation. Your dog stepped on a bee and you sitting up here. Yo, the greatest acting Amber Heard ever did was on that trial when she had to take the stand. That was the greatest acting she has ever. Like I said, I got to clap it up for Amber Heard. Like I said, those tears, they have brought down civilizations and kingdoms, and they still do it to this day. Like I said, that is masterful work. That is masterful. That is art. Let me tell you right there, that is some Shakespearean wizardry. It's diabolical. Let me tell you. Yo, that is wild out here, but it'd be like that. It 100%, be like that. Let me see. Somebody said, "Are you a misogynist?" I mean, I guess so. Whatever you need to call me, whatever you feel. Whatever you feel, just sitting up there saying, like I said, I whatever demon or devil that you need, that is what I will be directly for you. That's the way I sit up there and tell people. Like I said, shout out to being a villain. I will be that for anybody who needs one. Because the greatest villain that you ever have to face is yourself, but because you're too weak to actually face it, that brings you here to me. So now we're going to go directly to the next video that we have directly up here. And this one is dealing. Let me get down some of these, put down some of these videos here. Wait, did we? Yeah, okay, that was that one. That was this one here. Here. Okay. So now we're going to go directly to this video here. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that everybody is well acquainted with Tasha K, especially if you deal with black spaces. You know who Tasha K is, right? And a lot of the content that she covers, right? So now this one has to do with Tasha K. She who has an African husband. She came directly at foundational Black Americans, and she had a lot to say about foundational Black Americans. So we're going to take a listen to what's going on and how that ended up working, right?
FBA movement. My kids are African. My grandfather is Bahamian. Knowing that we're Hebrew, even though your lineage could come from South Africa or Liberia, or hell, your lineage may come from Jamaica, it may come from Latin America. You don't damn know. They called my husband an African booty scratcher. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK.
Right. So we heard that part, right? And I want to note to a lot of people, and I'm going to point this as specific as possible, because Tasha K, and like I said, she does great work, right? No problem, with the work. I remember Brother Phil was talking about the stuff that she does and everything of the sort. And she was specifically speaking to Black women. She ain't talking to white women, Asians, Indian, Mexican, South American, whatever you want. She ain't talking to no other group out here. She's talking to Black American women when she's directing this speech and everything that she is giving, right? And this is a woman that has a platform. So, and like I said, I give it up to her. Like, she came up there, she was like, "Hey," she's not going to allow anybody to say anything wrong about her husband. I respect that. She came up in full defense, but you stepped into a whole nother field. You went from, like, talking about celebrities and gossip. Now you done, sort of went into like a political, type of area that you're not really, in a sense, technically in, and it ended up getting you in some hot water, and it kind of backfired, right? So let's take a look at some more clips here.
Husband, an African booty scratcher. They said that I cannot speak on the foundational Black American movement because I'm married to a booty scratcher. Here's what I think about the FBA movement and any other movement that has to do with Young Pharaoh, Brother Polite, Dr. Umar Johnson, all of these movements that y'all look up to, all these men, okay, that I guess guide you to help elevate your consciousness. Here's what I would say about the FBA movement. It's no different than the KKK. Meant to divide, meant to separate you, to isolate you, to have you looking at other races that look like you and hating them for no reason. That is the same foundation and principles that the Ku Klux Klan build themselves on, which is protecting their whiteness, their pureness, not knowing that they are not pure. It's a lie. And I don't get involved in these types of conversations because it's ridiculous. And it's very unintelligent to talk about, to even speak on, that I would deny my own children, my own grandfather, my own mother, just to protect what? A movement? Y'all don't put food on my plate? Y'all don't pay none of my bills? Y'all sitting in living rooms with bonnets on, causing division because you angry, trying to be accepted, no different than a gang on gang crime when you got them little boys in Chicago or any other city taking each other out over what? Just because you look different, you said something, now we got adults actually doing.
Now you heard that, right? Tasha K, she specifically said all y'all do is sit in your living rooms with bonnets on. She ain't talking about no other demographic. She's talking about Black American women. And again, every single Black American woman does not wear a bonnet. But again, going with the stereotype and who that stereotype is normally applied to, that would be Black American women. And again, this is her going directly off, right? And this is and this is what I talked about before, where people want to go directly to like the Chicago point of view, where it's like, in Chicago, you got such and such, people that just sat up there and this, that, and the third, and all these other types of things. And I'm like, yeah, now this is what we're doing. This is how we're gonna sit up there and fly this. We're gonna go the Chicago route. That's wild, brother. That's 100% wild. 100% wild. Let me see if I can get the other clip, because there was a woman that pulled directly up that had a rebuttal for Tasha K, right? Let me see if I can make sure if I got that in mind, even try to add captions directly to it. Let me see this and this. Do I have, now that's going to be the question. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. For whatever reason, I did not actually get this clip, which is weird. All right, so I actually got it now. Let me just get this real quick. I thought, wait. Let me before I do that, let me just make sure I don't have it in the back. Let me make, yeah, I actually didn't know. Oh, that's weird. All right, so let me just put up, because there was a Black woman, like I said. Shout out to the Black woman that was in the video that responded directly to Tasha K. Let me see. Hopefully this will download as it should. Because I can't really see what the video is. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. So we got it. All right. So this is going to be the rebuttal. This was a black woman that gave a rebuttal. She called in Natasha K, and this is what she had to state. Right?
Because you're upset that you think that I'm attacking you or whatever. And no, but I will say this, it's not divisive. You just haven't met all of us. Now, what I won't do, I appreciate everybody, but what you're not going to do, and that's as far as African, they have pejorative terms for us as a group.
That's
we
right.
have been known as an Akata, a Jank, a Yankee, all these things. And that has been over the years, even in the 60s, 70s, and before that.
Yep.
A person who ran across that border today and anchored themselves here by the 14th Amendment that was meant for the babies of slaves is not the same. That is a melanated immigrant. Everybody originated from Africa. Let's understand that. Everybody, including white people. But if it's divisive for some FBA to label their lineage, then it's just as divisive when nobody says anything about, oh, they're Bahamian American or they're Caribbean American. It's not the same thing. There is a difference. We all were enslaved, but there is a difference from us and a boat stop. And that's only offensive because we're telling the truth. For years, a lot of these people, not all, because I don't classify all, even though you're sitting here classifying all FBA as the same, no ma'am. All of us are not. But what they're not going to do is sit up here and disrespect us. And I hear you saying that some FBA can be disrespectful to Africans. I will admit that. But I haven't heard you once say, because you labeling all of us, that some of them call us a Jareer, an Akata, cotton picker, all these things. Let's be clear. Your boat stop, we all have a boat stop. That's damn true. That's very true. But you left your boat stop to come to this boat stop. We had an ethnogenesis. We are different. If it's not wrong for someone to label themselves as Caribbean American and they left their boat stop or their parents came here and anchored them here with that 14th Amendment, it's not divisive. Now, I get it. Those people.
So, right, we heard that. That's as long as that clip that I have was able to go. But we heard the rebuttal. And as stated before, and I'm going to state again, along with the various videos that I've done on this, I've seen every other folk from other countries come directly up and wave their flags, been flag banging. You just had a Jamaican and you had a Dominican parade and all these other types of things. It's completely fine and dandy for everybody to show that they are separate from Black Americans. It's fine and dandy for everybody to be proud of where it is that they came from, their blood originated from, and everything of the sort. But then when Black Americans do the exact same thing, now it's a foul. Now it's a flag on the plate. Now it's problematic. Now it's seen as divisive. It's seen as separatist or separatism, or seen as xenophobic, or seen as hateful, and all these other types. Like I said, that's the main problem. All of these folks, like Tasha K and many others, who are amongst or with these other people, it's like they're so blinded that they don't see the wrongdoings that the people that they are around are doing. As the Black woman stated, it was like, yo, Africans got all of these names directly for us, and they've been doing this even before I was born. The lady even stated from like the 60s that they had names directly for us. So beyond all of the social media, beyond all of the movies and everything that we are able to see that art imitate life and life imitate art, Africans been sitting up there doing this. They've been on this type of time. But for whatever reason, it's like people overlook it, don't want to acknowledge it, or if they do acknowledge it, they be like, well, Black Americans been sitting up here doing this. Let's look at how the Black Americans been sitting up here treating Africans, or what the Haitians like to sit up there and do. Like, yeah, we've been fighting for our lives in America. Like, as soon as we got here in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, like, yeah, all Black Americans, they were just trying to out there and jump us. They was always trying to fight us. We had to fight and fend for our lives, and this is why we created, Zopound and all this other type of stuff to sit up there and had the Black Americans back down and rah. I'm like, yeah, okay. Everybody got a negative story about Black Americans. Everybody magically got stories. Black Americans attacking them. Black Americans doing this. Black Americans doing it. None of these groups got no positive stories though, right? These are also the same groups, including Africans, who like to sit up and say that Black Americans, in comparison to them, Black Americans, we don't got no culture. We don't got no excuse me, we don't got no traditions, right? We don't got our own nothing. Or if we do have something that we can claim, here come Africans. They be like, yo, rap and hip hop and R&B, jazz, that's actually us. We originally, you know, when you look at Africa, we already had all of that, you know, directly over here. So that all comes from us. The way that y'all run like Jesse Owens and athleticism and oh yeah, all that comes from Africa. Everything that you are, Black Americans, all of that comes from Africans. But I'm like, it's crazy because I'm like, when it deals with like, you know, Jamaicans, Haitians, and everybody else creating their own music, I don't see Africans trying to claim that. I never seen Africans trying to claim European architecture, art, or whatever it is that they got. Never seen Africans pull up to the scene to claim any of that stuff. But when it specifically and only deals with Black Americans, here they come, and especially when it deals with the Pan-Africans, here they come to tell every single Black American, no, y'all African. Everybody else is who they are in the world, but you 40 some odd million Black Americans, all of y'all are African. And y'all need to admit and submit directly to that. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, wasn't there multiple boat stops? Can't you go to slavevoyager.com or whatever it is, and it specifically tells you how many Africans were dropped off in the United States, and then how many were dropped off in the Caribbean, and how many were dropped off in South America? Can't we sit up there and go directly with that? Can we find that? And then on top of that, you know, speaking on that, all of those, what happened to all of those slave ships? Didn't they just recently sit up there and find, you know, about like, you know, 5 or 10 years ago or something like that? Didn't they find like Noah's Ark somewhere up there in the mountains? Something like, if that giant boat can sit up there and survive, where are all of the slave ships? Where are the slave? Magically, they all rotted out, right? Magically, they all sank to the bottom of the ocean. Magically, people didn't, you know, take care of those ships and preserve them to preserve that history. They just was like, we're going to do this, and we're going to erase the history on those ships, but we're going to let people know that slavery happened and that we were transporting these millions of people, you know, back and forth. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. So we got Noah's Ark. We got Noah's Ark that scientists have pretty much found, but yeah, we can't find none of those slave ships. I guess the sharks, a megalodon or something, got directly to it, a mesosaurus or something like that. Some ocean dwelling creature like Loch Ness monster or a Titan boat. Something got to those ships and it just like ate them and sent them into a black hole somewhere in outer space where we can't sit up and get to them. Like it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird how that took place and happened. But again, even if some Africans did make it directly over here, you still have people directly up over here. And then it got to a certain point where they cut off the importation of Africans directly to this country. So again, who are the rest of the Black people here? And then if you go directly from that, you also had natives, you had Blacks, you had Negroes that were being transported from the United States to Africa, right? Didn't they send them directly to Liberia? So again, I'm just trying to, whatever. Like I said, y'all got it. Y'all got it, you know. Like I said, people got it, man. You know, it's whatever it is. You said they found a sunken slave ship over near Venezuela or Argentina. I can't remember exactly. I think this year or last year. I mean, I wonder if that was a slave ship or if it might have been a ship for something else. You know, because remember, you did have people transporting goods, you know, all types of like metals and different things of the sort. You know, I mean, like I said, anything is possible. But you know, for me, for record's sake, I'm just trying to figure. I would love to see all of the slave ships, because I put it to you like this, right? We know that chattel slavery existed in the United States because we can still go to those plantations. They still got the mansions and the houses and everything. So we clearly know. We can look at the land. We know the land that people worked, right? We can see the houses that the slaves were in. We can see the mansions that the Candyland, right? We can clearly see all of those things, but the one thing that we just can never find anything of, especially when it deals with the United States, we can never see these slave ships. We know slavery happened mainland, but we can never see the transportation. People can point to directions and say that this happened, and this happened, but we don't have nothing on that. And again, this is coming from the same people who know less about the ocean. We know 1%. Let me put it to you like this. We know 1% about the ocean, but we know all of this stuff about space. So I'm supposed to look at those exact same people and believe them when they sit up there and talk about slave ships. You don't even know what's at the bottom of the ocean. Y'all still exploring and finding brand new species, brand new areas of which life is not supposed to live, but it is living. Like, what? Like I said, people got it. People got it, man. It's, so now, so now, past that one, we're gonna go to Tasha K again, because she had an apology video, right? And again, she sat up there and stated to the black women out there, y'all don't pay the bills, y'all really are a non-factor for all intents and purposes. You really are a non-factor, and y'all don't make no moves or do nothing here, right? So let's listen to the apology.
To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as the KKK, to anybody that I've offended, I didn't mean to offend you. I don't do that. I want any and everybody to be up in here having a good time. Lately, on social media, given the Nolan Wells situation, I mean, just any and everything that has to do with our culture, our people, blacks as a whole, for some reason, I have been dragged into these conversations. So yesterday's show, had me fired up, because to refer to my family, and I get it, everybody has, they say any and everything about my family, but to see, I guess, them say that I don't somehow care about my people because I married an African man. To refer to me and my platform, or my husband, as booty scratcher. Now, he laughed about it. It's fine. But for me, I don't know, that hit different because I got a son. And to see our own black people, like, that's cool. That's cool. So here's the thing. And everybody's entitled. But here's the thing.
So let me just pause it real quick. So Rabbi, you're right. Everything does decompose in different climates, right? But these are the same scientists or archaeologists who are able to find fossils. They're able to find all of this technology from past times, right? And these are in various different climates. So they're finding things directly underwater near Mexico, near China. Right, they're finding these very antique, old type of technologies of which they can't even explain, right? And we're dealing with things decomposing, rotting, or rusting, right? But we're also dealing with the same people that are able to preserve certain types of knowledge and history, so they can preserve. Right, down south, they got a lot of storms, right? We've seen that the White House after war was able to be rebuilt from what it originally was, right? So now we're sitting up there dealing with the fact that the exact same people who are good at preserving history did not preserve the most important part, which was them bringing slaves directly over. So none of them decided to be like, all right, we're going to sit up there and at least save about 15 to 25 of the slave ships. We're going to bring them on shore, and we're going to have them directly in this warehouse so that we can preserve this history. They preserve everything else. They preserve the bones of slaves. They preserve the lampshades that they made of slaves, the Bible books, the shoes, the hair that they took or they shaved directly off of black slaves and put it directly into their couches or their furniture and things of that nature. They preserve all of this other type of history and make sure to sit up there and keep it. But when it deals with the main thing that helped to create, quote unquote, America, what it is today, because supposedly there was no black people on the face of this continent, right? That main part of history, they just let go to the wayside. That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any type of sense to me. And then on top of that, we got certain lakes in different areas where wood is actually preserved. Now, again, some people could sit up to say, well, it got mineral deposits. It's in, an enclosed or, an enclosed point and this, that, and the third. That could also be true as well, too. But usually wherever you have water, that water is coming from somewhere. We got a lot of aquifers and different things. I brought y'all a story before where they sat up there and said that we actually have more water underneath the Earth's crust versus what we actually have on that we can actually see. So we have other oceans and lakes that are underneath the Earth's crust. Right. So if that is the case, then it also means that we have, the same water is coming directly up through the cracks and over time and all this other type of stuff formulates, lakes, rivers and whatnot or whatever you want to sit up and say. Maybe even to the extent of waterfalls and springs, even though some people would venture, got to put on a conspiracy theory and dealing with some other stuff here. Some people will sit up there and say that comes from the chopped down trees, the giant trees, aka if you look at the Avatar movie, those giant chopped down trees. Whenever you happen to see mountains and all this other type of stuff, and it's flat on top, But then that again, like I said, that dives into a whole nother thing. And I'm trying to stay very much on topic, but it's very tough sometimes. But like I said, I'm just saying, all of these folks are very good at preserving a lot of stuff, but magically, a crucial point in history when it deals with the United States, they didn't preserve it. They didn't encapsulate it. Right? Again, that's just weird to me. It's weird to me. But let's keep going with Tasha K's apology. I think the other thing I wanted to bring up is that her husband laughed at it. He didn't have a problem with it. She was the one that had a problem. So she's the one that basically made this into something that she really didn't need to, sit up there and do. But let's keep going.
I didn't have to react that way because at the end of the day, when I get up here, whether I make $1 or not, and I was unmonetized on this platform for a long time. To anybody that felt offended by me referring to FBA as the KKK, I wholeheartedly apologize. All I saw was divisiveness, and I saw a group of people attacking me, attacking my family. So I attacked back. So I'm grateful to my winos that are on the app that are educating me, that are emailing me, that are apologizing for, I guess, the few bad actors that are out there. But when you do Google it, that's all that comes up. Divisiveness. I don't know who's representing y'all's lineage or our lineage because, I'm from America. I was born here. My mom was born here. One thing that bothers me is when I see black on black, like racism. I'm completely ignorant when it comes to this movement. I just know how I felt.
See, I was overlooking one thing because she said like her mom and her, but she didn't say nothing about her father. But I think we went over that in the previous clip, but then she sat up there and said the black on black divisiveness or racism. Brother, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm a little bit confused. Again, like I said before, Africans don't consider themselves black. It wasn't up until recent that you really heard Africans consider themselves black. The only difference is technically when it deals with South Africa. That's when they have the different tier lists of China, Indian, Boers or whatever it is, who the white South Africans, and then you have black and mixed and all this other or colored, right? Only in South Africa is the world a different place there versus the rest of Africa. The rest of Africa, they call themselves Ethiopian, Kenyan, Zimbabwean, Congolese, Nigerian, and Sudanese, right? And all these other things. Whatever their reason is, wherever they're from, that's what they consider themselves to be. They don't normally naturally call themselves black. It wasn't up until recently, better yet, it wasn't looking at the other videos that I've done before when Africans speak on the differences in between black Americans and Africans and how the culture of Africa versus America is. They specifically stated that they never categorized themselves as black up until they came into the United States. And that's when they understood that there is this type of system here where it's white, black, and all this other, type of thing. Because again, there's a specific history. The rest of Africa, in a sense, really didn't have that history. Again, the only difference is South Africa. So technically, in a sense, South Africans would be the closest thing that they would have to what it is that black Americans have, in a sense, faced when it dealt with like racism and being branded word wise by another group of people or rebranded, but like I said, black Americans are the most rebranded group directly out here, bar none. Nobody even comes close at all. But like I said, it wasn't up until recently that a lot of these Africans wanted to start calling themselves black. And again, moving directly on to the conversation dealing with reparations, and how that has started to gain traction and it has weight directly to it, where you have people in certain positions of power, um, speaking on it. You even got celebrities speaking on it. So now a lot of these Africans, they be like, yeah, we're all black and this, that, and the third. You got the people from the Caribbean, yeah, we're black too. Yeah. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm like, we're not doing that. We're no, 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 no. Like I said, that flat blackness, I told people a while ago, that needed to sit up there and stop. That needed to stop. That needed to stop. And I'm going to sit up there and be honest. Originally, I remember when I first started the platform, I was in a sense, speaking on a whole, quote unquote flat blackness, right? Because I didn't have the perception to look at certain things and how it was going to be later on in the future. I caught it quicker, right? I caught it, before it got to this point. Right. I didn't sit up there and like catch up and I'm like, yeah, now I'm at this point of understanding. No, it was within I put it within maybe the second to second and a half, maybe the third year of doing this, where that really became the main thing that I was talking about and bringing directly up. But at times you will hear me go back and forth, in between the two, dealing with the situations, the politics, the police, and everything of the sort. But then slowly but surely, you started to see more and more of these folks be like, yo, don't call us black, I'm African. Don't call us black, I'm Haitian. Don't call us black, I'm Jamaican. Don't call us black, I'm Caribbean. Don't call us black, I'm Dominican. I started to see this more and more. And then, of course, the flag banging. And I'm like, I got you. I got you. I understand now. So let me sit up here and get directly with the times. Let me get directly in order. And let me sit up there and make the corrections that need to be made. Like I said, the main thing that was taught directly to us was the whole thing of that everybody was black. Everybody should be considered black, and everybody goes through the exact same situation. No, we don't. We don't. Like I said, I'm just not at the point in time of being in that space anymore, because I've been taught and shown otherwise. Because like I said, people want to divide themselves by sitting up there saying that their culture is better than black Americans. They want to say that they're more educated, that they got more money, that they got, more land, that they're doing better and everything of the sort. But it's because of black Americans that they're comfortable and they're able to do the things that they're currently able to do in the United States. So, because people don't want to respect black Americans and everything that we have fought for and, forged, directly through and everything that we were able to create, so be it. And I've said that, so many times throughout a multitude of videos over these years. And then since I decided to sit up there and do that, here comes the main people who separated themselves. They'd be like, yo, it's like this your content is like it's divisive. It's like, Africans and black Americans, we all one. We really all the same. And your content ain't really helping because we need to unify. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. Because when black Americans were going through slavery here in the United States, where were Africans? That's my question, right? Since people say that we need to sit up there and unify, right? When black Americans were sitting up there going through slavery, where were the Caribbeans? Where were these Haitians? Where were these Jamaicans? Where were these Africans? Where were all of these other folks that sit up there and say that now we should be doing this flat blackness? Where were y'all at? Where were y'all at with the ships, with the warships, with the armies? Like, what happened? What was up? What happened? Like I said, when you happen to specifically place that question directly out here, nobody has anything to say. Nobody has anything to say, and I'm like, that's wild to me. That is wild. 100% wild. Like nobody ever has any answers for that. Just like with those slave ships, but it'd be like that. But then going back to the thing that Tasha K was basically trying to say that the FBA is the same as the KKK. That's a little bit weird to me because they have a history of what it is that they've done. Matter of fact, I got a book directly on it. It's a pictorial book, and it shows you the grisly, gruesome images of what it is that they did to black Americans. Now, where could I find the exact same type of book, but it's just all white people? I've never seen it. Never seen it. Matter of fact, there's tons of stories out there dealing with massacres that didn't happen in black towns, or in areas where you might have had one or a few, black folks there, and you got a lot of these folks pulling up to the scene and they horses or performing drive-bys. Like I said, if you really want to talk about who did drive-bys, white people were the first ones to do drive-bys. If you really think about it back in the day, because think about who really had the guns, who had the armaments, who had the means. And think about who it is that they found as a threat. Even if black people are in their own neighborhoods, you heard stories of black people either getting firebombed, their houses torched, or their houses getting bullet ridden. And that was to strike fear. That was to let them know, quote unquote, who's in control, who's in power, who has the say so, who could either take your life or allow you to live. You don't got those same stories back during that time happening in white communities, happening to white folks. You got these hearsay stories where it's like, oh, this black heat, they did this to this white family in 1918. Really? So how is it possible that when it deals with these stories, that every single time we deal with people trying to have these this memorabilia, right? A lot of these pictures and whatnot, how is it possible that it's always you guys, white folks, that have this in like some type of treasure chest? Y'all got this in the attic. Y'all got all of these flags, y'all got these postcards, you got these pictures, right? You got these family heirlooms. Why is it that we never have this in the black community? Why don't we have the reverse, where folks are using white babies as alligator bait? Why are there not stories like that in the reverse, or using you guys to play polo? Why don't we have that in the reverse? Or slavery in the United States by way of blacks? Why don't we have that in the reverse? Black people gaining their wealth off of the backs of white slaves. Why don't we have that in the? Like I said, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out, because all of a sudden in this time period, I've never seen so many people try to be victims. Again, we're dealing with projection. For all of these years, whenever the truth comes out, white people are like, oh, you guys are, you just want to be victims, and you're trying to be victims. You're bringing up old stuff and da da da. And here come white folks of this time period, like, yo, we're afraid of the blacks. The blacks are on the attack. When blacks attack, right? That whole type of thing where they bring up all of these stories. I'm like, oh, but look at what this black person set up here and did, and this, that, and the third, and all these other, like, this is why we have to fear for ourselves. Or better yet, the story that I brought to you guys before, where the white dude was up there talking about, if you're a white man, you're dating a black woman, you need to arm up, you need to get ready, prepare to defend yourself, because we're under attack, because the blacks don't like us when we're dating their women. There's been so many times as a white man that I've had my life threatened, or these men out here, they postured directly towards me, violence, or they said things directly to me, tried to have me shooketh. But then I learned, because I have my black queen directly by my side, I got to arm up and protect myself with my AR-15. Sold in the Kmart or Super K near you. It's like, yo, it's just like I said, it's wild out here. It's it's 100% wild. It's 100% wild. 100% wild. You talking about? Oh, you said, hold on, who was that? Gen X. Yo, what's up, man? You said, am I a CIA operative? Explain to me what that would mean. Explain to me what because so just so you know that I'm talking directly to you. Explain to me what a CIA operative would actually be. Explain that to me real quick. Let me see. Maybe I might get this book real quick. Let me see. Gonna give you some time, my brother. Gonna give you some time to explain what it is that you mean. Do. Gonna give you some time, brother. Give you some time. Because I want to Because well, I'm giving you time. That'll give me some time to look some stuff up in my handy dandy book. Because you were talking about the CIA, so I actually found the stuff that I was looking for. So anytime you're ready for that, you say you're not smart enough to be a teacher, right? All right, no problem, right? So let me just read something to you real quick that you might have never heard before, right? So they said, according to Immigration and Naturalization Services, gave Cubans temporary legal status. Then, near the end of his term, Eisenhower established the Cuban Refugee Emergency Center to coordinate relief to Cuban arrivals. The program, renamed and expanded by Kennedy, gave Cubans access to all kinds of resources: work permits, job training, English classes, small loans, subsidies and childcare, housing assistance, and job referrals. Access to those benefits allowed Cubans to work for lower wages than others, sometimes for as little as half the wages garnered by their black counterparts. One report estimated that between 1959 and 1962, 12,000 African Americans lost jobs to Cubans. Sometimes it was the United States government itself that gave Cubans employment. Let me repeat that one more time, because you said that I'm a CIA operative, right? So one report estimated that between 1959 and 1962, 12,000 African Americans lost jobs to Cubans. Sometimes it was the United States government itself that gave the Cubans employment. In the early 1960s, the CIA, let me repeat that again. In the early 1960s, the CIA had 12,000 Cubans on its payroll, making it one of the largest employers in that state of Florida. In fact, the CIA's largest station in the world, outside of headquarters in Langley, Virginia, was located in Miami. The agency also controlled more than 50 front businesses, a large number of them Little Havana. These were CIA-owned Cuban exile-run travel agencies, gun shops, real estate offices, and alike. Such ventures, quote, helped exiles hone their entrepreneurial skills and boosted them economically, though they did nothing to topple Castro. It was the assistance from the United States government, the CIA, not only cultural capital or up by the bootstraps determination that made the early exiles golden. So I'm a little bit confused, right? I showed you what real CIA operatives basically get. It told you directly in the book what the government specifically did. It gave them money. It fronted them businesses. It allowed them to do the things necessary. And this is why you see the Cubans in Florida as they are today. And then you turn around and you still want to ask me, am I a CIA operative? Where do you see that at? Where do you see me? Like if you saw me, let's say like a Kai Sanat, if I was like an iSpeed, if I was like an Ice Poseidon, a PewDiePie, if I was like a Mr. Beast, all right, you might have some legs directly on that. But I'm just trying to figure out, where in the blue world do you see CIA anywhere? That's what I'm trying to figure out. No, Shauna, let that person go, because I'm waiting for them, because like I said before, I'm trying to figure out, when people want to make these assumptions or these accusations, I'm trying to figure out what proof do they specifically have, because, again, if you're going to ask a question, you already have a certain type of belief. You already have something pre-written that you already believe, no matter what answer that I, in a sense, give. I can sit up there and say no. They're still going to sit up there and believe their main first thing. If you're questioning, am I a CIA operative, automatically you already from the jump already believe that I was a part of the government, that I was CIA, that I was here and I was planning and this, that, and the third. I'm just trying to sit up there and figure out where is the explosive growth? Where's the meteoric rise to fame? Where am I on any of these mainstream media, platforms and doing these interviews and this, that, and the third? Like I said, you got what's the dude's name? You got Brandon Tatum out here. You see the interviews that he's doing. You see the way that he's doing, but you're not going to say that he's an operative. you see a lot of figures that he's interviewing and aligning himself directly with, but you're not going to sit up there and question if he's a government operative or if he's paid for or not. But somebody that's on a smaller scale, that doesn't have the same light, notoriety, doesn't even have anywhere of the ounce of fame that a Brandon Tatum has, magically you come out the blue and you're like, oh, it seems like you're CIA. Where? Where? Because my main thing is I explained to you proof about what the CIA does. And I'm waiting for you to sit up there and showcase to everybody where is it that I'm CIA. It should be very easy for you to sit up there and do. You got a lot of knowledgeable people online, a lot of people that happen to do research and everything of the sort. I'm just trying to sit up there and figure that out. Like I said, for years I've been hearing people sit up there and write in my comment section like, "Oh, you're a government op, you're this, you're that." Just because people sit up there and say it a few times does not mean that it's true. Especially if you don't have any type of facts to sit up there and back it up. Like I said, that's just weird. That's 1,000% weird, but whatever allows people to be comfortable, I guess. But you said he got nothing else to talk. You're not saying anything. You got nothing else to actually mention. Like I said, I can say no, I'm not a CIA or a government operative. Does that mean that you're automatically going to believe it? No. The next course is like, okay, well, show us proof that you're not this, that, and the third. That's why I sat up here and said, like, it doesn't even matter. I mean, just because you keep repeating the exact same thing, howling like a hit dog. So because I took the time to sit up there and actually explain something, and I read something that deals with history that shows the way that the government moves and how it is that they will empower certain groups of people in order to position them into a certain place where they can be a stopgap so that they can be a hindrance. And I showcased and read off how it is that the government enabled, and they gave what, like 50 storefronts to the Cubans, guns and all this other type of stuff, gave proof directly to what the government does. And then what I'm simply stating is that this is what the government has done. So show me where the government is doing that for me right now. That's all I'm saying. I gave you proof of what the CIA and the government does. It's written and it's documented. You can look it up yourself. So I'm just saying, in comparison, show me where the government is doing that for me. I answered your question while giving an answer. So let me repeat again. No, I'm not a part of any government organization, agency, or whatnot, or whatever. But again, even if I say that, does that mean that you're going to believe it? No, it doesn't. You said, like you're repeating the exact same rot to divide Black Americans. So what are you talking about? Africans are not Black Americans. So, and again, I'm talking about what I've been covering here, dealing with Tasha K. Africans are not Black Americans. So what are we talking about here? I'm trying to figure out where are you exactly going with this one here. Just trying to figure out. And I think you said something earlier about that I could not be a teacher or something like that. What was it? What was it? Let me see. Coward, you're not smart enough, Mr. Teacher. And that was going back to the exact same thing. Show your face. So on this platform, why don't you look up the live streams where I've shown my face? If you've been here long enough and you said I've ignored you, shouldn't you have used that time wisely to just go back to the videos where I've shown my face? Wouldn't that actually be easy for you to do? I leave all of that stuff up there. You said the truth will reveal all. Okay, so no problem. So go look at the live streams and the videos where I showed my face. just do that. Is that not simple enough for you to do, or is that too difficult? Is that a Herculean feat for you to do? To press a few buttons and to look. Matter of fact, hold on. You do know on the picture of the platform, the little image up there, my face is right there. So my face is not only there, but it's also in live streams and or videos when I first started, doing the live streams and videos that way. Like I said, it's the weirdest. It's like the craziest thing is like it's people who are faceless want to see somebody else's face. That's the craziest work right there. You yourself don't even have an image. You yourself don't even have a picture up there. You got just one image up there, and it's not even of you. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me see something real quick. Let me go directly. Let me see. Where are you at? Where are you at? Let me look at. Let me see. Oh, you're this person. I remember you. I remember you. Now that I look directly at your page, I remember you. It's crazy. Yeah, you're just all over the place, realistically. I would technically just like to state that you're too old to be doing this. 1972, is it? Yeah, you too old to be doing this. You way too old to be doing this. Like, I'm just going through. Like I said, the main thing that you should just focus on, like I said, you know what? You might be going through some stuff right now. I'm just going to sit up there and be nice. You're an older individual, right? Just focus on your content. Focus on that stuff. That's what you need to do. You need to focus on the content that been doing. And like I said, that's some wild work. Like I said, fixate and focus on the stuff that you've been, talking directly about. That's it. That's what you need to focus on. Like I said, I'm in my space. The only time that I even knew anything about you is when you decided to let me know that you exist and that you got a problem, and when I decided to peer directly over to whatever your content is. Like I said, and I told people before, normally I mind my business. Normally I do. And in most cases, normally I would sit up there and grill folks who want to come directly over here talking nonsense. But like I said, you're older. It's cool. And I'm gonna, let you be where you are. I tend to try my best to respect older people. Like I said, we're not even a part of the same age range. Yo, we got the troll account that came back up here. That's crazy. We got all the trolls popping up here today. Yo, that's some wild work. Like, if you're gonna sit up here and troll, you might as well donate $1. You might as well do it. You're spending time here anyway. You're not really doing that with yourselves. You sitting here on your couch watching me talk directly to you. Why don't you go out there and make some of yourself? Come to Everest College. It's like, shout out to the Everest, man. Like, those were my commercials right there. Crazy work, let me tell you. Yeah, you're 54. Yeah, I think a stroke, or you might be going through a stroke right now. Something you got to be. You going through like some type of old age situation or something like that. Like I said, I don't know what you're dealing with, ma'am. You might want to go. You might want to go see somebody. Just go see somebody. Go do something with that. Like I said, go get you a person, go get you a cat, go get you a dog or a cactus, wherever it is that you reside. You're 54 years old. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Too old to be doing this. Anyways, let's get back to the Tasha K.
When I was attacked, when my family was attacked, and I decided to just, here we go. I will lend my platform on Sunday. I want the people that y'all listen to, if they are true educators in this FBA lineage, I want to talk to them. There are a lot of people that are just like me that are confused, generally confused about what this is, please email me, unwindwithtasha@gmail.com. Let me know who are your teachers when it comes to the FBA lineage. If it's a great thing, I would love to open up my platform to educate more about it.
So let's just reading in math sure wasn't fundamental for SEIJIHITO. So writing that, you really thought that it was in your best interest to try to talk about education? My name is literally posted all over my page, and you still got the name wrong. How do you do that? How do you write this out? You didn't even spell and. You couldn't even, put up the, the other version of and like I said, I did N on purpose on one of my videos, and I knew I was doing it on purpose. But you sat up there and just messed up this whole thing on, and I'm not even really like a grammar police type of person. Like there's a lot of things. You said you spelled it purposely wrong, so you couldn't even spell you or and. So you did that purposely on purpose in order to get at me. I'm not understanding how that's a negative towards me. All right, fine. Minus the name, you mean to tell me that you couldn't spell and or you? Again, minus the name, what's the excuse for not being able to spell and or you? I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused. Like this is ridiculous. And you're the person that's talking about that you're rich and you got all of this money. Word? Yo, that's crazy. You said, see how much respect I have. I don't care nothing about your respect. That's what you don't understand. I don't care nothing about that. I got people that love and respect me. Who are you again? You're just a person that keeps spouting off about money that I don't care about. I got love and respect from people. So what's one less person? Nothing. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that is a wild work. That's wild work. But like I said, shout out to the trolls. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Trolls help make the world go around, at least when it deals with social media, right? So now we're going to go directly to another conversation. Wait, what was this one? Okay, that was a whole different video. So now let me just touch on the model minority, because I touched on this before, and it technically has something
Asian, like we heard
with the conversation, right? So this is going to be an Asian American, right? And she's going to talk about, as it says in the title, the model minority myth and everything of the sort, right? So let's just take a listen to this.
I say we as an Asian, like we heard about America and we learned that to survive in this country, we needed to align ourselves with whiteness and not blackness, because we didn't want to catch that smoke, essentially. So we aligned ourselves with whiteness. And so proximity to whiteness keeps us, quote unquote, safer. But in doing that, they can be like, ha, model minority. If the Asians can do it, why can't you do it? And so we created a wedge as people of color against other people of color.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. And then like the riots in LA, the wedge theory came in crazy because professionals from Asia came, but they're not allowed to be doctors here. But they can get a loan because they're proximity to whiteness. But they can only get a loan in black neighborhoods.
Right.
Where black people couldn't get loans.
Right.
And so there's that automatic tension.
Right. So you heard that directly from an Asian woman, and she explained everything that Black Americans have said for the longest time possible. And this is why a while ago I sat up there and told folks to, get away from that people are persons of color type of thing, because that's going to become an issue and a problem, because they're going to use that in order to get directly into other situations, because they feel that, okay, well, if we're here and we're directly with you as persons of color, then we can also speak on and be a part of and do all of this other type of stuff when it deals with topics. So this is why you got all of these islanders who are representatives in the United States, right? And they're quote unquote black, but they're not black. And whenever the conversation about reparations comes directly up, they never have nothing to say, or they shoot it directly down. And I've given you videos directly on that. So if from the beginning we made sure that there were bars to Black Americans, we wouldn't be dealing with a lot of these situations. We wouldn't have to deal with these outside representatives speaking on this and speaking of that and all this other type of stuff. We wouldn't have to deal with none of this nonsense. But because, everything is going to, bite us, in the future, this is currently where we are. And now we got to do all of the work, and it's going to be harder to do that work because we should have already did this, even to the extent of in the middle. If we couldn't catch it in the beginning, we should have worked, directly in the middle to get this situation sorted out so that we wouldn't have to, work on this right now. And we could have just, been focused on pushing and moving, a lot of other things forward. Right. So like I said, the whole thing of persons of color and everything in the sort, like I said, this is why you don't do that. This is why you don't do that. So just like how this is how Asians move, this is also how Indians move. You got to sit up there and pay attention. Let me see what else. There was another video as well too that I had directly up here. Do I want to put that one up there? I'll do this one, right?
Disturbing videos that I've seen.
So I just want to. Well, no. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let her speak. Matter of fact, how long is this video? Let me see something real quick. I'm not even sure how long the video directly is. Let me see something real quick. It's 2 minutes. All right. So I'm going to do my best to let her speak, all the way through without interrupting, so that we can get everything that she's stating. But I have more to add directly to this.
This is one of the most disturbing videos that I've seen in a very long time.
I got to start briefing the male teachers that teach in middle school and high school. One thing, nobody want to talk about the elephant in the room. Y'all got these grown men around these raging hormone young girls that's developing, bro. It needs to be spoke on, man. Hey, dog, don't lose your job over that. Don't lose your family over that. Don't get sent to prison and have a fucking charge on your jacket over that. Because we all got eyes. Yeah, you got to have that conversation with some motherfuckers, because you got to let motherfuckers know, hey, bro, you ain't going to get away with that shit.
I think what bothered me the most is the why. You shouldn't be doing this because you're going to get caught. And not because these are children.
Because we all got eyes. The girls are developing fast as a mother.
A child going through puberty does not suddenly become available to adults. So hip spreading, wearing shorts, getting taller, developing breasts is still a child. And another thing that makes me sick is that a lot of these grown men try to assign adult sexuality to children's bodies. You cannot determine a child's sexual history or even a woman's sexual history by simply looking at their body or their clothing.
It needs to be briefings early on. It needs to be seminars held specifically for targeting men, telling them why you shouldn't try to indulge in a high school student.
And even if a child was to have a crush on a teacher, the responsibility still falls on the adult to report inappropriate behavior. There should never be a "she came on to me" defense. Really listen to how that sounds. A male educator needs advice on how to resist a student.
Because we all got eyes.
This also made me think about some of the things that I heard growing up differently. I used to be so aggravated when my mom would tell me, oh, put on some clothes. Take them shorts off. You're not about to be walking around no grown men like this. And I'm like, it's the summer. It's hot outside. Or it's just shorts. Like, what's the issue? The issue wasn't me. The issue is that there are grown men out there who will sexualize a child just because you're showing skin. But the reality is, girls should never have to carry that burden. A developing girl should not be responsible for a grown man's thoughts.
Don't lose your job over that. Don't lose your family over that. Don't get sent to prison and have a fucking charge on your jacket over that.
But this is exactly why a lot of parents are cautious about the adults that they allow around their children, because a lot of times these predators don't look predatory. It could look like your teacher. It could look like your coach. It could look like your youth pastor. It could look like your uncle.
It needs to be seminars held targeting men, telling them why you shouldn't try to indulge in a high school student.
This is such a tired conversation, and I really hate that we still have to have it in 2026. But I don't know, neighbors. What are y'all thoughts? Comment below.
Right.
Oh, put on some clothes.
So I agree with what she is stating, that this whole conversation is directly crazy. Right. And I've covered videos like this where you've had men of all races and whatnot that have come directly at minors for a variety of reasons, and it should not be happening at all. A lot of the stuff that the dude is sitting up here saying, it doesn't make any type of sense, because it's like, well, you're a grown man at the end of the day. You make your own choices. You sitting up here and it's stating or trying to leverage, well, that child, the way that they look and all this other type of stuff is like, yo, man, don't do this, don't. It just should be like, it just shouldn't happen. That should be the conversation. It just shouldn't happen. Now, with what she stated, the other thing that I want to highlight that I know she would not highlight is that, what about the boys out here? Because I knew one brother, he ran track. Brother name was Rock, right? He played football and he also ran track directly with us. He was, I want to say, he should have been like one of the fastest, the second fastest dudes directly on the track team during the time. And if you were to technically look at Rock, you would technically figure, I'm like, yo, that dude, he got to be like in college. The dude is like, yo, dude is ripped. I'm like, man, I'm trying to be like you. And he was younger than me. I want to say, I think during the time he might have been like a sophomore. Right? If I was a senior during the time, I want to say he should have been like, he should have been like a sophomore, whatnot. Right. And you had all the girls looking at him. You also had female teachers looking at him. But I'm like, so how do you throw this into that equation where you got young athletic boys who are teenagers or even in middle school, right? You might have a middle schooler that might be like 5'8", 5'9", 6 feet tall, but muscular or muscle wise, like he got a solid, let's say like a 170 or 180 or something like that on him. Right. And you would basically figure that weight and that muscle would be what you would see on a guy that's like in his 20s or 30s or something like that. Right. But again, these are young dudes. But yet you have these female teachers actively going. There is story after story after story every single day, every single month, every single year of female teachers going after young male students. And you even have instances where the female teachers or women, don't even have to be teachers, or women who got a white picket fence, they got a family, they got kids, they got a nice job, and they going after these young boys, and they sit up there and try to like weave a tall tale and say that, well, it was, his fault. He was actually going directly, after me, and he was pursuing me. I'm like, how in the world? It was like, all right, if you were to try to throw that off on an adult male, people would more than likely believe you. But you're a grown woman in your 30s and 40s going after a 14-year-old. How are you going to sit up there and say that 14-year-old just had so much power and say so over you, and you were just magically Lois Lane in this picture? That don't even make any type of sense. Like that's 1,000% wild work. But like I said before, and this is why I've covered these videos, and it just wasn't a one-sided thing. Like I said, women like this are not going to sit up there and cover it the way that it should be covered. This shouldn't be happening at all. It don't matter the gender. It should not be happening at all. Grown women should not be sitting up there looking at teenage boys and middle schoolers and seeking them out and going directly after them, trying to catch up or relive on what it is that they missed, because now that they're the teacher, they're basically the popular girl. And that was another story that I covered before, because that was one of the reasons that a female teacher was going after the male students, because they were trying to show up the little girls in that class, because they were reliving those experiences. And now they're like, well, I'm on top now, so now y'all gotta, now the girls, I'm the popular one, y'all know my name. And like I said, it was a whole bunch of madness, directly with that. And the exact same thing I stated before, no men out here should be going after these young girls. It like, for what are you doing? It doesn't make any type of sense. There is nothing there. There is zero there. Like, if you want to have a relationship, go after grown, consenting adult women. That's what you do. It is that simple. It is not difficult. It's only as difficult as you make it. That's it. It's only as difficult as you make it. And for me, the way I sit up there and look at it is like, if you are a grown individual and this is all that you can sit up there and do and come up with, you got the weakest game known to man on both sides. I'm like, you can't sit up there and tell me like you're an attractive woman, but the only thing that you say that you keep getting is teenagers. Yeah, you might want to check that. You might want to sit up there and check that. You're not as attractive as you think. Like, it's just no. And like I said, if you're a dude and you send up here saying like, hey, all I'm getting is like these 16-year-olds out here. You pulling the Matthew McConaughey, I get older and they stay the same age. No, that's a problem, brother. You're going to prison. Chris Hansen. I need you to pull up on a lot of folks. I need you to pull up on a lot. Like I said, shout out and thank God for Chris Hansen. Shout out to Nightline and NBC. Chris Hansen is one of my favorite people on the news to this date, still to this date, because of the work that he was doing, the Lord's work, and still doing it to this day. Like I said, that's wild. What needs to happen is that we need a reverse Chris Hansen. We need a female version of Chris Hansen to start really showcasing these women. Like I said, we know a lot of dudes out here are into like devious type of behavior. It needs to be locked up, thrown in prison, never to be seen again. But the thing that is really not getting highlighted is a lot of these women. The only time I really seen women getting showcased is by these social media content creators, these predator catchers that are outside of that. And they do the exact same thing, but it's on like a lower scale. That was the only time that they really started showcasing women. And I'm like, see, that's what I'm talking about. But like I said before, when you look at those comment sections, you don't see women saying nothing. They're not really pulling up to rah, rah, rah and give out these stories and all this, because it's going to sit up there and look bad. But when it deals with men, every woman on the planet, here they come. I'm like, that's weird. That's wild. That's 100% wild. Diabolical. 100%. But like I said, I agree with what it is that she stated. It should have been spread across the board, though. But like I said, how a lot of folks are raised, they'll be like, hey, just focus on the men. Men are the worst of the worst. They're the only ones out here doing it. Don't focus on nobody else. Just look in this direction. But like I said, there are women directly out here that are about that life. What was the girl name? Wasn't it like Mary Kay Letourneau? What was? Let me make sure if that was her. Let me see. Mary Kay. That should be her, because I remember, and that was with the Hispanic dude. Mary Kate and Ashley. Yeah, it should be. Yep, Mary Kay Letourneau. Yep. And the craziest thing, the picture. Yeah. And I gotta go back to that. Hold on, wait, where's that picture? Yeah, let me put both of those. Like, that was crazy. That man. Well, now he's a man. But like during that time, he was not a man. Like I said, I don't know what was happening, what was moving. But that was wild. That was, she literally, I don't know what wizardry was happening there. When it deals with like the teenager, like, yo, it's wild. Because I'm about to put this picture directly together. Like I said, everybody knows stories, all of these stories and whatnot that deal with men and everything in a sense, but you don't have women sitting up there talking about one of those prime examples though, when it deals with women doing this. Because magically, folks want to come up with any excuse. whenever you got, these women out here, doing some stuff, folks pull up with all of the excuses in the book on giving some type of postpartum. She was going through a lot of things, traumas and this and that and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, word, brother. I'm like, that's what we're doing. me see if I can. Trying to get this. Wait, maybe I got to do that. There we go. All right, let me gotta show off. What you got women out here doing. Like I said, that's crazy. That is, it is crazy work. Wait, no, I'll do the before and after. Yeah. Put them right there. Do it like that. Then make that background black, bleak. But yeah, like I said, that's crazy to me. Like I said, everybody, and rightfully so, right? Warn the kids directly about here of men out here that are predators. But within the exact same vein, you need to be warning out here of the predatory. That's crazy. So real quick, like I said, this was a famous one too. And they made sure to sit up there and do all of this stuff. Look at that. Them through the ages. Look at that. Look at that. Them through the ages. Look at how happy in the bottom picture. And this is when he was in high school. At the bottom picture, look at Mary Kate and how happy she was. She's looking like she done found the only man in the universe that was meant for her. I bet you she was not this happy when she got married. That's how crazy this is. And I've heard and listened to a lot of women try to explain how it is that they're able to do this and how it's, excusable and all this. Like this whole framework of pictures is wild. And they got kids. Mind you, they got kids. That's wild. That is wild. Oh, wait, she ain't. Oh, she is? That's crazy. Wait, hold on. Is she? Let me see it. Oh, snap. Wait, so she. Oh, that happened this year. Oh, she died at 58. Oh. Oh, she had cancer. Damn, that's tough. Be like that. Be like that. Like I said, hey, you could have been on the outside world if you opted not to be with a minor and do all of these things. Hey, it be like that. It be like that. Yeah, what is up? I just realized that was you, Outlaw, that wrote that because I saw the comment real quick. I just zoomed in. I'm like, what? I'm like, let me look that up. Had to sit there and type it in real quick. Shout out for the 200 jewels, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out for the jewels. Come to Chris. What are you doing here, man? Third was like predators be predatoring. Yep. Yeah, I didn't even know she died this year. That's crazy. You said, do you remember Jeff Stacy from TCAP? Nah. I don't know nothing about that. Not at all. But like I said before, when it deals with these situations where men are predators and people are putting out the warnings, how many times on social media have you ever heard of women going out there warning young boys of predatory women? You don't. You got less than 1%. Like I said before, the problems that women refuse to highlight and talk about is going to get worse and worse as time basically keeps going. It's going to get worse and worse. And the predatory behavior is going to reach critical mass because a lot of women refuse to put out the warning sign, the smoke signal, bat signal, whatever you want to call it, and call out the nonsense because people are trained to only focus in one direction. That's how a lot of other things are able to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Like I said, it's I just know what's going to happen is that once it gets highlighted and it's just really at a bad level, people are going to turn around and still try to blame men. I know it's going to happen. And I promise you, you're going to sit up there and hear it. Somebody's going to be like, this such long. Like I said, it's just It's bad all over the place. It is bad all over the place. You said, LOL, where are all of those female teachers when I was school? This man said, just joking. And it's like it is wild. It is wild out here. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Did I have another one? I think I do. Wasn't that the dude that was sitting up here trying to say that all black people are South African or something like that? I think that was. That's a fight video. I can't put that one up. We ain't going to do that. Oh yeah. Also, to let people know, Chud the Builder is actually out, and I did say that probably nothing was going to happen. I did put that out there, and here we are. Here we are. Chud the Builder is back out in the streets. Can't say that I'm surprised. I'm not shocked either. I'm just waiting for the content to go right back out there and to start back up. That's what I'm waiting for. That is what I am waiting for. Like I said, crazy work, wild work. Another video that I got is this one here. Let's take a look.
Because why do you have her in the kitchen cooking? You don't think that's weird? You don't think that's weird, bro?
Ain't what's weird about this?
Because she's only 8. She don't need to be in the kitchen learning how to cook.
My daughter know how to cook like any other
Bro,
female.
she in here seasoning chicken. How does she?
Listen,
You got her cutting up broccolini.
You don't want your daughter to know how to cook? Don't you know how to cook at a young age? What you
It
know how to
doesn't
cook?
matter. My mom taught me how to cook, not my
I
dad.
don't need her to depend on nobody when she get grown. She don't need to depend on
Okay,
nobody.
so I just don't want you in here teaching her how to cook.
Yeah,
Simple.
right there.
She asking you a fucking question.
Right there, cut it right there. It's cool. Fuck, you
And then you just sitting here not doing shit. You can't at least make the noodles?
Now you finna make me fucking noodles.
You in here not doing nothing. You just sitting around looking fucking crazy. Got this little girl in here cooking.
Yeah,
Then she leaving stuff like you think you know what you talking about. You don't know what you talking about.
Go ahead.
Just don't again.
Do how you do it. Do it, cut it how you cut it. Don't worry about it.
What is y'all leaving in here? What are y'all cooking?
Don't worry about it. You always mad. Damn, bro.
I'm not even mad. It's just I don't want her in here cooking. I don't want her learning how to cook so early. I want to give it a minute.
Who don't want the girls cooking?
So, I'm not sure if he's the father or not, but this goes back into what I stated before. And she's sitting up here getting mad, and the guy, obviously, he is. Let's say if he's not the father, right? He's there. He's sitting up there trying to, teach her something. This is the same thing that I'm pretty sure a lot of kids got taught. Didn't matter if it was male or female sitting up there teaching it. She's getting mad at the fact she was like, "You're a guy teaching her how to cook. It'd have been different if it was my mom. Why is it different? Like, I'm not even understanding. So what if a man teaches a girl how to cook is slavery? Like, I'm just trying to figure, like, where are we at? Like, do we not realize every time? I put it to you like this: every time folks go directly to a restaurant, I want y'all to understand and acknowledge that 9 times out of 10, the person behind in the kitchen that is cooking is a man. Some of the greatest world chefs that are revered, that are around the world, are men. But yes, for a lot of guys, the first cooks in their lives were their moms. But those guys ended up being the cooks, the master chefs, and all this other type of stuff. So it's like I'm a little bit confused because you got women that are under the tutelage of men who own Michelin 5-star, 4-star restaurants and all this other type of, like, I'm just trying to figure out, how is this a problem? So you will be fine with your mom, which will be that child's grandmother, teaching her how to cook, but you don't want the stepfather or the father to sit up there and teach her because magically that's what a part of patriarchy or something of the nature. But yet you're the mother and you're saying that he don't even know what he's talking about. Look at how the kitchen look and all this other stuff. So why are you not teaching her how to cook? Oh, that's right. You were like, oh, she's 8. I'm just trying to, give her time to breathe. Give what time to breathe? I'm a little bit confused. And then the craziest part is a lot of women like to sit up there and say that men don't cook and that women always have to cook for men. He obviously knows how to cook and he's teaching her what he knows how to cook. He's teaching it directly to her. So like I said, man, this is just this is why I sit up there and say it's very difficult for men. Matter of fact, I gotta specifically put this. It's very difficult for black men to want to give instructions, to put down, rules and boundaries and all this other type of stuff with kids, because you got women like this that'll pull up to the scene and they want to start doing a rah 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 and all this other type. Yeah, she has no argument. She has no type of argument at all. Like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's just like she can't. This is just so stupid, man. Like I said, shout out to the brother, but he's gonna have a very hard road ahead. He's gonna have a very hard road ahead. If he is basically, I'll put it to you like this: if he is a stepfather, I would just tell him to run. I would just tell him to run. Don't even look back. Live your life. Do what it is that you need to sit up there and do, and just build directly from there. Because this ain't worth it. If he is the father, it's tough. You're gonna have a long road ahead of you. Gonna have a very long road. Very long road. Like I said, that's wild to me. That is wild. Like it'd have been crazy. What was the example that I was about to sit up? Yeah, it'd have been different if he did something wrong. I would understand why she's recording. This dude ain't do nothing wrong. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like any and that's why I told people before, if you want to sit up there and get views and stuff, all you got to do is make negative videos about black men. You got endless views. It's simple work. It's 100% simple work. Like I said, you have women coming directly to the comment section, feminists and everybody else talking about these black men out here and this, that, and the third. See how he's trying to sit up there and make her a housewife and trying to have her in the kitchen and this, that, and the third. I wonder if he would do this if he had a son. I bet you he wouldn't. He wouldn't put his son in the kitchen because these men out here, they automatically think that this is woman's work and this, that, and the third. What's next? He's going to teach her how to do laundry. Like I said, man, this type of stuff is ridiculous. This type of stuff is ridiculous, and people wonder why it is that even if you got fathers there, they don't really even be trying to put in input. It's because of stuff like this. Like I said, going back to the video where the one woman talking about she was married and her household is a matriarchy and everything runs through her, and now you got this nonsense here. Like I said, man, hey, what's to come of the future is going to be tough. But I know what's going to happen when everything falls down. In order to get up, people are going to be like, hey, it's the black man's fault. Or even looking at this video, you got some women in the background that's not typing it, but like, well, she wouldn't act like that if he was more than a leader. You got the super simps in the background, like, yeah, if he was really a man and this, that, and the third, she wouldn't be talking like that and this, that. I'm like I said, you got two problematic groups, directly in the black community that will automatically side with this foolishness and nonsense coming from the talking bird in that video. Like I said, the craziest part is the little girl, she ain't complaining. She's listening to her father or her stepfather. She's following instructions. She's listening. That's the craziest part. The one who obviously can't follow no directions is the one filming and talking. Color me surprised on that. Color me surprised on that. The woman that's the same age as the man in the video. The woman that's in a relationship with the man in the video obviously can't follow no directions. Obviously, she's the one that wants to always go against the grain, run her mouth, and all this other type of stuff. But the daughter is acting more mature. She was like, "All right, these are the instructions. Okay, am I doing this right? Is this? That's crazy. That is crazy, man, brother. That is wild. That is wild. And because, let me put it to you like this, because that 8-year-old girl is willing to sit up there and listen, she is going to be both an awesome student and a teacher. because she's willing to sit up there and listen. She's not trying to put some magical input or some magical this. She's not trying to sit up there and cause, friction or, push back for like no reason because feel a certain type of way emotionally. Like I said, that 8-year-old girl is going to be a great student and a great teacher. That woman that he's with, yeah, that's a done. That's a done deal. That's a done deal on that. Like, that's wild. That is 100% wild. Tibby said, men shouldn't let a female control the situation. That's the problem. Plus, women stop trying to boss a grown woman. See, Tibby, this is the thing, though. In order to, like I said, I don't disagree with what it is that you're saying. I do agree. But to add on to that, from the male perspective, you have to like really be in a relationship with a woman to understand how that works. Like, it's easy to sit up and say men shouldn't, but when you're in a relationship with a woman or married directly to a woman, you got to pick and choose battles. A lot of women, the only women that can actually understand that are the ones that are either bi or the ones that are lesbian. Straight women are not really going to understand that because straight women are with straight men. They don't date anything, other. They're not dating anything of the female variety. So it's like, for guys, you got to pick and choose battles. It's like, are you trying to sit up there and have continuous arguments? And are you trying to make sure that you're able to see your kids? Because like I said, what ends up happening inevitably is, especially if folks are not married, what ends up happening is that the woman will be like, all right, I don't like the way that you're raising my child, even though it took two to create it. And the father could be directly there giving directions and structure and all this other type of stuff. Every single time women start talking about children, they'll be like, my child, my child, my child, my child, as a possession. The only time you hear a lot of women talking about our is when now they need money in a situation. Now it's like he doesn't even want to sit up there and talk to our child. He doesn't want to be there with our child. He's nowhere around our child. It's like how, to put it to another extent, it's like how a lot of women who can be married, they start talking about, 50-50 as a problem. Or better yet, women in relationships want to talk about how 50-50 is a problem. But once women are married and they're ready for a divorce, now they're in full belief of 50-50. Right? So if you're in a relationship or a marriage and you want to do some 50-50 type of thing, a date, a bill, whatnot, or whatever, normal adulting, it's problematic for women. But when it deals with divorce, every woman out here is like, yeah, 50-50 all the way through. It's like, yeah, everything that he got, that should be a part of mine too. Oh yeah, his IRA, his Social Security, military benefits, yeah, 50-50, split that all the way down. Yeah, I've earned that as well too. Crazy work, diabolical. So, Timmy, again, I agree directly with you. You should not allow women to sit up there and do this, but women have the power over the kids. Women can go to the courts. A woman can be like, all right, I don't like this no more. She could be married directly, for the guy, and she'd be like, all right, my last straw is the way that you're talking to the kids. You're not going to be talking to my kids this way. I'm getting a divorce. I'm taking a house. I'm taking the kids. I'm taking a dog. I'm taking a car, and I'm taking half, if not all, of everything that you got. So because of that one thing, now that guy is not able to see his kids. Or better yet, if they're just in a simple relationship and not marriage, she can easily just sit up there and up and run with the kids. And now the dude is on child support, and now he can't be a father at all. So, like I said, I don't agree. I'm not don't agree. I don't disagree with what it is that you're stating. But again, guys have to pick and choose battles. Because that battle might be the last and also the biggest in going from a battle to a war that you'll ever have to sit up there and face, especially if it's dealing with kids. And women have the power, the full power, to sit up there and do that. Because like one dude said in divorce proceedings, he was like, the craziest part about divorce is that women can say whatever it is that they want to say, and it's up to the man who's automatically guilty to prove himself innocent. That's how much power women have in divorce. So if women have that much power in divorce, what do you think the amount of power that women have just in a singles type of relationship where there's no ring, no government, and everything of the sort? They're Thanos. They can just snap and it's done. They could tell whatever lies they need to sit up there and tell, and they're getting money. They got the kids 100% custody. You can't see the kids, everything. Like it's it's over. You said that's why I said stop getting those types of women pregnant. That's on them. They get them pregnant and not fully knowing the person. I mean, Tippy, it's very hard to sit up there and know a person. Some of the greatest actors and dare I say liars directly out there are women. Now I'm going to generalize that. I know some people feel a certain type of way about that, but I'm just saying I need somebody to prove me wrong. I've seen girls, I've seen teenagers, I've seen young women, I've seen older women. All of them have the unique ability to cry on command, to cry at the drop of a hat. I'm talking about matter of fact, I put it to you like this. There was a trend online where you had white women, they would cry on command, they would put they would wave, they would show themselves crying, and then they would wave their hand and they would stop crying. I, for the life of me, cannot do that. I don't even know what areas of yourself mentally that you have to go into in order to be able to cry at a snap, at the drop of a hat. I can't do that. I still can't even fathom how people are able to do it, but women are able to do it. Just saying. Wait, hold on. I got you, Shauna. You got a rare few minutes able to do it. I got you. Technically, there's a lot more men who are of the LGBT that would be able to do it as well too. Because I've seen them directly online, sitting up there, doing that as well too. So again, you got the two groups that are able to do it. You got the few far and in between, straight guys that are able to sit up there and do it, and then you got especially those who are part of the LGBT doing it. Because like I said, I saw a Saucy Santana, and he was crying because I think somebody was shooting at his house, and I'm like, dog, you're too big of a man to be sitting up here crying, and like snot is just like dripping from your nose, and I'm like, dog, what is you doing, brother? Need you to get us together. I'm like, dog, like the amount of power that you just like physically have. I'm like, this is uncalled for. I need you to pick it up, brother. Tibby said that's mainly white women, Seji. Nobody cares about black women tears only. No. What's that girl's name? Crystal, what was her name? Crystal Magnum, Crystal Schaefer's, whatever that black woman name was that sat up there and said that the three guys that was a part of that lacrosse team did her wrong. She accused them of misconduct, and it was found to be a lie. And she is serving a prison sentence. Nah, no. No. The tears of black women have been believed, and that was against 3 to 4 white men or white boys during the time. So let's not do that to me. Like I said, that she had tears, and it was believed up until the truth finally came out. Let's not forget about that. And she tried that on white men. What? That for me, that's unheard of. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, the Duke lacrosse team. Forsaken said one black woman. I mean, do we have to go into the areas of which that you got young black girls out here setting up or backdooring black men? Do we need to go there as well too? Where you got these young black women, they know that they're attractive, and then they'll get access into a guy's house, and then they'll have several black dudes outside waiting to bust down the door, hold up everybody at gunpoint, and do this, that, and the third. Do we gotta talk about that too? I mean, nobody ever said that white women didn't do that. I'm a little bit confused on why you're getting so offended and why you're so defensive. Who said that white women didn't do this stuff? I've talked about this countless times. So I'm just trying to figure out, why are you so offended by the conversation at this moment in time? That you feel the need to sit up there and say, but oh, look at what these white women, historically speaking, white women have. We all know this. But I'm just trying to figure out why you yourself are so defensive in this comment. There are black women in this that's a part of this live stream. There are black women here that are moderators. I'm just trying to sit up there and figure out why are you so quick to like throw up a cape real quick? That's what I'm confused on, because I could have sworn I done said some stuff directly up here about black men, and I ain't see you come up here and say nothing. That's crazy. And this is what I told people before. So notice how this works, right? If I decided to sit up and say anything negative about black men, this person wouldn't sit up there and say nothing. But the moment in time I started basically saying stuff about black women, here we go with the defensiveness. See how that works? And this is what I talked about before. See how all of this equality and people talk about being even across the board. This is why I sit up there and say I don't subscribe to none of that nonsense, because I see this time and time again. It gets proven every single time I happen to do a live stream. Like, that's crazy to me. Like I said, I wish people would have the same energy when people would say negative things, right, about black men, but they never will. They never pull up. Like I said, didn't I just give y'all the video where the woman, where's she at? This woman here was sitting up here using the example of what this dude was sitting up here stating about teachers and students and all this other type of stuff. That's crazy. No defense there. It was like, it's not all black men that sit up there and move and think like this. None of that. Historically speaking, it was white men that do X, Y. None of that. But the moment in time that we sit up there and go into a whole nother conversation and I highlight some stuff, here comes the defensiveness. Here comes the, I got to let you know about, white women and how it is that they move, since you want to sit up there and pick on and talk about black women. Oh, that story that you gave about that crystal. Oh, that was only one black. I can list a lot of different stories, especially when it deals with child support. Especially when it deals with black women out here lying on who the actual father. You don't want to do this. I keep trying to tell people this is not what you want to sit up there. I've done this before. You don't want it. This is not the route that you want to sit up there and go. This is why I tell people to just shut up and sit directly in the background sometimes. What you feel is a fight is not really a fight for you. You don't want to sit up there and do that. Because I could talk about black women who have abandoned children. I could talk about black women who have decided to get rid of children a variety of ways, who wanted to sell their kids directly up. I can talk about and again, these are women who like to sit up there and cry. They want to postpartum this and this, that, and the third. They want to put the blame on everything else but themselves. Crying crocodile tears. I can sit up there and talk about stories of black women deciding to send their kids to another plane of existence. And then they'll be like, it's postpartum. I was off my meds. Matter of fact, there was a story I covered before where it was a black mother. She set her apartment on fire where her kids were sleeping. So I'm like, this ain't really where you want it to go, because it's not going to benefit you. It's not going to be no way that you can put a cape on directly for that and be like, but I don't care what white women are doing to their kids. I'm talking about black women. Say what you want to do. So, like I said, keep trying to tell me, I'm like, hey, I'm all for a villain arc. I have no problems. I've been very comfortable here for a very long time. Very comfortable. If you want to feel that I'm misogynist, hate black women and all this, fine. I'll be whatever you need me to be. If you're trying to be a hero, I will be your villain. You want to be Batman? I will be the greatest Joker you ever had. However you want to sit up there and do it. Matter of fact, I'll be Bane. How about that one? I'll do that. And there's no Azario to sit up there and fight back on that one. It's going to be nothing that you can sit up and do. Going to be going all throughout Wayne Mansion, sitting up there, going through the hallways, beating, going through the Bat Cave, beating, everything destroyed. Nothing that you're going to be able to do. And there's no Justice League that's going to come through and help you. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people I got nothing but time. A lot of the people that have comments, y'all only got time when I show up. In everyday life, y'all ain't gonna pull up here. Like I said, I done gone on quite a few stints sitting up there putting video after video after video. Like I said, I don't care about the views. I will just sit up there and do it just because. If people want to sit up there and test me that far, no problem. Like, yo, that's some wild work. Crazy work, 100%. But like I said before, it's diabolical going back to the whole thing dealing with the father and how it is that the mother there does not want him to sit up there and just teach her, I guess you can you basically call it like life lessons or something like that? Whatever you want to sit up there and call it, like it's just crazy that, you know, that's in a sense problematic. But again, like I said, going back to Tippy's comment before, I'm not disagreeing with you, Tippy. Like I said, I'm not disagreeing, with you at all. I'm just saying like it's a very tough thing. It's a balancing act that a lot of men have to go through both mentally and in reality in order to be able to, be present because everything can be stripped directly from you. And the main way that a lot of women want to sit up there and get back at guys is taking away the most important thing that they know if they love the most is the kids. And that's crazy. Slick Tom was like, nah, be the Riddler. Shauna was like, I'm with you, Cedric, because my mom showed me what I shouldn't do to men. She was horrible to my father. She even lied about me being his baby, and I really wasn't, but he's still taking care of me. Yeah, that's because he loved you. He understood the situation, and he wasn't going to do anything. See, this is the difference between like a lot of guys, right? A lot of so people understand the example that what I'm replying directly to. This is to Shauna. In a lot of instances, even if guys know that they are not the father or who the father actually is, they're not going to do anything to hurt that child. 9 times out of 10, guys are not going to do anything to hurt that child because they understand what that can potentially do and lead directly to, and the amount of questions and and everything of the sort, and how that information will change the trajectory for that child, especially if it's like a young boy, right? And a lot of men, they will just sit up there and bear with it, and they'll just walk with it, and they will love, they will appreciate, they will value, they will respect that child as their own, and they will raise that child as their own. They will accept the whole full thing, knowing the truth, and it'll come to an instance that the child won't understand or know the truth up until that man is passed, and then the truth finally comes up, or maybe he'll sit up there and say it later on, if he ever decides to. In a lot of cases, like most men, they'll just sit up there and take it to their grave. On the other end, a lot of women, they will decide to sit up there just to be hurtful. They'll sit up there and say it. They were like, "Oh, he ain't your daddy anyway," and yeah, your actual daddy, and this, like I said, it's a whole mess. Like I said, in a lot of instances, men really do love kids, even if the kids are not theirs. It's usually women who will perform the hurtful acts of releasing information that is not needed, putting things directly out there in the open that should never be spoken about. So like I said, I'm sorry that happened to you, but I'm also happy that your dad was still there, regardless of the truth. you know um Slick said, off topic, I just read that the earth is spinning faster and we'll lose a few seconds off of the clock. Is it just me, or has it been going on for, yeah, that's been happening for a minute. I think it was like 6 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds or something like that. I'm pretty sure if you add that up, let's say over like a 60-year time span or whatnot, you can pretty get some magical numbers. you know and stuff like that. Shauna said, and I thought I was going to be mad because he took it in, Court that I wasn't his child. Like I would be mad at you trying to put me off on him. No, I was. I won't. What? Oh, I wasn't mad at all. I wasn't his. So yeah, yeah, it's tough. Black said I learned the hard way. You simply can't trust women nowadays. Slick Tom said good men treat all children like their own. I've witnessed it rarely in my life. My mom married a demonic Jamaican that verbally and physically abused me and was a super cute on top of that. He also said it took years for me to mentally recover and understand what a real man behaves as. Man, that's tough. Sorry that you had to go through that. It's tough. Third said we seen that play out on daytime shows like Divorce Court. Yeah, Divorce Court, Maury and Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones, all of that, Jerry Springer. Shauna said he didn't want to tell me. He didn't want me to know at all. Yeah, that's because he didn't want you to be hurt. In a lot of instances, no matter what the truth is, men will lie in order to spare a woman's feelings, no matter what the truth is. Um, because a lot of men understand the weight and how in a lot of instances the truth can really hurt somebody over a lie. So, a lot of instances people will sit up there and say like, it's not good to lie and all this other type of stuff. But it's like, do you really want that person to suffer with the truth? Because once you give them the truth, it's like, what are they going to do with that? How are they going to move? Mentally, how fine are they going to be? Right. So it's like I said, you gotta weigh, try to weigh and see how it's gonna play out. What was it? Slick said, I met my real dad at 19. He's a good dude and helped me enter college. That's dope. While the person my mom married told me I'm only good for the army and something bad will happen to me. That is tough. That is tough. You're referring to what I spoke on before. You said I agree with that. You also said that we are very real with each other, but women and children are well, we rarely spare them mentally often. Okay, yeah. But yeah, like I said before, some people say it's not good to lie. I will say that there are certain times that you have to. There are certain times that you have to because the weight of certain truths, it could potentially mentally break people. If a child basically finds out like, hey, this person that was raising me this whole time is not really, my fault. That's going to send them directly into a tailspin because now they're looking at the mom as a 1000% liar. Because only the mother, like I said before, fathers, unless it's a DNA test, even if the father slept directly with the mother, right? During the time of quote unquote conception, a man never knows who the actual father is. Only the woman knows that because the woman is in control of her body. The woman knows who she slept with and who she did not and how many she slept with. Men don't know none of that information at all. Proof of which you can look at Nigeria and you can look at Jamaica. Those are the top leads when it deals with illegitimate rates, when it deals with kids. You got, like I said, in both Nigeria and Jamaica, you got men out there right now that are raising kids that are not even theirs because women have specifically pinned the kids directly on those guys. Some people even went to the extent of saying in certain European countries, no, I'm not even going to say people. There was information that I gave you guys, I want to say the first part of this year or last year, where it was stated, I think that paternity tests are in a sense banned unless they are court I want to say sanctioned, if that may be the correct word, court ordered, right? Or something, or an extenuating factor. On a normal occurrence, you can't sit up there and do a paternity test. And somebody basically stated, who was European, they were basically saying to the effect of that if DNA tests were allowed to happen over in some European countries, it would basically break apart that whole area because it would show you how rampant cheating is. Because a lot of these people are married and everything of the sort, and then you find out that, hey, the kid ain't yours. Yeah, it ain't gonna be looking too good. It's gonna be a lot of problems over there. Let me tell you, you're gonna have the ID channel setting up a whole new channel over there in Europe. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, it's gonna be crazy work out there. 100% crazy work. Yeah, like I said, it's wild out here. It's wild out here when it deals with a lot of these these conversations with a lot of these videos and how it is that people feel about certain things. Let me see. That was the lady that was dealing with the pool instance. That's the Korean dude that is potentially banned from Korea. Let me see. I gave you guys the video dealing with the Haitians flashing their passports. Trying to see if I could find another video that should be okay to put directly up here. I'm not even gonna do the whole Blueface video because that's just the whole whatever situation at this point. I ain't gonna worry about it. We already did the home foreclosures. Let me see what else we got. Second time Trump and Haitians. I want to put up this Pretty Ricky video because I just want to sit up there and showcase that one, but I'm not trying to have no problems because YouTube be acting funny on a lot of stuff. That was had some technical difficulties before, which worked out, but technical difficulties. Ain't this what's her friend? Yeah, we can play this clip. Why not? Why not? Let me go to this ain't Vivica A. Fox, but this is a lady from what's the name of that movie? I forgot the name. Forgot the name of that movie. Players Club. So let me play this real quick.
The first love, he loved me hard, and I would see it in him because he couldn't really tell me no. And as a spoiled child, you didn't want to hear no, but as an older adult, it was almost like, he never said no to me. Therefore, I don't even like the word no. It's like no is so definite to me. When you tell me no, that means no, not never. Like I never have this, like not maybe, or that you gonna try. You saying no? I don't like that. So no to you because I got my own. I built my own. I am self-made. That means I can go and get it myself. I can try. And don't you try to come back around though when you see me trying to try to help me, because then I'm not going to need you. And that can be good and bad. You know what I mean? But at the same time, for me, it works for me because I want you to be self-made too. I want you to be successful too. I want you to be ambitious too. I want you to have all the twos together because I do too.
You went
so we can be that together.
You went viral. You've been viral a whole lot. In the last 10 years, I'm just like, you're on my feet a lot. But especially last year in your interview, you talked about with Carlos King. Shout out to Carlos King. Love him, by the way. You said, I don't want to stress you out trying to keep up with my lifestyle.
Right. I meant that. I
believe it.
I mean,
why do you think some people that rubs some people the wrong way?
Because they broke. And so what am I going to do with you? Nothing. So that'll be a part of the people that I don't even fuck with, because why would I? I'm not trying to take care of you. I don't want you to have to take care of me either. Don't get it twisted. I don't mind us coming together. I want us to be evenly yoked so we can build together. I'm not afraid of that. When I was first lady of Turks and Caicos Islands, I brought to the table what I knew how to do, which was I raised tourism 51%. I built a theater there. I did a health initiative. I did the music festival. I started the film festival. Yes. I did my thing. Yes, I did. And when I think about how much more money that I allowed him to make and I didn't make, or either I didn't even do for my own city, that's why I'm here now. Mm-hmm. Because now I know that I can, because I have. So it makes me more stronger to say, you know what, I don't feel bad about that. I'm very glad that I've done that. I'm very glad about my entire life, you know. But again, I want someone that understands business. I want someone that can teach me too. It's not fair for me to be a teacher because I'm not trying to be your mother or your teacher. No more than what we would normally do in life when we're teaching each other how to deal with each other.
So this is the main thing I always hear in a lot of these conversations where a lot of women say, I'm not trying to be your mother. But I'm like, the craziest part is you never hear dudes in response. They be like, yo, I ain't trying to basically raise you as a woman. I'm not trying to be your father. You never hear guys say this in reverse. Because men normally don't have a problem trying to sit up there and teach somebody something. Because usually men come with like a certain knowledge base. Let's say if it's like building a house or something like that, men are going to sit up there and teach you. You're in a sense, you're going to be in a role of a student. You're going to be taught how to do specific things because you don't know, right? So he's going to sit up there and teach you. But you're not hearing men talking about like, I ain't trying to sit up there and be your father and did it and all so. But you always hear this in a conversation when it deals with women basically trying to give forth some type of information. I ain't trying to be your mother. And what? Like, what are we talking about? Like, why does it always come back to that whole thing? And it's like you never hear men sit up there and say, like, why do I got to sit up there and just pay all the bills and take care of you? I'm not your father. You don't hear men saying that. But is that not what fathers basically do for their daughters? Don't fathers sit up there and pay all the bills? They buy their daughters houses. They send them to college. They buy them car. Anything a daughter wants, no matter how old she is, a father will afford that directly. He will afford and sacrifice that, no matter the age, directly to the daughter. But then women will go directly out here and they automatically have the expectation that the exact same thing that their father did, that a man is supposed to do for them. But do you sit up there and hear men out here complaining about that? Nope. Just saying. Yes. Just saying.
That I'm okay with. But I don't want to stress you out. And I don't want you stressing me out either. Because if I'm in Europe and I want to stay, I want to stay. It's not only about the money. That's what people hear.
They get the sound bite. She just wants a rich man, and that's it.
That's not it. A rich man can still be a fool with his money. That's not it. I've said before, a businessman moves strategically.
So let me just put that into the into another story that I covered before, right? Because she wants to focus on men and being wasteful directly with their money and whatnot. But men can be wasteful. Those men that are in that upper echelon, they can be wasteful with their money because they know that they're going to get more of that money directly back. You got women out here that are making six figures and they're just buying stuff on things that devalue as soon as it leaves the shelves. So that's like red bottom shoes, that's dresses or whatnot. I don't see tons of women throwing all of their, high priced clothes on a resale shop trying to recoup that value. They're not doing that. This is why women require large closets. This is why they got, a stadium worth of shoes and dresses and everything of the sort. But we're going to sit up and talk about how men basically, waste money. Men can normally get that money back. If a dude who is up in the upper echelon just gambles $100,000, he more than likely is about to get 250 or 500,000 back. So it's like it don't really matter. Whatever he got, he can more than likely get 2 to 10 times, if not more than that. But we had a black woman up here that was running a liquor business. And they were in debt of like $100 million. So just saying, I'm like, that's a little bit crazy. That's quite wild to me. If we're going to sit up there and talk about people messing up money, $100 million in debt. If we're going to talk about people messing up money, because she ain't talking about a man that she was with that was $100 million in debt. She ain't saying that. She's talking about a few thousand, probably 100,000, maybe, might have set up there and spent like $1 million on gambling or something like that or whatnot or whatever. But let's keep going.
Because he don't want to lose what he's done all this time for one wrong move. So he's going to study that. Guess what? I'm going to study with him. I want to learn too. I want to know too. I want to have a say so too. Because I've built my life up until this point where I want to be able to say yes or no and have that say. I want to be able to have a partner, not someone that just I only depend on and he only depends on me. No, that's not what it's about. It's about us being able to be in each other's life and be able to build and to care about the family and to care about the same things. That's what I want. I want love. Absolutely, I do. But it comes with conditions. Just like I got a list, I'm absolutely sure that man should have a list too, because he wants to make sure that can this woman take care of my household? Can she bear my children? Can she cook? Especially with these microwave babies today. You know what I mean? Can she hold it down when I'm out of town and she got this? She got my back? Is she smart? Is she compassionate? Is she a family woman? That list can be as long as his hand. I have a list too. Let's get together and see what checks off. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that you got to have $50 million in the bank, but I'm saying come to me with something so that we can build together. That is what I'm saying, and I'm not ever going to take that back.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was let me see if I can get y'all the image of this. It was Uncle Nearest. Let me see. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, because they filed for bankruptcy. So yeah, it was about it was this one right here. It was 108 million. Let me see if I can get that image to put this directly because somebody was like 100 or something million. Yes, indeed. It was looking bad. Like I said before, she wants to talk about men, messing up money or the men that she knew, a fool with his money. But I'm like, you got women out here that got money and they messing it up. That's a huge mess up. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that. And now, not only is the business going to be going into the hands of other folks out there, but you also got the vineyards that are I think one that's here in California, I think, and then the other one that's overseas. Right? They're trying to figure out where those are going to, specifically go. They made sure to both get the husband and the wife up out of the situation. No stone unturned. It ain't gonna be no family members a part of this situation at all. Like I said, how you get yourself into 100 and over 100 million in debt? That's wild. That's wild. That's 1,000% wild. That is wild, wild, wild. But like I said, going back to the lady here, I forgot her
First
name,
love.
but she's right up there with like Vivica A. Fox, where you have women like this who had the opportunities to be directly with like certain guys and magically just didn't work out. I'm like, how does that just happen? I'm like, how do you mess that up? Vivica A. Fox said that she regret her main regret is how she was moving when she was with 50 Cent earlier on, and how quickly they came out about the relationship, and how it is that she would not back down and allow him to be a man and to treat her like a princess or a queen. She had this whole mindset of like, I'm independent. I'm Vivica A. Fox. I could do whatever it is that I want to do. I can, can't nobody tell me what to do. I can buy everything myself. I'm a self-made woman and all this other type of stuff. I don't need a man to do nothing. She had that whole mentality, and that jacked up the relationship. And she admitted that. You're not going to hear a lot of women sit up there and admit fault on the reason why it is that their relationships with men basically faltered or didn't work right. 9 times out of 10, women are going to be like, I was the man's fault. I was the perfect housewife and doing everything right. I was marriageable and pure wife material. It was the guy. It was the guy. Every single time, all 10 times, it was a guy. Like I said, that's crazy. Every single one of these instances is always the guy doing something wrong. And it's never like the thought process or the outlook or the actions of women. Crazy. That is crazy. And the other thing I want to sit up there and state to women out here that don't have the same money as these women, please stop listening to these women. They're talking about men of whole different brackets that 9 times out of 10 you would never sit up there and see. Money that you would more than likely never see in your lifetime, unless you're just like lucky. just severely lucky and just one of those dudes was just out there and he just like saw you. Other than that, like I said, you got to stop listening to these rich women up out here because they're dealing with men of a whole different bracket. Like I said, she can sit up there and talk this way because she's a millionaire. She's a multi-millionaire. Like I said, 9 times out of 10, the women, other rich women are not listening to her. It's women that are middle class and lower that are listening to stuff like this and thinking that this is the right way to sit up there and move and everything. It's, man, come on, dog. Like I said, it's not, a lot of the stuff is not going to be beneficial. A lot of women are going to lead to and enable and make other women single. And this is something that was talked about before in a variety of instances. Let me see. Oh, matter of fact, let me bring up the South African video. Where did he go? Let me see. Let me get that up here.
Africans are saying we've had enough. We don't want anybody else in our country who is not South African, which to me is ludicrous because we all are Africans.
That's right. But my thing is, you should give that same energy to the white South Africans that own 80% of you.
The only person who's saying that is Julius Malema.
But is he sentenced to prison?
Yeah, he got sentenced to prison. I think he's supposed to do 5 years.
Why? What was the reason? Of just him being, with his EFF.
They found a case.
Of course they did.
Years ago, he shot a gun at a rally.
And then he had that big rally in the stadium where they were saying, they talking about kill the boys. It's phenomenal. I watch it. Yeah. So he has everybody's picture. He goes, no, every time South African says something, you think that we are trying to kill you. But all the years you have killed my people.
That's right.
We don't have the same mentality.
That's right.
You're trying to trick me.
That's right.
He's dope. I like him. I like the guy. Yeah. And a lot of people, when I mentioned him one time on an episode, they went in on me.
Really?
Like,
what are they saying?
You know nothing about it. I go, listen.
What were they saying? What
they were saying you.
Wait, let me pause there real quick. To Bree, what is up? You said which caption are you talking about? You said what type of caption is that? Are you talking about for the video, or are you talking about the title of the live stream? Which one are you talking about? Let me know what you're talking about, because I wasn't sure what you might have been referring to. Because the caption on the video, I didn't make that. I didn't make the caption on that on the video that we were able to see. Is Bree still here? A little bit. Oh, now I can actually highlight. I tried to click it before so I could just have it up there. So let me know if Bree is still there. Slick said these dudes be flip-flopping. You also said they want to be pro-black, but they play FBA versus the African card for use. I mean, hey, that's if that's what tends to work, and they know it's gonna attract attention. It's the same thing when you think about conservatives and how it is that they want to speak on certain topics, but they fixate and focus on one thing. I mean, if it brings in views, it brings in views. It'd be like that. So I'm guessing that Bree is not here. All right. So let's continue.
You don't know anything about him. He's not as good as you think he is. And they were just coming, you know how
social media.
any thing they come at us, you know.
So what's the perspective
of Julius Malema?
Yeah, what's Julius?
To me, he's a formidable opposition.
Opposition to
the current government.
Okay.
Right? The status quo.
Yeah.
He used to belong to that same party that is running the country right now, which is called ANC. But then he broke away because
EFF.
of
He did the
EFF, Economic Freedom Fighters, right?
Yes.
He's basically trying to say we need to get the economic power from the colonial hands into the black people.
The black, the original people of South Africa.
Original
And then he
people of
also said in a speech, we have to treat every African the same. Oh, those are our brothers and our sisters.
He's more
He bordered us
Pan-African.
off on purpose to keep us separate. I watch his speeches all the time. They're keeping us separate, which isn't right. The Europeans literally bordered us off. He said, when you go to Europe, you can go on a train to Italy, to France, but we have a passport. He said all of that.
Right.
To
Trying
their
to unify Africa.
Yes.
Right. So like I said, this conversation for me, when I sit up there and listen to it, now minus the whole thing that he was saying that all, black people in the world got to unite. We're gonna, just gonna put that somewhere else. Everything else, the other 99.9% where they were giving information about South Africa, Julius Malema, the EFF, and dealing with the Europeans coming directly down there, and how there's a difference in between how there's really no borders when it deals with Europe, but then you got all of these borders and things down there in Africa. Like I said, they were making very valid points. Like, these are the conversations that I love. These are the conversations that I like to hear, because it's directly, in a sense, from the source of people that are of that bloodline of those people. You can really educate the masses with that type of stuff. You can also educate a lot of other Africans out there that may not know specifically what is going on or what has specifically happened, when it deals with South Africa, the government there, and everything of the sort. Like I said, it's a crazy thing when you think about the fact that white folks who came from Europe have they got their hands over the main majority of the land down there in South Africa, and that the South Africans literally have a small percentage. But the numbers of the white folks down there is minuscule in compared to the South Africans that live there, that exist. Like I said, that's crazy. And then, not to mention, you also got there's a white South African town that is specifically for white South Africans. It is a town specifically for white South Africans in Africa, out of all places. That is why, like, that's like, think that's like in America. Think about the blackest city in America, and think about like 1,000 or maybe like 100,000 white people carving out a place in the deepest part of that black city, and it's whites only. That don't even make no sense. That don't make no type of sense. And again, remember, these are people that don't even like the Africans there. So I'm like, if you don't even like the people there and everything, so you should be elsewhere. But like I said, the reason that they're there is because they understand the minerals and the resources, and specifically what is there. So they're trying to do everything possible in order to, quote unquote, hold on to all of that land there. And this is more than likely the only place where they can actually have space, where they can have their own land, where they can have their own rules and regulation that is separate from Europe, separate from the UK and everything. They don't got to listen to nobody else. They can just make up their own laws and rules and just live by that and be fine and dandy. Like I said, it's the exact same thing. They couldn't cut it up there in Europe, so they decided to flee and run, and they went to Africa, and they did what it is that they did. Like I said, I showcased pictures or a video, whatever, of Europeans coming over there with bulldozers, and they gave the South Africans this decision. It was like, hey, you can either take what you can take willingly, or we're just going to bulldoze it and force you to move. And that's what the white South Africans did. They sat up there and got those giant bulldozers, and they just started cleaning off the land of whatever those people had. I also brought together another video where it was part of a documentary where they were speaking on the apartheid, and they were speaking on how the black, quote unquote, black South Africaners are treated when it deals with money, when it deals with land, when it deals with job opportunities and everything of the sort. And then on top of that, I also brought you guys pictures dealing with the apartheid, even so early as the 80s, where you had a white family, a white African family that had a South African woman as their maid. Like I said, the apartheid, it didn't end up until like the 90s, if not a little bit later. That's how crazy it is. And I did a video like a year or so ago about that as well too. Like I said, some crazy work. Slick said a few African countries unified a few years ago. I think I think they got about what, like three, four, maybe like five out of the whole continent. Like I said, it's not enough. They need a lot. If they could get about a good 35 to 45%, now you're talking. But like I said, the powers that be are making sure that that is not capable, that it's just not going to happen. They're going to throw a wrench directly in that to make sure, stuff ain't happen. Yo, Bungani, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, I would say I appreciate you, brother Seji. I know these topics aren't easy to discuss, but you handle yourself well. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. What was it? Slick said Gaddafi really wanted to unify Africa. Yeah, and you was going to have the gold dinar, you was going to have a currency and everything of the sort, which I respected. I had no problem. Like I said, if people have, they can create a currency from what it is that is coming directly from the earth, and people got to match that in order to make trades. So be it. They have every right to sit up there and do it. But the powers that be, European powers, they'll be like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're going to sit up there and do, like I said, you had Gaddafi, you had Saddam, and a few others that wanted to do the exact same thing. And hey, history is the one able to tell the stories, right? The winners are the ones that can write their version of history and truth, right? So it's crazy work. You also said Godfrey has proven himself to be a tool several times. You also said that shows us how easily Africans are colonized, and there shouldn't even be any Europeans in Africa, period. It's crazy work. I'll put it to you like this. For the person down there writing that all people must unify against oppression around the world. That's a great sentiment in a perfect world, right? But that's not clearly where we are. Everybody has to pretty much fight for what it is that they got to fight for on the lands of which that they are currently on. Aboriginal Australians are going against the Europeans when it deals with Australia. You have a lot of white Australians who want to come through and they want to speak for the Aboriginals as if they don't exist. and they are clearly there. They're in the spaces and they're able to speak directly for themselves. So, like I said before, everybody has to, wherever, no matter where they are, those people have to fight. I can't expect, somebody from a whole nother country. I can't expect somebody from like Scotland, Ireland, or Greenland to come directly in the United States and fight directly for Black Americans. That don't make any sense. They don't have the history. They don't got the mileage. They don't got the walk of life. They don't got the bloodline. They don't have the real understanding. You can, of course, understand and study history, but along with that, you have life experience, right? You have the oral stories and experiences that have been passed directly down, right? As the type of history that we have here. So there's a lot of things that go directly into that, onto how a person could properly represent a certain group. I myself cannot go directly over to Africa and represent African people and everything that they've had to go through history-wise. I can't. It's impossible for me to. Could I potentially speak on some things? Yeah, I could, but that's only knowledge that I've read. I'm not of the land. I'm not from the land. Those are not my people, my cultures, traditions. So yeah, that's the best way I could put it on that one. Everybody got to fight, for their own thing. I think that's I want to say that's something that I've stated time and time again. you know. And this is why when it deals with a lot of instances of videos, I sit up there and tell people, I'm like, yeah, I can't, really worry about, uh, what other communities' children's are, going specifically through because I got to worry about Black American kids. Those are the ones that are going to be left behind. Everybody else is going to be fine. And like I said before, a lot of people don't really care about the Black community at all. They will allow that to fall by the wayside if it means that it's going to propel them forward. And people are only going to care about the Black community as much as they can pull directly from it, or as much as they can, gain from being near it or within it. The moment in time that people are like, I can't really get anything from this no more, it's off to the wayside, and people are going to be going back to attaching themselves to any and everything dealing with white folks. Slick said I read a book about South African issues in high school, and man, it's some rough stuff. Some white people are, yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's tough. Shauna said, please, no spamming. Slick said the Aboriginal people in Australia have been going through sick behavior for years as well. Yeah, I've talked about that. Like I said, I did some videos and some live streams directly upon it because during the time of me speaking on Africans talking crazy about Black Americans, again, people be like, yo, Black Americans, y'all need to educate yourselves and y'all need to read a book and learn about. And I'm like, all right, I got you. No problem. Let me sit up there and do, a little bit of research myself. And I'm like, yeah, it's not looking too good. I'm like, I keep telling people, if you really want people to look, people will actually, especially if they got the time, they will take the time and they will look. And then they're going to put together the information and it's not going to look so well. The same exact thing when I said about the Haitians, because I had a Haitian that wanted to come directly up and he wanted to try to correct me and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, I got you, brother. You said that I need to do my research and I need to look up Haiti and all this other type of stuff. Got you, no problem. Then I found out that they got several families that are very elite, very wealthy, that pretty much run Haiti. And when I gave the information in the comment section, I gave two video links and titles directly to that guy in response. I never got a response back. I was like, yeah, I bet. I bet, like I said, because there's no way that you're going to be able to argue this. There's no way that you can scapegoat or move the goalposts. There's nothing that you can do because, like I said, the 1804 energy, you got to explain to me how a lot of these non-Haitian looking people are the elites, are the richest ones, are pretty much running Haiti, especially when it deals with Port-au-Prince. Like I said, crazy work. It's diabolical. You also said make a race of people almost extinct is the art and should be studied. Oh, yeah. You also said when I was smoking, I needed. Oh, you need to smoke after doing that research. Yeah, like I said, when you look at certain stuff, the information will hit you. It's going to be some heavy information. Like I said, the pictorial book that I got down there, yeah, it's tough. And that took me a few months to actually get that book. I showed it off in one live stream before, but I made sure to block and cover the images as best as possible because YouTube be acting funny on some stuff. And I think I did a fairly good job. We didn't have no problems, and people were able to pretty much see it. You just saw the collective of individuals that was there and around. Those historical events. I may do it again a little bit later at a certain point in time. May do it again at a certain point. Let me see what else, because I'm technically hyped up on coffee right now. Threw a little bit of espresso in my coffee, so I'm not actually tired. And I just realized about almost close to 5 hours that we actually been doing this. So shout out. And also want to sit up there and say much love to folks that pulled up to the video that I do got up there. Not sure the views that may come from this video, from that video, because I was supposed to have that after. The views may be low on that one. The views may be low on that one. I really wanted people to see that one too. I mean, I did cover it in the live stream, but we'll see how it works out. Like, so we got a few people in the comments, got about a good 9 comments, even though it's not really it says that I have 9 comments up here, but then I only get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only get 5, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing this. Yeah, let me see. Go back to this. I'm trying to see why is it not. Yeah, I don't know. Feel like the comment section is a little bit broken on that video. A little bit broken, just slightly. Want to see some real quick. I want to give a quick shout out to those who are a part of the live stream there. We got, what is that? Got about a good 6,500 that pulled up. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, actually, I'm incorrect. Overall, we had about 17K. So, shout out. Even though I know a lot of those folks in here, they just, peered directly in and then they peered out. Shout out to those folks. Had the 17 K that pulled up. Not sure if y'all. I don't think it's gonna show y'all the full. What's the name on there? That's weird. Like I said, on the other side, they are showing a whole different what's the name, which is I've never seen that before. On the other side is not really a lot actually. It's not really a lot. Let me look at this. I think we probably got like a few hundred, I want to say. Yeah, on the other end we got about like 870. So like I said, shout out to the overall amount that have pulled up on both channels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. I'm going to actually press this button because I want to see what they were talking about here. Wait, did that just disappear on me? Let me see. What is this? See on the mobile, because they had some up here actually called playables, which I don't know. Live stream playables, media activity, go live on mobile. At the bottom, tap. Where is? Like I said, they got some back here I've never seen before. I'm just trying to. Huh. So these are the games. See, I could have just basically did this and Tippy would have been fine. Be like, yo, play a game. could have set up there and did that. Like I said, I ain't know nothing about this stuff. Did not see this before at all. Let me tell you something. Some brand new stuff I'm looking at in the background. My bad. My bad. Rabbit said Nelson Mandela could have taken out or defaulted him because Africans have been broken by Christianity. Right. You said Black Americans are losing their technology. I'm not living in the motherhood. I'm highly confused by that one. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Rabbit. Like, don't even make any type of sense. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what was it? Tippy said, play what? No, Tippy, I was looking in the background and they had something up there called playables, which I've never seen before. And I'm not even sure how that works. I think you would probably have to look at it on the other channel, I think it is. Let me see something. Because I'm trying to click it. Even showing up on the other channel. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, Tippy, let me know. Can you see that on the other channel? You're probably gonna be like, see what? Because I'm trying to set up and see if that's even working. I don't even know. I don't even think it is. Let me see. Let me look on my end. Let me go to the live. Yeah, I don't know how this actually works. Yeah, it's not showing up there. So let me see something. You can play directly to your YouTube and on devices. You can also find to share the game from the card while playing. So you have to sit up there and share it. That's what it is. All right, Tippy. I'm just trying this out real quick. So there you go, Tippy. Look at that. But yeah. Somebody said, Happy said, why must people unite in South Africa though? Why not in Kenya and Nigeria? No, Tippy, I sent you the link on the other channel. So you would have to go to there and probably look through the link. I don't know. I would say that people would have to figure that one out on, how that would happen. Like I said, I don't know what, Nigerians would do. Why does this have an ad break, brother? I'm highly confused. I don't know how to. Yeah. I don't think I can swap these either, too. That's wild. Ooh, gonna put that one right. Oh, I should have waited. Yeah, I don't know how to. Let me see. Yeah, so technically you should see it directly up there, Tippy. It's like a little Tetris type of game. Like I said, I would like it if it was actually Tetris, because trying to do this is quite difficult. I mean, I get how it works though, but yeah. Oh, let me go back there. Let me see if you saw it. You said, do I need to highlight it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What is it? KI said just booked my flight to Cape Town. Oh, okay. You said it won't let me click the link. Oh, that's crazy. Tippy was like, I don't like Tetris. It ain't about what you don't like, Tippy. It's how you do this. You do this every time. Like, I don't like Tetris. It be like that, Tippy. It be like that. Soon enough, Grand Theft Auto will be here. So, it's all good. Grand Theft Auto. Also, shout out to my my gamers out there as well too. That's gonna play some Grand Theft Auto, or those who tried out Gears of War, things of the sort. Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said it won't let me click. It's just there. Oh, that's crazy. And I was sitting up there playing that game too. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. All right, I think I know how to get here. I'll probably just have to figure it out. I think maybe because I'm doing a live stream differently, it basically it acts funny and whatnot. I'll just have to, figure some stuff out about that. So I got you. No problem. So my flight is canceled after reading the bottom part. That's crazy. So Brown said all black people will never unite when we take each other out over the most infantile things. Are you actually black? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I'm like, that's a pretty generalized statement to talk about black folks. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused on that. Somebody said they speak in French now. Wait, I'm confused. Who? Oh, you talking about the dude up top, the brown dude. Yeah, like I said, I don't know what I ain't never take a life in my life. So I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that sounded real trollish. That sounds real AI of you. some real bot work. Like, that's crazy. That man was like, oui, mon ami. Tell that beaucoup. All that good stuff. Rabbit said, the wingers, rather all of humanity go into extinction than admit humans induce climate change is a real thing. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Like yo, like I said, when people were just like writing anything, when they were like, "Yo, I'm black and I know for I'm not racist, but the blacks, or I mean we do this." I'm like, well, you just messed up. I'm like, you ain't making no type of sense out here. I'm like, you just did a huge generalization on a whole group of people. I'm like, what are you talking about? You got the minority out there that's sitting up there doing whatnot or whatever, and then you got the rest of Black Americans that are working, raising their kids or minding their business, being entrepreneurs, going to college, sitting up there traveling. Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, within the same vein, I believe that all white folks should go to Europe. I think that's an even trade, but we all know that that's not going to happen. And just like I showcased in videos, Caucasians over there in Europe do not like white Americans. So, so where are we at again? You talking about the blacks should go to Africa? This is my thing though, right? Because chances are you're white. So I'm just trying to figure this out, right? It's crazy how white people always say go back to Africa. If you don't like America, you don't want to be around white people, go to Africa. But how do you tell black Americans to go to Africa and you're already there? We can see you in Uganda. We can see you in Kenya, Rwanda. We could sit up there and see you in Nigeria and all these other places, Zimbabwe, South Africa. We can see you in a lot of places, and a lot of y'all are American. Somebody, it's crazy. You tell Black Americans to leave America and to go to Africa to be around quote unquote our own people, but we leave and still find you there. How does that work out? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. That like y'all still can't even make that make sense. And y'all the main ones that say that y'all don't even like to be around black folks or anybody that's melanated. And y'all the same ones that sit up there and say that there's nothing over there in Africa, but yet you're in African countries. And the African countries that you're in are controlled by Africans. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Somebody about to be directly in the, and I love King of the Hill too, and we're going to put you directly into the shadow realm. So if anybody else would actually like to try to be stupid, if anybody else want to sit up there and try to troll real quick, and you want to be put directly in the shadow realm, we got tickets for sale. Somebody said nobody's taking African serious. I mean, if nobody's taking Africa serious, then why is China, the United States, and what is it? China, the United States, and America? Why are they all over there? If nobody's taking Africa seriously, I'm a little bit confused. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just trying to figure out if nobody is taking Africa seriously, why do you have 3 different nations over there vying for positions in power? I'm just a little bit confused. I'm highly confused. I'm like, do people not understand stuff when they write stuff? I'm highly confused on that. Just to let you know that I'm responding to you, I got you directly up there. I'm a little bit confused. Like, how does that work? So Signal Corpse, you said because they're robbing them. Who specifically is robbing them? Who are these groups of people? What do they look like? That's what I'm trying to sit and figure out. You know, like I said, that's you can't. Like I said, you can't sit up there and tell me that folks are not taking them serious. And especially, I said, who's robbing the Africans? That's what I said. I said, who's robbing Africans? So let me. I'm just going to give you a minute to retype that, because in the response that I just seen you write, you said African, and I'm going to assume that that's not what you meant. I don't think you meant that Africans are robbing other Africans. I don't think. I don't think that that's what you meant to write. So that you did mean that. So the African people are robbing other African people. So it's not the United States robbing the minerals and the resources. It's not Russia trying to implement their ways and take minerals and resources. And it's not China by way of establishing a foothold and also getting African women pregnant in order to establish a foothold in area so that they can later on claim those half African children as their own. Some crazy work. When you're expecting people to basically highlight and just give the obvious answer, people just want to sit up there and just run from the whole thing. It's crazy work. Like I said, Africa at a moment in time was running completely fine and dandy. Again, they have their own internal problems and everything in a sense, but again, towns, cities, monies, all of those things, they had all of that stuff running before European intervention. Had libraries in cities. Like I said, you would have to explain to me why was it that Europeans needed to go through several different areas in Africa and burn down and destroy their libraries and all of the information that they had directly up there. What there was such a threat that they needed to intervene and destroy that? That doesn't make any type of sense. Somebody said, stop the divide. That's crazy. You said, what's wrong with mixed people? You're obviously not. I know you're a troll. You're not even serious about the conversation where I just literally explained how China is using, in a sense, having children in Africa in order to gain a foothold playing 5D chess. And you're like, what's wrong with mixed kids? Obviously, you must be mixed. So you must be getting offended. Because that was just the stupidest question. I'm not even trying to hear the whole thing of like, I just got here. I ain't even trying to hear that. You better not write that. Let me tell you something real quick. You better not write that in this comment section. I just got here. I just came in on that part of the comment. Don't do it to yourself. You said white people are from Africa. How did they get to Africa? What part of Africa are you talking about? What part of Africa are white people from? Let me know. Now, if you want to deal with the out of Africa, theory, if you're going that route, please say that. Let me know. Yeah, how did those Europeans? Because when you look up their bloodlines, you can see a lot of Dutch and everything. How did those Europeans get to South Africa? They weren't naturally there, just like Europeans were not naturally in Australia. Like, it's crazy how people want to sit up there and say it's crazy how a lot of folks want to sit up there and say out of all of these areas, right, that are normally warm, right, equator-ish, type of areas are hot. Magically, people are like, yeah, Europeans were naturally there. Since when? Y'all can barely deal with 7-degree heat, 70 and 80-degree heat over there in Europe. How are you going to sit up there and say that you were naturally over there in Africa? Since when? Since when? Like, that's crazy. And the crazy part is, remember, we sat up there and just went over the whole thing that I talked about before. Well, yeah, like I said, exactly what Rabbi was like. White people want to be everywhere on the planet except from Europe. Yeah, which is crazy. Like, dog, y'all in Europe and y'all are fainting. Y'all are falling out over 70 to 80-degree heat. How in the conceivable world are you sitting up here saying, like, yeah, whites are Europeans? We're from Africa. We're up there. We're up there with the sun. The sun it sees us, every single time. We just, survive it. We thrive, in that type of climate. Okay. What was it? You said white folks been there since the 1600s. Yeah, but that's not the age of humanity. So how about you go through some, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. You ain't gonna do that, because the farther back you go, the darker it gets. So you're not going to sit up there and do that. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. And Hunter was like, race isn't real. I mean, that can be very much true, but it's real in the United States. I'll tell you that one. So if you want to talk about race isn't real, you might want to explain that to white folks here in the United States. How about that one? But you're not going to do that. You said we are all mixed in South Africa. Yeah, the craziest part is you're not really going to see a lot of Europeans down there in South Africa that melanate that are reflective in melanin as the Africans that are on the continent. Let's just get that very straight. Let's just make that very clear. Let's make that very crystal clear. This is why y'all tend to use the terminologies as colored. Right? Because like I said, everybody who has melanin, you're not going to claim them to be white South Africans. We know this. Slick was like, race was created by white people personally to divide. If you did research, you would know that. Lunch is like, white people tell that they're not native there when it comes to aliens building the. Yeah, and that's the whole other thing. It's like, if white folks are native to Africa, why can't they explain how the pyramids were built? How about that one? How about that one? Still can't even explain how Stonehenge was built, which is crazy. And that's lighter than the pyramids. That's lighter than the pyramids, and can't really explain how that was even built. But then when it deals with the pyramids, because it's over there in Africa, it's like folks are like, yeah, no, the Africans, they didn't have the brain. They didn't have the brain to sit up there and do it, but nor can we sit up there and claim that we built it. It was the aliens. It was intervention from these other planets and whatnot over. But I'm like, but these are so now you're going to say that aliens in a sense built or gave the information to build the pyramids, but these are the same folks who said for the longest time since Roswell or whatnot or whatever that aliens never existed, who are then the exact same people who said aliens didn't exist, and now they want to start coming up in 2024, 2025, and 2026, but like, oh, we're going to release these documents to basically let you know that aliens exist and that there are 4 to 5 different species that are basically on the planet or within the planet itself. Which one is it? Which one is it? Y'all can't even make up your minds on the types of lies that y'all like to sit up there and tell. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let me see. It was like, seems like you're far more interested in continuing the divide and trying to make content off of it than actually do anything. You're part of the problem. Well, firstly, I'm American. So, race is a thing here. Number two, you got a lot of folks that want to sit up there and tell Black Americans that they are African. Again, being disrespectful, even though Black Americans are saying that we're not, we're Black American, or just better yet, just Americans. And people who are African want to sit up there and tell us that we are wrong. Right? Crazy work. It's diabolical. It's great that you are over there in South Africa. Mind you, we have white South Africans here in the United States. So I guess technically because of that, because you got runners and fleers, I can happen to speak on the whole thing dealing with South Africa. I really wouldn't be able to say much if we didn't have South Africans over here, but we do. Because quote unquote, they're refugees. They're running for their lives. Because they've had to really hide in fear, and they really had to defend themselves since they've been there, since their inception, since the 1600s, as you stated before. They just had to fight tooth and nail, and they finally came out of Vault 76 to the brand new world, and now the only safety that they could go directly to is the United States. So yeah, okay, all right. You said, have you been to South Africa? Of course not. That's like me asking, have you been to, Detroit, and have you gone to Dexter? Chances are no, you haven't. And especially if I'm talking about on a certain street. Have you gone to those basketball courts? Have you gone to those gas stations? The answer is going to be no, no, and no. So yeah, so we're balanced on that. Rabbit says, Europeans suck. So what's the way people would rather be in Africa? Yeah, that's crazy. Slick was like, but the hieroglyphics show Black people with braided hair moving tons of rocks to build the pyramids. Fortune said, so technically Elon is African American. Yes. Not Black American, African American. Lunch says, Seji just not interested in revisionist history. Nope, not at all. Slick said, there are pyramids in other places in Africa. So the aliens were just chilling in Africa? Yeah, I guess so. Yo. Let me see. All right, man. Stole the land for South Africa. Somebody said Lansing is nice. I guess so. Bagani said, I don't believe was an addition to the planet. I don't know where they came from, but comes to mind after the devil is here to steal and destroy everything. Arabic. What race was the Sumerians then? Somebody said, then how do you know here are whites are living in fear? Oh, how do I know that whites are living in fear in South Africa? Because I watch TikToks of white South Africaners or Boers, whatever you want to sit up in, whatever the description is. I watch them speak just like the right wingers here in the United States, and they're directly of the land. On top of the fact of looking at the all white town out of the whole continent of Africa, they built an all white town that excludes Africans, right? And then you got the white South Africans who have come directly over here, basically talking about like, oh, we're in fear of our lives, and this is what's happening to us. We're just farmers, and this, that, and the third, and all these. Yeah. So I can speak directly on this due to the fact of the information that I was able to gather directly from the source. And I not only the source, but I also showcase those videos on this platform. So I'm a little bit, on this channel. So I'm a little bit confused. We are DOC, also a South African. My verdict is nah. We good, fam. Somebody said race is a construct. You keep repeating the same thing. Richard said there's pyramids all over the world. That is correct. Andrew said the unskilled white men didn't build anything in Africa. Let me see. Ford said, you know how to use Google to search. Did you not hear what I just said up there and said about the South Africans and the reply to the white South Africans in the reply to what it is that you stated? It's crazy work. Somebody said, The source, trust me, bro. Nah, go directly to TikTok and listen to the white South Africaners speak on what they say is their plight, the loss of life, and what it is that they specifically have to deal with. Let me see. Somebody said I watched TikTok and makes a whole statement about whites being in fear. Da, 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 da. So why don't you ask me who lives here? Why am I going to ask you? You could have just wrote it off directly in the comment section. Excluding Africans in Africa just shows the psyche of some white people. Let's say that sounds white to me. Take over land and claim that you're the victim afterwards. Hunter said the Boer are Africans. Farmers are being murdered by people, so they made a white town, and that's exactly what I just stated. I swear to goodness, I just stated that. Another person said, "Bro, America has enough problems of their own. I would like to believe." He said, "Live in Cape Town." I didn't even ask where you live. You might be replying to somebody else. Jeremiah said, "I have some questions about the title of this page." And somebody is writing in. He said, "Nigerians must go to Nigeria." I'm taking this must be a South African that might be talking about that, because I also covered the fact that you have South Africans that were pushing people from Ghana and Nigeria out, all for them to turn around and be like, "No, we want the foreigners, back. It was a misunderstanding." I'm like, "Nah, it ain't no misunderstanding. You said that you view the other Africans that came directly to South Africa as foreigners, and that area belongs to the South Africans, and that those other people need to go directly back to Ghana and back to Nigeria, and you did that. And now you want them to sit up there and come back after everything was said and done. It's like, nah, you got South Africans sitting up there ransacking those businesses and stealing. No, 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 no. Y'all got that. I got that. Yeah, like I said, that's some wild work. That is some crazy work to sit up there and chase people out and to be like, nah, we're gonna run that back. We made a mistake. My bad. No, you got to deal with that. Oh, that's crazy. Let me see. What was it? We have the DLC. You said how many white farmers are in South Africa versus the entire population? You need to rethink your logic, bro. Murders take place all across the globe. Think logic. DLC, who are you replying directly? Are you replying to me or are you replying to somebody else? Let me know who you're talking about, because I'm not sure if you're replying to me or somebody else. Little Lou, what is up? You said I'm flabbergasted. Nigerian Americans. TF. You said Gordon, you said, so you're on your PC watching the world. Yeah, sure. Yes. Yep. The same way that everybody else watches, the same way that Africans learn and talk about Black Americans and want to have all these types of different words or slurs and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. Just like how a lot of those Africans never had an instance of coming into contact with a Black American ever in life. Yes. Yes. I'm like the rest of the world. I'm peering directly in through from the point of view of the people that are the narrators and the directors of that video. Yes, you are correct. Somebody said you're an idiot. Well, I guess we're both idiots because, you decided to come here. So who's really dumber? You or me? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm like, how do y'all think that this really works? And like I said, insults are, it's whatever. Because the craziest part is I'm not even throwing insults at this moment in time. Let me see. We are the DLC. Said TikTok cannot be your only source on the matter. South Africa has 9% white South Africans. Trust me, more blacks and colored South Africans die daily than white farmers. So I don't know why you have the point of view that I'm defending white farmers. I'm like, something is lost in translation. I'm not sure if you're translating this video or how that works. I'm gathering that it seems to me that English is not your first language. Because nowhere in any of this am I defending the white African farmers. That's why I'm a little bit confused in your response, because you're going to bat for the South Africans, which is completely fine. But you're making it seem like I'm defending the Europeans. I'm not. So I'm just highly confused. I'm highly confused directly on that. Yeah, Slick Tom. Yeah, they said blacks and colors. Yeah, it's crazy work. That's not even terminology that we even use. It's like, how far y'all back in like the 1950s? Colors. Like, that's wild. That is wild to me. That is wild. Yo, University, what is up? He was like, no, thank you. I do not want to unite. Bars. Nate said the kingdoms, empires, and wealthy elites located in region and modern day Nigeria profit immensely from selling slaves. Of course, of course. DOC. So, what's your stance then? I is the stance not clear directly enough? Did we not just sit up here? If I'm obviously not for the white African farmers, what does that then tell you that my stance is? Because, like I said, I don't really feel like rehashing it or trying to pull back up the videos that I've already done covering this whole topic. Like I said, this is how I know that people don't listen and pay attention. Like, that is wild. That is wild. Little said, why would a black man bring America to South Africa? 100%. DOC said, colored is a race, mate. See, you don't know South. No. Let me correct you. I do know South African history because I did videos, live streams, and research going directly over all the different terminologies that y'all got going on over there. Also did videos talking about the poverty rates directly over there, how land was stolen, how the small percentage of the white African farmers own the greater majority of the lands, and how there's all of these little groups directly over there that are against the quote unquote black South Africans. Trust me, I've gone over this now. Of course, I don't have the bloodline. I don't have the walk of life, right? But I'm able to view historical footage, data, information, documentaries, and I can come to an understanding of what has taken place directly over there, including the fact that I've covered the fact that the apartheid pretty much ended in the early 90s to, in certain instances, depending on what was happening and the laws that were there, to the mid 90s. So no, I do know. I do know. But this is again why we had to correct one of your fellow South Africans by the name of what's her name? Tyler, where she came up with the song Water. And she wanted to come to the United States and refer to herself as a colored girl. And we had to tell her, as black Americans, don't use that term because we have history directly with that. Right? Somebody said, idiots, you need to safe up your food stamps, but a ticket. Oh, that's crazy. You're guessing that I'm on government assistance? What would give that away? What would give that away that I'm on a government assistance, right? That's crazy. Government is actually I don't even have I don't have any of that actually. I'm not on government assistance. But you do have Africans here that are on government assistance. You do have that, champ. You have a lot of Africans that ran directly from Africa by way of the United Kingdom, and they had to make two choices: either come to the United States, or go directly to Canada. Or in some instances, maybe they might go to the UK or Europe. But some people are like, I want to go to America. I want to go to Canada. Right? Crazy work. University that stop asking us to unite with those savages who sold some of our ancestors. Little said, what is wrong with people in the year of 2026? WTF did those farmers put in the food? Wayne Clark said, Africans are still slave minded when they come to America and are backwards. I see them get disrespected in America and they just smile. Yeah, they do. Like I said, they don't care. They were like, well, I'm not a black American, so it doesn't apply to me. That's why the African woman who went over to Japan, when she got called out of her name, she was like, I'm Nigerian. I'm like, what is that supposed to do? That the Asian woman clearly called you out of your name. What is you being Nigerian? Basically, it's oh, that's right. You're trying to tell her you're not Black American, that you're African. So it's it's crazy work. H Buster said, can't unite for Ish. And you said Gaddafi tried, right? Slick says, same thing. Ibrahim Tori is trying. Yeah. They called Afrikaners, white Africans. Slick Tom said, I feel like they will try. Yeah. I see what you're saying. James said, Black people in Africa lack the ability to unite. All they know is how to fight each other. Cater said, why you want them to return to Africa and try to countless Christians, Nigeria, and the Congo. You worried about them return to. I guess I get what you're saying. They said we have history too. Somebody said education. Koi is the correct term. She should have used the Koi people. I heard that before. Somebody said whites need to unite, stop the white genocide. I mean, maybe you should speak on that family-cide that be taking place in white communities. Maybe you should start there. So yeah. Idi Amin, University, Black Africans unite with those white Africans and stop letting those Asians beat them. Yeah, that's crazy work. Fortin said we South Africans, no one tells us what to do. Yeah, no one tells you what to do except for the whites that are down there. So yeah, so much for that. Like I said, didn't y'all had the apartheid down there? I did quite a bit of research over there, and I went through the various years of. I think I went back to what it was almost like Winston Churchill. Like I went back so far when it dealt with the amount of laws that they enacted there on your people. And you talking about don't nobody tell you what to do? Y'all just got out of the apartheid. I got pictures of y'all in the 80s still living in like shanties. Do you understand what I'm sitting up here saying? I got pictures from y'all back in the 80s where African women are still like being servants. Like, what are we talking? Like, calm down. I need you to relax. It wasn't that far ago. I need you to calm down. You really need to sit up there and relax. You need to really relax. Like I said, Black Americans can sit up there and speak because we were dealing with stuff like that was like back, some 1960s type stuff, right? During that time, y'all were still going through the apartheid. Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference? And you sitting up there, ain't nobody sitting up there telling the South Africans what to do. Y'all just got out of the apartheid. We can throw 2 stones and sit up there and look at you right back there. What are you talking about? Oh, that's cute. You said Black American slaves was the weakest ones who got caught and sold. The weakest ones are the Africans that allowed the Europeans to colonize them. How about that one? Oops. Oops. How about the Africans? The weak ones are the Africans that are allowing Neo Africa, the new version of Africa, to happen by way of China, allowing Chinese men, Asian men coming directly over there to Africa, and to create bastard families, getting African women pregnant and then dipping. Diabolical. The weak ones are the South Africans that allowed the Europeans to come over there and create the apartheid and take up all the land. But y'all still over there praising Jesus. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Y'all still over there be like, Jesus is white. That's crazy. Ain't the oldest Bible that's supposed to be in existence is like the Ethiopian Bible? So if that is the oldest Bible, wouldn't that then mean that the people in that Bible should, in a sense, be reflective of the people of that continent, which means they should be highly melanated and they shouldn't be anything else but? But yet you got South Africaners and everybody else sitting up there believing that Jesus is white. That's crazy. That's diabolical. You said, yes, you had slavery. That doesn't even make any type of sense. I need you to, fix how you're writing. I need you to restructure that sentence for me real quick. Need you to restructure that. Like that's crazy. You said, no, you got it wrong. The weakest tribe got so, but see, that's the whole problem. That's the whole problem. There's melanated people all over the planet. And the main problem with a lot of Africans is that they can't fathom a group of melanated people living in North America that have no connection to them at all. And then you guys decided to take on the exact same wording and talking points from white Americans, not even Europeans. You're taking these talking points directly from white Americans who fled Europe and came over here. That's the craziest part. And then y'all want to run on and try to call black Americans pretendians, but yet the quote unquote Native Americans that's here have DNA and links back to Siberia over there in Russia. And then the craziest part is I also placed within a live stream, there was an old clip where some folks was talking about how those over there in Russia, they would take boats and whatnot or whatever and come over to Alaska. And, those people, they would come together and they would, visit and, they would have fun and tell stories and all this other. I'm like, I'm like, why would people over there from yonder over in Russia come over to Alaska and some way they have this type of bond? But I'm like, when you look at quote unquote the Native Americans here in the United States, and when you look at the Siberians, I'm like, the way that they have their culture looks very similar, if not the same. The way that they look, very similar, if not the same. The traditions look very similar, if not the same. Like I said, it's crazy. Oh yeah, you botting it up today. You sitting up here just repeating the same thing. That's wild. You said, why hasn't the black Americans moved to Africa? Why haven't white Americans moved back to Europe after running? You said hating on Tyler because she's killing it in the USA. No, she's not. The moment in time that black Americans were like, okay, you don't want to listen, we're just going to drop your music. You didn't hear nothing from her ever since. The first time that Tyler has now just come back into the light was by way of Kai Cenat. What you playing now? You don't even know what you're talking about. I've been sitting up there paying attention to this for the longest time possible. She had her height, and then it just collapsed after she went on the Breakfast Club and she didn't want to listen to black Americans. But you're trying to sit up there and tell me that, oh no, black Americans are just jealous because she's killing it. Who is she bigger than in the United States? Who? What is she really moving here in the United States? She's not moving anything musically. She's not causing any trends. She don't got no waves out here. And then y'all were the South Africans. Y'all were the main ones that sat up there and said that Tyler don't need American fans in order to be big. She was already big by way of South Africans. It was like, okay, bet. And black Americans dropped her, and we expected y'all to keep lifting her up, to keep, pushing her to stardom and all this other type of stuff. This is the first real time that she done came back, and she's coming back by way of Kai Cenat, who is Haitian, not even a black American. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, that's crazy to me. Like that is wild to me. Y'all just be making up stuff as y'all go. Like, what are we doing? Like, I'm just waiting for him to try to sit up there and come back up here, because I'm like, you just talking. You don't even know what you're saying. You try to say to me that I don't even know what I'm talking about when it deals with South Africa. You don't even know what you're talking about when it deals with one of your own, one of your colored girls, right? You don't even know what you're even talking about. You just spouting off at the mouth. You allow Europeans to sit up there and take over your land where they got the lion's shares of it. And then on that land, they did a big one. And it was like, hey, we're creating a whites only town. You can't even come there. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. Not only that, but also in other places in Africa, you had Indians create schools, create markets. And it was like, no Africans allowed. Ooh, that's diabolical. That's crazy. Dude, you talking about check her her Spotify and YouTube views. What does that mean? What does that mean? You do know there's a such thing as that you can pay for views. You can pay for bots. What are you talking about? Record companies already got called out for doing that. What are you talking about? Like you have to be dense in order to believe that a lot of things are basically natural directly out here. They're not. A lot of things can be bought and paid for. You have a lot of artists out here that are plants where record companies will just magically put this artist in front of people and then they will run advertisements, run commercials. They'll put them on these media circuits and junkets in order to get them in the view of the public. And if that doesn't work, it's like, all right, we're going to start buying a lot of views. We're going to put out this song. And if people don't basically go for it, we're going to pay to have them at these award shows. We're going to pay to put this directly on the radio and everything of the sort. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's wild to me. What was it? This person said, I'll support sending all blacks to Africa. You know, people who have suffered from the plague and who caused it themselves, people who ran and fled from Europe should not be the ones talking about sending somebody back. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. You're the wrong person. You're the wrong person all the way. Don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. Like I said, your own people originally from Europe sent you all over the world because they thought that you were not going to sit up there and make it back. And by some sheer luck, by some sheer chance, you made it back. I'm not sure what God that you believed in. I'm not sure who you sacrificed in order to make it back, but somehow y'all made it back. You should not be the one sitting up there saying that somebody needs to go back. You shouldn't be the one. Just saying. Whoa. Somebody said, I'm pretty sure that pilgrims were brave. You talking about the people that Europe and the UK emptied out their prisons and jails and sent directly over, the worst of the worst? Word? They were brave? Whoa. You mean the same people that could not even live in North America and survive when they crashed on these shores if it wasn't for the native people here? You talking about those people? Yo, that's some crazy work. It's crazy how y'all just be rewriting history. Y'all be trying to make yourselves like seem like the bravest people on a voyage. Word? Didn't Christopher Columbus mess up on finding North America? He was originally looking for India. Like, how? You can't even read a map correctly. What are we talking about? What are we even talking about at this moment in time? That's some wild work. That is crazy. Like I said, y'all can barely survive 70 to 80 degree heat over there in the UK. You almost knocked out your whole population by the plague. Back in the days of kings and queens, y'all were, throwing the feces and everything else outside of the castle or sometimes in the interior of the castle. You didn't know how to separate your dead from your living or from the livestock. And then you had, the plague, which happened, and you had a whole bunch of fleas and rodents and everything. Like what? What are we talking about? In certain instances, looking at history, you didn't have queens that took 3 baths out of their whole entire lifetime. So you mean from birth all the way up until you were probably like 70, whatever the medium age was. Let's just put it at 70. From birth to 70, you mean to tell me that you only took 3 baths? And then I learned that the reason that high heels were, in a sense, created was so that you can step directly over the feces that was on the streets and the land that wasn't cleared. Are you serious? That's what we're doing. Those are the folks that you sitting up here talking about. That's also brave. I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused on that. You talking about the same exact people who came over to the United States, well, to North America at the time, and their main plan in order to take it over was to eradicate the natives, quote unquote, walk of 1,000 tears, dismantle and destroy and erase any type of history that is specifically there. And then while doing that, they created the Dawes Rolls to be $5 Indians. Put your name, pay $5, put down your name, and now you're a Cherokee. Now you're a Blackfoot. Now magically, all of a sudden, Europeans got Native American blood. Are those the same people? The exact same people where the term American was for the indigenous copper colored folks that were here. But because you did what it is that you did, you then took over that name and that branding as your own. Those same people? That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, folks didn't even want to be European no more. It was like, no, we're not European no more. We're American. Wow, that's crazy. That's so much for being proud to be Caucasian. So proud that you ran away from it. That's wild. That's crazy. Oh, somebody said that I'm stupid. Word? Hold on. Hold my beer. Oh, this like I said, mods, do not block this person. Let me get this book real quick. Hold up. Hold up, brother. Oh boy. Let me go back to this book real quick. Somebody said that I'm not a good teacher. I have no problem with that. I never said that I was a teacher, but I have no problem giving information. Right? So to the person who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Kimberly? Gotcha. Kimberly, you sat up there and said that I'm basically stupid, right? So let me read the definition. This is, anybody can look this up themselves. This is from a Noah's Webster dictionary. Again, the blacks didn't write this. Let me repeat this again. The blacks did not write this dictionary. This is a Noah Webster's dictionary, 1828. So let's look up the definition of what American is. I got you real quick. It says American, number one, pertaining to America. Number two, it says a native of America. Originally, let me repeat that again, a native of America, originally applied to aboriginals or copper colored races found here by the Europeans. Now, what did we just sit up here and say? That means that originally Europeans weren't here, and that automatically melanated people existed on this continent of which white people said that they found. You can't find something where people are already at, where they're already located. It's already established and it's already found by those aboriginal people, which are not white Europeans. But in order for white Europeans to get that name, what did they say later? They said that, let me see, going back, originally applied to the aboriginals or the copper colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. Color me surprised on that. Color me surprised. Color me surprised on that. So I was actually correct. So, well, looky here. It seems as though that Europeans are not native to America. They're not aboriginals. They're not copper colored. But yet this person wants to sit up there and say that I'm stupid, ignorant. But I went directly to a source, black and white dictionary, which anybody can buy, anybody can look up. Remember, the blacks did not make up this information. The blacks did not write this dictionary. So you can't sit up there and say that I'm just, speaking from whatever. This is not me. Just saying. Just saying. That's some wild work right there. Like I said, I would love for somebody to refute that definition that I just gave. If you really feel that I'm stupid and ignorant, I would love for you to use that exact same dictionary that I'm using and refute that information. Just trying to figure out. Like I said, this is why I love when people want to sit up there and pull directly up and try to say that I'm stupid. Like I don't know what it is that I'm talking about. Like I just don't have books sitting around. Like you got Google, you got ChatGPT, you got AI. You can do anything that you want to sit up there and do. I went directly to a physical book. No AI needed. I didn't need ChatGPT to get shortcuts and all this other type of stuff because I'm lazy and I can't turn the page. I didn't do none of that. I got the book. So try again. Like, that's crazy. Like that's some wild work. Somebody said Southern Europeans have a lot of Arab DNA from the UK. Northern Europe is very different to the South. I'm waiting for the Kim person to sit up there and pull directly up. I'm looking for all the racists and whatnot to pull up. I know they're here. We got about like 231 people. I know we got racists here that like to troll in the background. So again, from this white, let me paraphrase it or say it differently. From the white man's dictionary, that is the definition that I got. So it's either that I'm a liar as a black because I'm trying to claim everything to be black. I'm trying to claim America to be black, or the white man is lying. Which one is it? It's either your bloodline is a whole complete lie, or we're both liars. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know how you want to slice it. I don't know how you want to sit up there and take it. I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to sit up there and slice this one here, because people normally like to sit up there and call out black people whenever it is that they're talking and give out certain type of information. So I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to slice that there. Or are we just going to go to the stereotypical, the stereotypes and the racism? You're this and you're that, and you blacks need to go to Africa. I mean, well, you're not even from America from the get-go because you're not Aboriginal or you're not copper colored. We all know this. So yeah, who's really going back first? My hand is not raised, so I'm just saying that. Just saying. Whoa. I'm pretty racist against white people? Really there, brother? How would that be? How would that be feasible? How would that be? Let me read this definition again. The definition of American from a white dictionary: pertaining to America. American, a native of America, which is not European, originally applied to the Aboriginals, not European, or the copper-colored races of North America, not European again, found here by the Europeans. If it was found by the Europeans, that means that the Europeans came from a whole nother destination in order to arrive at this point to find these people. Correct? Correct. So I'm a little bit confused on me saying these things. How within that would I be racist? How would I be racist? Take your time. How would I be racist? Let me know. Like, that's crazy to me. And like I said, this is coming from a white man's dictionary. It's not coming from my own words. You said, yes, you are racist. Read from a black dictionary. Confusion is who you are. I mean, I guess. Somebody say you're still living in the past. What? How is that the past? Don't white Americans call themselves American? And I just told you that originally the name was applied to the indigenous copper colored folks that were here. The reason why that name no longer applies is due to the fact of what the Pilgrims, aka the Europeans, did directly throughout this land, which was go directly through and pretty much take out the greater population or the residuals of what was. And then whatever was left, they decided to intermingle, intermix, and all this other type of stuff, and yada, yada, yada. And, like just like the same thing that happened with slavery. But like I said before, in order for the Europeans to even be here, they were saved. The Europeans didn't save themselves, right? So much for that European ingenuity. So much for the high IQs. Europeans were so smart that they couldn't survive in a brand new land that they weren't even prepared for. It took for the natives in order to rescue, save, and teach them, because they were too deaf, dumb, and stupid to actually understand what was going on. They had to learn from somebody else. And these were the people that were supposed to be know-it-alls. Masters of the universe, right? Yeah, so much for that. So much for that. I mean, I'll take that. Shout out, Uncle Alert. You are 1000% correct. The way that I like to sit up there and put it is people got to live long enough in order to be there. Like I said, hopefully People will live long enough in order to be up there. You know? Slick Tom was like, how can you be racist when you don't control the outcome of white folks? And I've said that so many times. I don't have power over white people. I don't have the monies. I don't have the power structure. I don't have the law behind me. I don't have police or the military or a government in order to enact quote unquote racism. I don't. Can I be prejudiced? Yes. Am I prejudiced? Correct. Racist? No. See, there's a difference. And the way that I was raised in my household was to treat people the way that you would want to be treated, that you see people on an even playing field. That's how I was raised in a Black American household. Obviously, for a lot of other folks out there that are non-Black American, that's not how they were raised. So this is how we have the problems and issues that we have currently in these United States when it deals with race relations. Again, has nothing to do with me, but it has everything to do with history, in a history of which that I did not create. So yeah. You mean also thank God for the Black Americans that were here during slavery that created a lot of inventions, including after slavery as well as today, too, so that you can clearly enjoy a lot of the things and the amenities that you currently have at this moment in time. It's crazy how that works. It's crazy how that works where people want to, sit up there and lay claim to certain things and make it seem like they're just the masters of the universe. Like I said, the same group of people that instead of trying to be diplomatic to end the war, they decided to, drop, 2 items directly on, Japan to have people to stop. Crazy work. And was potentially going to drop a third one. But, the same group of people that always enact and that are a part of wars all across the world. The same group of people that can't even defend their own country, aka the United States. The same group of people that sat up there and put the United States in $40 trillion worth of debt. Yeah, okay. All right. Word. That's some wild work. That's 1,000% wild work. That's wild. Somebody said, you love talking about nonsense history. I mean, I guess it's nonsense if it doesn't, put you in a great light. I guess it is. Question. Would it be Black Americans or white Americans who started the war on terror? I know you're old enough to know who that was. Who was it? Was it Obama? Let me know who it was. Who was the main one for about a good 8 years going after the war on terror? And sat up there and said that we have an enemy that we can identify when it deals with the war on terror. And then after that, they was like, yeah, we're in a war. We're fighting an invisible enemy. Huh? Was it Black Americans that did that? Let me know. That wasn't that long ago. 9/11 wasn't that long ago. So you can't sit up there and say like, this is just far going history. You're talking about some stuff that you didn't even live. Nah. Everybody here at this moment in time was around during that timeline. Whoa, brother. You sat up there and said, you said the blacks can't even keep their own community safe. You can't even keep schools safe in your community. How about that one? You can't even sit up there and keep your own populace from ODing off of drugs. How about that one? You can't even stay to yourselves long enough to not be in a war. How about that one? You can't even stay to yourself just to mind your own business. How about that one? Like, what are we talking about? Where are we really going with this conversation? It's not going to fare well. You have way more of a track record than Black Americans. This is not what you want to sit up there. It's not going to sit up there and fare well when you look at this from a historical stand. It's not going to fare well. The decimation, the loss of life, the blood that is directly on your hands, it's not going to fare well. It don't matter what type of per capita. It don't matter how many times you want to bring up Chicago. The blood that is on your hands, you cannot erase that. Don't matter what you say. That's crazy. You know the craziest part is? Somebody's like, the hate has darkened your heart. I mean, I'm Black American and melanated, so I guess my heart, in a sense, would be black. I guess I don't know. But hate, no. That's you trying to project what it is that you are, either openly or secretly. I don't hate anybody. I have a strong dislike when it deals with racist and many other things, right? I have a strong dislike. Well, I will sit up there and say a hatred that I would have is when you have those who commit crimes against the family. Those are the people I strongly hate. And I can say that. If you commit crimes against the family, that's where all of that emotion would basically go. But other than that, I got a dislike. Got a dislike. Just, like I said before, just trying to sit up there and just try to figure out, because people want to move, all over the place. You said blacks fight with whites, but what I'm saying is, who started the war on terror? Who was in office for 8 years? Who was also the main one that had their last dinner at the White House laughing about the weapons of mass destruction? Matter of fact, let me break it down to you. It was white people. Black people didn't sit up there and tell y'all that somebody over yonder had weapons of mass destruction. Still to this day, I'm still waiting. This is what I want, right? For the white people that disagree with me right now, let me know at this moment in time, all white people, tell me, where are the weapons of mass destruction? Y'all voted for Bush. Y'all were there around that time frame. Y'all also probably went for the Patriot Act. Let me know, where are the weapons of mass destruction? That's all I'm asking white people. Y'all can be as racist as you want to be. You can be as stereotypical. Oh, blacks this and blacks that. Chicago. Oh, trillions of people died. Cool. All right, cool. We got that. I'm just trying to figure out. Let me know, where are the weapons of mass destruction. I'm still trying to figure that out, because y'all done had y'all families in some instances slaughtered, never to be seen ever again. You done sent your white children, both male and female, directly over there. You sent your husbands, your wives, your uncles, never to be seen again, or come back half a man or half a woman. I'm just trying to figure out, after all of that sacrificing of those white bodies going over there for that war for America to defend this country, where are the weapons of mass destruction? Where they at? Where they at? And this is what I be talking about every single time I bring this up. Y'all never had nothing to say. Y'all can always be stereotypical. Y'all can always be racist and do all of this other type of stuff. Y'all can try to move the goalposts. When I bring this specific thing up, y'all always stay dead silent, never have nothing to say. Or better yet, y'all be like, oh, but what about Detroit? Let's look at Chicago. Let's look at these Democratic run cities. Right. That's what y'all per capita. That's what y'all like to do. But you can't per capita your way directly out of these wars. You can't per capita your way directly out of this deficit that America is, in a sense, facing, in the economic collapse that is basically looming, along with the amount of inflation that is dealing with the American dollar. You can't per capita your way out of that. You can't per capita your way out of all of the money that the United States has sent over to other countries when we need that directly here. You can't per capita your way out of the fact that you've allowed the United States, voted for the United States to send jobs directly from here overseas. Like, what are we talking about? Like I said, y'all always sitting up here talking about y'all care about like white lives and y'all care about your white families and kids, but y'all always be immediately ready to sacrifice them over when it deals with a war. Y'all be real quick. Y'all be throwing those kids away, but y'all talking about y'all population is dwindling. I wonder why, because y'all keep going to war. You keep throwing your kids directly abroad. You be like, oh, I'm a patriot, I'm this, I'm that, and da 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 da. But what does that mean for your population? Along with the fact of the alcoholism and the use of the DUIs that you sit up there and get, on top of the family side that sit up there and happen, on top of the ABs that be taking place amongst the women, on top of the trafficking that be sitting up there happening, and the heavy drug use and ODing. And I want to sit up there and remind a lot of you white folks out there why you want to sit up there and be racist. Y'all trying to deal with a comeback. It was white people that created the opioid epidemic. It wasn't the blacks. It wasn't the thugs. It wasn't the gang members and the gang bangers. It wasn't the pimps. It wasn't the Al Sharptons, the Jesse Jacksons, the Barack Obamas. It wasn't none of that like y'all like to sit up there and keep parroting and keep going directly on and on and on about. It was your own people. I've covered your own college kids going directly to these prestigious Ivy League colleges and getting your kids hooked on these drugs. You got these meth labs hooked up in these suburbs, in these quiet, quaint little suburbs. In some instances, things go wrong. And somebody try to think I can't get my words right, that they could create the Incredible Hulk. And that didn't happen. The house and everything else was just gone. Couldn't even get my words out on that. We're like, that's how crazy this is. That's how crazy it is. Like I said, for white Americans, y'all never want to specifically speak on the ills on what you basically have to sit up there and face. You would rather sit up there and be like, the blacks. Go back to Africa. Y'all don't love America. You're not patriot enough. No matter what it is that black Americans have had to go through and suffer through in these United States, we've always been here. We haven't sat up there and swapped allegiances or alliances. We ain't set up there and do that. You got black people out here still flying an American flag, whether other black people disagree with it or not. And I've set up and said a multitude of times, no matter what the history is, I'm still American at the end of the day. Y'all can't sit up there and change that. Matter of fact, I put it to you like this: for any of those black folks that sit up there and feel like that black people should go back to Africa, how about you send me back? How about that one? I dare you to send me back. I bet you won't. How about that one? Because y'all always love sitting up there running your mouth. Go back to Africa, boy. We're going to sit up there and send you back. Yeah, okay. Sure you will. We're all of black America has been waiting for that moment for the longest time possible. We've yet to sit up there and see that happen. Color me surprised. But then you tell us, again, like I said earlier, you tell us to go back to Africa, but yet if black people do go back there, we still find you there. How does that work? That doesn't make any type of sense. That's crazy. Somebody said, we could have a white only country and y'all would trip. You'd follow us to the North Pole. No, that's not how that worked. Black people didn't decide like, oh yeah, we're just going to invade Europe. No, y'all are the main ones that are the invaders, the conquerors, and all this other. People happen to do things in response. But now, what you inevitably did, like if you want to look at Europe, at the face of Europe at this moment in time, and why the demographics and why the color is changing, all of that, conquistadoring, all of that conquering that y'all were doing, now you got to sit up there and face the consequences of that. All of that conquest that you've done over time, all of the effects directly of you all over the world. Now you got to sit up there and deal with folks coming or flooding directly into European countries. And now they have different types of religions. They got different types of beliefs. The demographics is changing. Other people from different countries are coming directly into your parliament or your government, what have you. Yeah, it ain't looking so good. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that, but you're saying that if y'all had an all-white space that we would trip, we really would not sit up there and care. A lot of places in Europe are all white. Do you think I actually care about that? No. Do you think I want to visit them? No, I'm completely cool and fine. They're over where they are, and I'm where I'm at. Next, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? That's crazy. That is diabolical. Let me see here. What else we got? Black Americans. Black America is white America. You talk silly. How is Black America white America? That doesn't make any type of sense. We literally grow up and live two different lives. So how are you saying that both of those are the same? Are certain things shared? Yes, more so on one side than the other, but it's not the same thing. So what are you talking about? You're not even making any type of sense. You're making zero type of sense. Let me see. Somebody said, of course we didn't. You said, what was that? We could never have caused the drug epidemic by ourselves. Our most important members are the thug, dealer, foot soldiers. I'm not even sure who explain to me who is that? Logan, explain to me who it is that you're talking about there. The thug part. Explain to me, because that's not a terminology, specifically used to describe white folks, or at least the drug dealers or the criminals. Victim mentality. The victim mentality comes in where in 2026, white people are stating that they are under fire and that they are in fear of their lives from all demographics of races around the planet. That's the victim mentality. Also noting the fact that a lot of Europeans or white folks don't want to admit fault in what it is that they caused. One of the main things going back to Africa I like to bring up is King Leopold of Belgium II, and how it is that it was stated that he slew anywhere in between 15 to 25 million Congolese dealing with rubber plants or rubber farms. He cut off arms, he cut off limbs. He also did this in front of kids in order to train them, to make them understand that if they don't hit that quota, that they're going to end up like this or worse. So I'm a little bit confused on how it is that, having that history, that quite European, history, and that's just one instance, something that doesn't get taught in American schools. It's crazy having that type of history directly out there, and then you want to turn around and play victim as if history is not going to catch up with you, as if people, the old adage or whatever it is that people like to say, where the son is going to pay for the father's sins. Right? Like I said, people feel as though that karma is not going to sit up there and catch up. That's diabolical in nature. Shout out to Pep for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm not even sure what that one is supposed to be. Somebody said all races are in the drug game worldwide. I don't care about all races. I'm talking about the United States of America. I do not care about all races and what it is that they're doing. Those races need to sit up there and specifically deal with their people and call that stuff directly out. I'm talking about Black Americans here. I'm talking about white Americans here. Again, miss me with the whole all lives matter when it deals with these situations. I'm not even trying to hear it. Somebody said, would you want segregation? At this point, it's whatever it is. It's whatever it is. It's to the point at this moment in time where I think I can probably put this dictionary directly to the side. It's at the point where you got a lot of white folks that, in a sense, they're saying it to an extent, but in order for white people to say it, they need Black people to, in a sense, co-sign it, because they're like, hey, if we sit up to say it, we're going to be deemed as racist. But if the Blacks say it, then nobody's going to say anything, right? So again, I put it to you like this: at a moment in time, Black folks did because of the situations that were going on. Black folks are actually doing pretty well. We had banks, we had hospitals, we had schools, we had our own blocks and towns and cities and everything of the sort. But even no matter how well we did, white folks still found a problem even during segregation. So it's weird to sit up and ask, like, hey, you Black, do you want segregation? The only thing that's going to sit up there and happen with that segregation is that the exact same thing y'all did in history prior, you're going to do that again. But the only difference is y'all got a whole bunch of armaments that y'all can attach directly to vehicles. Like one dude attached a machine gun directly to a Cybertruck, and then Elon just cut off the ability for that Cybertruck to run. So, like I said before, it's crazy to ask me if that's exactly what I want when we already know what's going to happen once it happens. History is going to repeat itself. It's going to be the exact same thing again. Like I said, that's some crazy work. That is some diabolical work. Mo says share, like, and dislike, comment, and subscribe. Bars. You said that seems to be what so many of you guys want. The craziest part is you're on that sort of kind of thing where it's like, I really want to say something, but I'm not, so I'm just going to use you guys, or I'm going to use the Blacks, so I'm going to use they. and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, this is what I be talking about. I'm like, y'all don't even really come out and say what it is that you want to say. Like I said, I can read it and I can see what it is that you want to say. And again, missing with the whole thing that white people normally like to say is like, oh well, I got mixed grandbabies. I got black people in my family. I dated blacks. I ain't trying to hear that, because that don't mean that you're any less. That just further proves the point that it's just worse. Like I said, that's not really what Black Americans wanted. We're able to actually live amongst anybody and to get along. It's the fact that a lot of other people wanted to spin this the other way and make it seem like Black people are just tearing apart this whole country. Like anytime that I hear about the downfall of this country, people are like, yeah, the most divisive. I put it, even though he's not really Black, he African. But going back to the main comment that I would normally sit up there and hear from folks is that they would be like, oh yeah, the worst thing that happened to this country is Obama. Yeah, he was the most divisive thing that happened to this country. Before then, nobody was talking about race. This wasn't even a thing. We were so harmonious and unified. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. It's just for the simple fact that it just wasn't staring you in the face, where it's to the point that you couldn't ignore it. Before Barack Obama, you could sit up there and try to ignore make it seem like things are invisible, right? Cool. When you had Obama as president, you had to acknowledge that there's a Black man that's directly the face of the United States. Y'all didn't like that. Or I'm sorry, you had somebody that resembled Black American men who was the face of the United States. And the craziest part about his family, his kids never got into trouble. Now, mind you, Bush Jr., both of his girls got into trouble, drinking and doing all this other type of stuff. It got to the point where during the presidency of Barack Obama, where they wanted to find something so bad about his daughters that they were really just trying to, oh, look, after the presidency, look, we caught somebody having a joint. Somebody was at a dining restaurant having alcohol. I'm like, really? That's what you're doing? That's the best that you got? Like I said, in comparison, those girls, they were doing the Lord's work. They wasn't doing nothing wrong. But comparison to Bush Jr.'s daughters, Lord, they was outside. When they sit up there and say, we outside, those girls were outside. They were outside. Let me tell you something. They were outside. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Let me see. Filling America with drugs tons. When will the Blacks be leaving? I mean, the exact same time as the Europeans. When is that going to sit up there and take place and happen? It's not going to sit up there and happen. Oh, look at that. We got our first racist directly in here. Shout out to you. Somebody had to try to do their big one. Let me sit up there and spell out the N-word because you Blacks can't spell. That's crazy. That's diabolical. But it'd be like that though. That's that smooth brain technology right there. Very smooth brained of you. Shout out to you. Very smooth brained. You said there's racism between light skinned Blacks and dark skinned ones, and African Blacks look down on U.S. Blacks. That's called colorism. What you're trying to describe in the comment section, where we're like, there's this issue in between Black Americans that are light and dark. That's colorism. That also stems directly from slavery and the things that was passed down directly from that. There's a specific type of history with that because of the type of treatment. One was preferred while the other one was not. One was in the house and then the other one was working the field. Like I said, there's a whole history and the thing directly with that links into today. So I'm not sure what's the use of bringing it up here and what you're specifically trying to state directly with that. But, I'll put it to you like this. You have originally originally white Americans did not take too kindly to Scots and to the Irish being over in the United States. They technically viewed them the exact same as Blacks. They viewed them the exact same as the Asians, right? But they were on a higher priority list because they can, in a sense, quote unquote, take the jobs and everything in a sense directly from the white Americans that were here. But once white Americans basically realized, like, hey, we can actually buffer our numbers if we pull the Irish and the Scottish directly in, so that we got more of the numbers, and then we can, mix, some money and figure out how that's going to work, and we can have these groups together and have them go against the blacks and everybody, and that's what y'all did. But then, in order to further buffer y'all numbers, y'all started to add the Chinese directly into the quote unquote, white side of things, along with the white passing Spanish or Latins, Hispanics, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. Like I said, y'all did it was a lot of stuff happening. Like I said, everybody against the blacks. That became the blacks were the number one enemy. The number one enemy. Like I said, case in point, to the white folks that are still here that want to sit up there and clown in the comment section, this is for you right here. Lyndon B. Johnson, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. So again, to the white Americans out there that want to sit up there and run your mouths, I need you to explain this. Because like I said, the numbers were a little bit lower earlier on when I gave this picture directly up there. We got about 269 people sitting directly here. And I know a lot of y'all are white and y'all sitting back in the background quietly, or y'all want to sit up there and be racist or write some type of stereotype. I need you to answer this. And again, the blacks didn't make this quote. The blacks didn't make this up. So explain that, how you got one of your white men that stated this about you. Just trying to figure that out. Like I said before, for the white folks here, y'all originally didn't like the Irish and the Scottish. And again, the Irish and the Scottish, when they came over here, they were indentured servants. They weren't into chattel slavery. So again, for anybody who's Irish and Scottish, miss me with that whole thing of like, oh, we all went through slavery. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. After you went through your indentured servitude, which you willingly did, you got directly Ellis Island. You got shipped over here, Ellis Island, got off the boat, found you some type of white man or whoever to be directly up under. You sat up there and worked for such and such amount of years, and then they freed you, gave you a little bit of money and a little bit of land to sit up there and work, and for you to sit up there and figure it out. That's how that worked. When it happened with black Americans and we were in chattel slavery, going through all of these brutalities and everything that came directly with it, sometimes bloodlines basically getting exterminated and lost after quote unquote the war, and we were freed and all this other type of stuff. We weren't given 40 acres and a mule. We weren't given, land as, a parting gift. Oh, thank you, blacks, for sitting up here, building America by way of picking our cotton because we were too lazy to sit up there and do it. And we were going to pretty much just fry up in the sun. Y'all didn't sit up there and do that. Like I said, it's two different types of things, two different types of Americans. Right. But like I said, I need for white people, since y'all sitting here giving me attention, I need y'all to run your mouth about this comment here. Let me know how that works. Let me know. Somebody said this is a low IQ black channel, so I guess a lot of the whites that sat up there and followed Lyndon B. Johnson was very smooth brained, huh? Like I said, that's crazy to sit up there and have somebody in office that said that about you and your group and your population. That's wild. Somebody sat up there said I'm projecting. Was Lyndon B. Johnson projecting? I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out. Let me know. We got to scroll through these comments. Black communities problems haven't been white people's fault. Being generous here for at least 80 years. It's long past time. You picked up the weight and got busy yourselves. I mean, isn't it long time for y'all to sit up there and start fixing America since y'all founded it and built it? Y'all modernized it. Y'all took it away from, I'm sorry, y'all didn't take it from nobody. The history books that y'all trying to sell to kids now is that the blacks and the Mexicans or whoever, or the indigenous came together in a partnership in order to make America, right? Slavery wasn't really a thing, right? Because y'all trying to get rid of that. And I'm talking about the history books dealing with Texas and dealing with Florida. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other places in the United States, y'all trying to get rid of the history that puts you directly in a bad light. So yeah, revisionist history at this moment in time. So I'm just trying to figure out when our white Americans going to fix that trillions of dollars, trillions of dollars worth of debt that we currently have at this moment in time. When y'all going to fix that inflation? When are y'all going to stop going into other countries and causing wars and coups and disabling their government and getting out of their political affairs? So I'm just trying to figure out. Like I said, we can sit up there. We can do this all day. I'm just trying to figure out. Somebody said I'm in Detroit now. I mean, that's cool. That's great. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit versus everybody 3-1-3. That's great. Somebody say you're too stupid to have a debate with. There's no fixing this. I mean, I guess there's no fixing the violence that comes directly from white Americans when it deals with wars and other people's money and gold and oil and resources, because that's really what the war on terror was directly about, was it not? It was about the gold in some other places, and it was also about the oil, was it not? Because like I said before, I have not seen not one white folk directly up here pop up and tell me where are the weapons of mass destruction. I've yet to sit up there and see it. But y'all, like I said, y'all know exactly what that war was about. You knew exactly what you sacrificed your kids for, but you just don't want to admit to being wrong. Just like y'all don't want to admit to being wrong when it dealt with the Vietnam War. And y'all lost that, white people. You lost the biggest L. And y'all never want to bring that up. I'm not even sure if they even got that in the history books today. Y'all be like, oh, it really wasn't even a war because, Congress, whoever didn't even, sign off. Well, it just happened. Okay. And then you also had the Gatunkan incident. Like I said, y'all be having all of these things that just be happening. Y'all just be taking L's. What's really good? Like, do y'all just like having L's out here? Y'all just like doing this. Y'all just like doing this. Shout out to You Can't Make This Up for the 200 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Slick said, just like the 4 black church girls that had their lives taken, by an explosive device that was set up by a white boy. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Let me see. Somebody said if there wasn't for blacks, there would be no hate. That's wild. That's wild. Somebody was like, explain why in countries without blacks are more evolved and way less crime. Oh no, there's still crime there. The other reason why the crime has not excelled is also because they have gun laws. But you don't talk about the DV, and you don't talk about the knife crimes that happen. Like I said, look at the UK. Look at the amount of knife crimes that go on directly out there. Look at the young women out there, or better yet, the young teenage girls who are white, who are selling themselves directly out on the streets to get their next fix. Like I said, there was a video I seen on X directly about that. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, there's tons of videos dealing with these young girls out there in the UK who are, in a sense, selling themselves because they're hooked on drugs. But like I said, y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to make it seem like wherever it's just a pure white population, it's just a utopia. Nothing's happening. Nothing's going down. It can seem like that because nobody's going to report on the bad deeds or the behaviors of their own people like that. So yeah, you can sit up there and run your mouth online and sit up there and say like, yeah, white only areas is a utopia. There's no crimes. We can have our doors directly unlocked and leave our keys directly in our cars. But mind you, back in the 1960s, you had white men who were committing crimes, jumping on trains and going from town to town, and they were taking lives, kidnapping kids, and all this other type of stuff. Oh, but I guess y'all forgot about that, or I guess y'all gonna oh, that was the few. But let's talk about the blacks back then. Let's look what the blacks are sitting up there doing to these white towns. Right. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let me see if I can go to the actual picture. Okay, so I'm not even gonna go directly for that one, but yeah, we'll stay directly on track, when we deal with this. Somebody said this is what keeps racism alive. I mean, I guess so. I guess so. Say countries with black people have been exploited and the resources stolen by those of white countries. Bars. What else? Just so everyone knows, Nigerians are threatening against South Africans. I mean, it'd be like that. Nigerians and South Africans, they will figure it out. They will figure it out. You said Lyndon Johnson was a Democrat or racist. What makes you think I need to account for him? He's not black. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What makes you think that you need to account directly? He's not a part of the black community. He's not one of the blacks. So who else is he going to account for it? So now he's just now he doesn't matter. Now he's just an individual. Now he's separate. That's wild. It's crazy. Like whenever people start getting close to pointing stuff out, it's crazy how y'all just want to evac anything that's close to that. You'll be like, we're getting rid of that real quick. We're not doing that. We're not going to sit up there and do that. Let me see. What else we got? Why is those? I doubt that's slick. Fighting just for fun too. Getting out for nothing. Kidnappers of souls. Civilizations. Muslims are today enslaving black folks. Nobody didn't say that wasn't happening. Somebody said a racist echo chamber. Racist echo chamber, brother. Have you not seen all these white streamers going out here trying to go to these safe multiracial areas, and they're trying to provoke and antagonize black people by using racial slurs? You talking about a racist echo? That's crazy. Wasn't it white folks that sat up there and raised money for, I think she was like a Canadian, she was like some type of European woman with her child, and she decided to be just like yelling the N-word, and I think she was yelling at like some Somalis or something like that. And then y'all raised like almost like $500,000 for that woman, and y'all were making her in the memes, and y'all were loving like that's wild. It's funny, but Petra's Farm remembers. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. You said who sold Africans? Don't you mean Africans? I think that's what you meant. You said who sold Africans to white folks? Africans sold Africans. What's so hard to understand that? But the crazy part is, because you don't want to admit any type of guilt, who sat up there and told you to partake in that slavery? Genius. Oh, I guess you were like, well, when in Rome, do as the Romans. No. You had the choice to be like, okay, this is wrong. Let me diffuse the situation, or let me do something in order to help out these people who obviously can't help themselves. You opted not to do that. You were like, nah, we're going to join directly in this too. Oh, we can get some money directly from this. All right, no problem. Let me give you this Coca-Cola bottle and a mirror, and then we can trade some slaves. For 60 to 100 slaves, I'll give you this mirror. Right, you've never. It's like voodoo. Woo, it's magic. Africa's magic. So since I'm giving you this magic mirror machine, give me 60 to 100 of your people, and then we can call it even. If you want more of these, you know where to come and get those. Like that's crazy. So since we're talking about who sold Africans to white folks, and like I said, Africans are sold other Africans. Africans are still selling Africans to this day. Who sat up there and almost eradicated the European population? Who would be the cause? Are we going to say the blacks? Are we going to say the Africans? Who are we going to? I got to sound like an owl out here. Who is the cause for that? You said, yawn. We truly are tired of you all. Black fatigue is going. And what have blacks done to improve the world? This is the thing. Why would you think that? You can look at the inventions, but what I'm saying is, when it deals with Black Americans, why would the weight be on Black Americans to improve the world? shouldn't the world around different areas, shouldn't those folks that are on those areas, shouldn't they be the ones to improve the world over there themselves? And Black Americans just solely worry about America and American things. Shouldn't that be how it should go? But yet it's not, right? That's not how people want it. Like you stated, you were like, what have the Black Americans basically done for the world? Even though you're trying to place Africans directly within that, it's the difference between Black Americans and Africans. Not sure if you know that. There's 400 to 500 plus years, things of that nature that went on and took place, ethnogenesis and things of that nature. But like I said before, it's like I said, in your mind, all blacks look the same. Just saying. What else we got here? 25% is a made up number for over 400 years. Okay, I get what I get what you're saying. Somebody said, of course we'll be wasting our time sitting up here debating this all day. You've chosen the race hustle as your thing. You have no intentions on fixing anything yourself. Far easier to spit hatred. I'm guessing that you got to be white American. So this is my question directly to white Americans. When I've basically, and again, I know that some of you guys are brand new. Y'all have never seen the content before. So when I've specifically pointed out stories when it deals with family side, when it deals with the DV, the DUIs, when it deals with the ODing, when it points directly to the misuse of police power and government power, and the huge oversight, that is not being looked at when it deals with the government and many other things. And I pointed that out and stated how that's going to be detrimental to the white community. Why is it that y'all never pull up to say anything about it? Or if you do happen to pull up, the main thing you sit up and say, like, oh, worry about the hood. Worry about the ghettos, worry about the blacks. So I'm like, so y'all really, as much as y'all say that y'all care about white lives, y'all really don't actually care. When I sit up there and mention about the misuse of power, and specifically pointing out how it is detrimental and affects the white community and your kids and your livelihood and your population, y'all seemingly don't care or don't even want to have a conversation about that, which is quite weird. But magically, you guys want to be fixated directly on the black community, and y'all want to spout the exact same things that y'all been stating ever since before your grandparents were here. It's a little bit weird to me. I'm a little bit confused because, like I said, I can go any and all over the place when it deals with a variety of news. And again, I've tried for a very long time to point out a lot of things, to the white community, but y'all just don't want to sit up there and listen. It's the craziest work. You said the most violent criminals are blacks. Woo, that's wild. That's a wild statement there, brother. It's the blacks. So explain to me this, right? Most violent criminals, right? And you're basically saying that we have a history. We're not the first ones to commit a drive-by. We're not the first ones to start burning down houses or churches or libraries. We're not the ones to start burning down, the first ones to start burning down people's cities in these United States. One of the most bloodiest massacres, which was the St. Valentine's Day massacre, that wasn't because of the blacks. So I'm a little bit confused on when you want to sit up there and say that who is the most violent. Like I said, I'm not anywhere close to a Chris Wyatt. That's your boy. And there's a lot of other men directly in your community that do things just like that to their families every single day. There's actually quite several stories that I've seen this week. And every single time, oddly enough, white people, which y'all don't really want to face and talk about, is every single time they talk about a white man doing something directly to his family, y'all make sure, oh, we were skiing. We were swimming with the dolphins. We were, on a space flight in X, and we were just floating in outer space about to, go directly to the moon on our way to Mars to colonize. Y'all show the most fantastical type of pictures when it deals with a white male taking out the whole family in order to, in a sense, try to give a grace or romanticize or a type of forgiveness, or you want to try to give him some type of grace, which is wild. But when it deals with anybody black doing something, the main thing that y'all do, oh, let me do me look up his Facebook. Let me get some his report card from like the 6th grade and show where he failed in these 2 classes, and that was pretty much a an insight on what he was going to do in the future. Matter of fact, let me sit up there and go to this video where he was acting foolish and throwing up, all types of like hand signs to basically prove that he was automatically a criminal in what he did at this moment in time. Let me sit up there and go to like this Facebook post when he was 15 years old, and he basically said this about America or about whatnot or whatever, and this further proves the person that he was going to be. That's the stuff that y'all like to sit up there and do. Like I said, as wild. You said I can't explain what I said 10 minutes ago. I say a lot of stuff at this moment in time, and a lot of stuff is cross-referenced. A lot of stuff is directly from over the years. It's a combination of a lot of things that you just so happen to get within a live stream like this, especially when I'm going directly off. So it'd be like that. So okay, fine. Let's put it right there, right? You said that I can't remember what I said 10 minutes ago. Fine. Let me go back a few hours ago, or even like 30, 40, whatever minutes ago, or even just recently. I'm still waiting on an answer from anybody white to tell me where in the world are the weapons of mass destruction. Y'all still have not answered that question. Y'all supposed to be the most knowledgeable and have all this information. Where are the weapons of mass destruction? Y'all sacrificed y'all white families, y'all white kids, y'all white loved ones, and they either didn't come back, they came back as a fingertip or a thumbnail. They come back just with dog tails or even half a person. I'm trying to figure out, what did they sacrifice for? Where are the weapons of mass destruction? That's all I'm asking. It's a simple question. Didn't somebody just ask me a simple question? They were like, who was selling the Africans to white people? I clearly answered that question. I said Africans. Africans were selling other Africans. Correct? Correct. So again, for white people, where are the weapons of mass destruction? It's a very simple question. I'm just saying. You say you do realize that Caucasians are a minority, right? Yeah, they are a minority when it deals with the whole scope of the world, correct. But when it deals with the United States, no, they're not a minority, at least not yet. It's getting there, because that population, that birth rate has been declining for a very long time. It's been in the negative, and the feminist talk and all of this other type of stuff is not really helping the white population in the birth rates. It's not really helping that at all. On top of the fact of, the white man versus the white women and all this other type of stuff that's going on TikTok and every other social media that everybody's able to watch. Yes, a lot of stuff that's really not helping that, on top of the fact of the stuff that's being thrown directly into the food that's not really helping the population efforts. So there's a lot of things working against the white population, but all of that is coming directly from the white population. Black folks do not own any of these food plants or these factories of which GMOs and bioengineered things are basically happening. That's not us. So like I said, y'all be looking in the wrong direction when y'all want to have all of this animosity and anger. But I get it. Y'all can't decide to actually be angry directly at yourselves. That's the hardest thing to do. That's the strongest enemy that you'll ever have to sit up there and face, which is truth, which is yourself directly in the mirror. So the best bet for you to do is to look directly at Black Americans. That's why I still got this LBJ quote directly up there, because it's factual. He literally told you. He was like, instead of you being mad at him or the government, which is basically representative of you vote for the government. All the white people that are there, you place them there. Instead of you being mad at your own choices or lack thereof, or your lack of due diligence, all I got to sit up there and do is basically tell you that the blacks, you're better than the blacks, or the blacks did something. And that's all we got to sit up there and do. And we can sit up there and call it a day. This is how the rich get richer. This is how the elites are still able to run. This is how these corporations are able to get away from paying taxes to America, and they're able to outsource and sell jobs elsewhere. So, like I said before, keep feeding directly into the exact same thing. Like I said, and people was talking about, was I the CIA? Maybe the CIA was directly amongst your own people, and they gave you exactly what it is that you wanted. The funny thing, and you, I put it to you like this, right? I'm fine with sitting up there being even directly on it. You said that blacks commit a lot of murders. You are correct, but that's also directly within the black community, which means that we're dealing with crime within proximity. Now, when it deals with these same murder rates dealing with white people, like let's say if you got a population of 1% black and then the rest is like 98 or 99% white, are you going to sit up there and say that the murder rate is still the same there? No, it's not. So obviously we're talking about in these larger cities where you normally have proximity, you normally have black folks amongst other black folks. That's the exact same thing I can sit up there and say with white folks. White folks commit the most crimes when it deals with being amongst and around other white folks. That's a true statement. Just like it would be true for a lot of other people directly out here. But people want to sit up there and still stick directly with this 13% because that's the only thing that they have to go directly off of. But when you look directly at the stats when it deals with the FBI, we got 3 directly on the board. Our numbers are directly in the rafters. We got jerseys hanging in the rafters when it deals with only 3 areas. The rest of those topics have to do with Caucasian. So what are we talking about? Like I said, I have no problem sitting up there admitting fault, admitting wrong, admitting that things need to be fixed directly in the black community. I have no problem with that. My problem is that within the white community, y'all never want to admit fault or where it is that you're wrong. Y'all always want to talk about when things are wrong, when it goes too far, when your people are overstepping boundaries, when they're overstepping your rights. Now it's too late. But when they were already doing that to the black community, y'all didn't care. Y'all overlooked it. It was like, well, it's the blacks. We don't care about them. They wouldn't have to deal with this if they were just over there in Africa. But like I said before, and it's going to come to, for all the white people that are here, it's going to come to a moment in time where your dragons that you done sent everywhere else, so that means your military and all this other type of stuff, y'all done sent these all around the world. Y'all done sent them all within different communities, especially black ones. All of those dragons are going to come directly back home. Because it's going to get to a point in time where all of these right wingers and all this other type of stuff, they're going to get bored. They're going to get tired of just sitting up there dealing directly with the blacks. They're going to get tired of dealing just specifically with the Indians, with the Muslims, with the Latins and the Mexicans. They're going to get tired and they're going to sit up there and go directly to you. That's going to be the end result. So all of these movies that y'all got about a quote unquote war happening, that's going to be because of you. That's going to be the different sections of white Americans fighting amongst themselves. Because obviously the only way that y'all can do that is if there's very little of the other groups or races left in the United States. So now you got to sit up there and fight and go back and forth with each other to basically say who's going to be the lead of his, who's going to basically have this section of California, who's going to have this area of Texas, who's going to have this area of Michigan and all. Like I said, y'all going to have all of these militaries and all these other types of splits and whatnot or whatever. Just how America's quote unquote together, where the United States is going to be divided. And then the moment in time that happens because of you, this is when you're going to have these other countries come in directly in and swoop in a further dismantle what's not already dismantled up until there's nothing left. Like I said, I already see how this is going to sit up there and happen. I can see the writing directly on the wall, and you're not going to be able to per capita, and you're not going to be able to sit up there and blame the blacks. You're not going to be able to do none of this. And y'all know it is in your at your core, no matter how racist you are, you know exactly what's going to sit up there and happen. Y'all want to sit up there and be like, oh yeah, we got all of these weapons because you know it's the blacks. My great granddaddy sat up there and told me it's a race war coming. Yeah, if a race war was going to happen, it would have been happened. It wouldn't have waited to this point. I don't know why y'all keep sitting up there making it seem like it's pop off directly at this point. No, it would have been happen. It would have been happen. Like I said before, you guys always want to pull up to the scene and make it seem like y'all are the saviors when you are going to be the reason of your own defeat by way of your own hands. I keep saying this 99 different times. You really think that black people really care about y'all that much? We don't. Y'all want us to because y'all able to feed directly off of that energy, right? Because beyond that, a lot of folks really don't sit up there and care. We can just bypass and do whatnot or whatever, all this other. We don't have to sit up there and do anything. Like I said, black Americans can sit up there and coexist with anybody. It's a lot of other people that are not able to do that. It'd be like that though. Simply have no clue. Oh, why did I sit up there and leave that comment up there? I forgot. Yeah. So I left that comment directly up there. And this is pretty much the same thing that somebody said on Twitter. Y'all might not be able to see it, but I'm going to go directly over this as well too. Let me just scroll directly through a lot of these comments so I can Let me see. Go directly through. Do. Let me see. You know what's sad? I'm 35. I don't care about race until 8 years ago. You dumb idiots keep, the white man bad, and it makes those of us who don't care suddenly care. Oh, okay. Whatever you have, whatever makes you feel great. It's because of the blacks that you guys care about. I want you to understand when it came with the terminology of race, Black Americans didn't come up with that. Y'all did. Black Americans did not make laws in the United States specifically because of the race of somebody. Black Americans didn't make up color codes. Black Americans did not start up the Tuskegee syphilis institute. Like we didn't do all of this experimentating. Matter of fact, Black Americans did not sit up there and create human zoos. How about that one? That was y'all. Or do I have to bring up the pictures of who was in the human zoos and who was outside of the human zoos? Do I have to do that? Or are y'all going to sit up there? Oh, that was too long ago. Nobody was even around during that time. And no, you weren't even alive during that. Why does it matter? You keep going back to the past. Well, 9/11 is in the past, but y'all sit up there and talk about never forget. Pearl Harbor was in the past, but y'all keep sitting up there talking about never forget. Like, it's crazy when it deals with your history and stuff that's far gone in the past. Like, a lot of kids of this generation don't know nothing about 9/11, but y'all trying to sit up there and teach them. A lot of these kids of this generation know nothing about those previous wars, but y'all make sure to sit up there and teach them. But ain't that the past? So why are y'all still hooked up on the past? That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out. But again, to the previous comment that we had directly up here, let me just go through these stats real quick. FBI stats from the last time I ended up getting murder. So going directly to the guy, he was like, you guys, you blacks do the murders, right? So I got you, no problem. 44.7% Caucasian, Black or African American, 52.6%. He is correct. You got one, buddy. You are correct. Now let's say when it goes into offenses such as grape. Caucasian, 67.6%. That's pretty high. Black and African American, 29.1%. And the craziest part is, right, everybody want to bring up this per capita, but when I give the first stat where it proves them right, where they're like, yo, you blacks sit up there and create, you guys do these murders. And I'm like, you're correct. You got that one, right? Black Americans, 52.6%. White Americans, 44.7. You got that one, right? Nobody's talking about per capita on that. But when I start going through these other stats, this is, but per capita, do the per capita version. But you're not talking about the per capita version when it deals with the murders, though. Anything where it proves you right when it deals with Black Americans, you're completely fine with that. And you're not trying to find some other information. You're not trying to look for any other numbers, anything of the sort. But when I start going through these other numbers, per capita, right? So grape, Caucasian, 67.6%, Black and African American, 29.1%. Robbery, right? Caucasian, 43.4%, Black or African American, 54.5%. Two directly in the rafters for Black Americans. Aggravated assault, Caucasian, 62.8%, Black American, 33.3%. Burglary, Caucasian, 68.4%, Black American, 29.1%. Larceny theft, Caucasian, 69. You might as well almost pretty much call that 70%. Caucasian, Black American, 27.7%. Motor vehicle theft, Caucasian, 66%. Black American, 30.7%. Arson, Caucasian, 72%. Black American, I keep saying the African American part. Black American, 23.3%. Violent crime. So again, we got two different areas. We got murder rate, and then we got violent crime, right? So the murder rate, Black Americans got it, right? I am a Black American male, right? So I gotta hold that L. Now we're going to the what was it? Aggravated assault, burglary, thefts, larceny. Yeah, violent crimes, right? Caucasian, 59%, Black American, 37.5%. So we got the murder, and then y'all got violent crime. Cool. Property crime, Caucasian, 68.7% Caucasian. Black American, 28.1%. Other assaults, Caucasian, 65.2%. Black American, 31.4%. Forgery and counterfeiting. I don't know nothing about that, but I do know that they have a federal jail, and you have a lot of white folks directly in there, right? Shout out to Enron. Caucasian, 65.5%. Black American, 31.9%. Fraud, don't know anything about that either. Caucasian, 67%. Black American, 30.5. Embezzlement, don't know anything about that either. Caucasian, 61.4%. Black American, 35.4. Stolen property, buying and receiving possession. Caucasian, 64.2%. Black American, 33.4. Vandalism, don't know anything about that either. Caucasian, 68.4%. Black American, 28.1. Weapon, carrying, possessing, and etc. I expect this from the main majority because I don't got any of those weapons, right? Caucasian, 55.9%. Black American, 41.8. Prostitution and commercialized vices. Caucasian, 55.5%. Black American, 37.9. Sex offenses. Caucasian, 71.6%. Black American, 24.7. Drug abuse violations. Again, I told y'all about that ODing. Caucasian, 71.6%. Black American, 26.7. Gambling. We got another one directly on the board, guys. Caucasian, 45%. Black or African American, 48.4. So, like I said, we got that. We gotta sit up there and hold that. So we got murder, we got robbery, and gambling. But the rest of everything that you were able to hear was not us at all. Even though people are per capita, you're doing it wrong. You don't understand numbers. You don't understand right? Offenses against the family and children. I told y'all about that too. Caucasian, 67.1%. Black American, 29.1. Driving under the influence. Told y'all about that again. Caucasian, 82.2%. Woo! That's ridiculous. That's redonkulous. Black American, 13.6, right? That's almost like the population, right? Aren't we like 13% of the population? We make up 13% of the driving while under the influence, right? It's crazy how they don't say that. That's why I work. Liquor laws, of course. Caucasian, pretty much 80% is 79.2%. Black American, 14.5. Drunkenness, color me surprised. Caucasian, 76.5%. Black American, 14.7. Wow, people said that we're 14% of the population as well too. Disorderly conduct, Caucasian, 63.3%. Black American, 32.2. Vagrancy, Caucasian, 66%. Black American, 30.7. All other offenses, Caucasian, 69.2%. Black American, 27.4. Suspicion, that's a crazy one right there. Caucasian, 35%. Black American, 30.7. Right? Curfew and loitering law violations. Caucasian, 56.3%. Black American, 40.7. So yeah. Yep. Yep. It's crazy. That's some diabolical work. That's some diabolical work. Wait, somebody having yo, Renan, what is up? What is going on? What's going on? Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Somebody was having a problem with their comments. Somebody said we could just stop hating each other and living life. Somebody was like, I don't care for stats. The eye test says it all. I don't even know what that means. Let me see. What else we got directly up here? Yeah, exactly. D Money was like, it's funny how they know stats dealing with black folks, but they don't know their own. Yeah, of course. This is my thing. You was like, you're 13% of the population, and you commit more than that for everything. Did you not just hear it? In some of these stats, we don't even have a shot in the dark. So you got the murder stat, right? Cool, fine. You don't have no per capita problems with that one, right? Robbery stat, because you believe we're all criminals anyway. You got the stat directly on that. Y'all don't mention gambling because y'all don't really care about that because it's not really affecting anybody. And we got the stat on that, right? So you can clearly see we got 3 stats. All of the rest are pretty much directly within your area, but yet that is still problematic for you. You got the murder stat. That's what you wanted. That's the only thing that y'all care about. but you're stating that all these other stats are pretty much pointed directly in Black Americans' favor. Come on, dog. Like, this is what I be saying. This is yo, this is what I be talking about. Like, that is wild. That is wild. That's wild. You said an impressive rant. You really showed us. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, for me, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Like I said before, everything that has happened in the past, you're going to have to sit up there and pay for your father's sins, whether you know it or not. You're going to, those who placed others, right, into cages, into slavery, shall they themselves be placed in the exact same thing. Correct? So when you look directly at, let's say, the Africans, you got Africans over there that's being placed in slavery, the exact same slavery that they placed others in. Now they're being placed directly into slavery. When it deals with white Americans, right, who are European descendants of those from the 13 colonies and everything of the sort, how it is that y'all treated Black Americans and what it is that y'all did, the known and the untold history, you yourself are going to sit up there and suffer, but it's not going to be, again, at the hands of Black Americans. It's going to be by your hands. Matter of fact, you can sit up there and look at what the United States government is allowing directly in your food. You don't got to listen to me. I don't even care. You don't got to listen to me. You do not. You can go by all of these stats and you can try to dissect that and you can try to point it directly in the way of Black Americans. Cool, fine. Like I said, we can take the whole stat board. At the end of the day, what's going to happen to the United States, you're not going to be able to per capita that. Like I keep saying. And y'all don't have nothing to say against that. Like I said, when the country ends up in a very sharp decline and it starts separating and you got these different militant groups directly out here roaming and going through different states and cities and communities and doing this, that, and the third, you're not going to be able to per capita yourself directly out of that situation. You're not going to be, oh, but the Black. Nope. We don't got nothing to do with that. That's going to be y'all. Like I said, I just sit up there and do this as the back and forth thing. Cause like I said, a lot of them already believe that Black Americans do all the crimes. White Americans don't do anything. Right. Like I said, we got Enron and what was that other billionaire that sat up there and stole a whole bunch of money from white folks? Like I said, it don't matter how much money other white people steal from white people or how they collapse their families or affect their families negatively. It's always the Blacks. The government is sitting up there robbing white folks of their freedoms and everything of the sort, but y'all up here talking about, per capita, and it's the Blacks. Your liberties and freedoms are getting stepped directly on, but y'all up here talking about, it's the Blacks. Focus on the Blacks. Talk about Chicago. 5 trillion people just sat up there and died directly overnight. But yet you got these surveillance cameras directly up that are not even meant to capture your license plates, but they're meant to sit up there and read you. You're basically at this point in time, white folks living in Minority Report. But what are y'all still doing directly in this comment section? Oh, it's the Blacks. That's what y'all doing. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Like I said, white people, your congressmen, your folks in Senate, your representatives are literally betting against you. They're making sure your kids are not going to be able to afford a home. They're transitioning older vehicles that are 12 to 15 years. They're getting them out of here because they don't have chips, and the chips allow them to basically shut off and cut off all of the cars like Elon was able to sit up there and do. They're moving it directly into a digital society, an electric society, which means all one person has to sit up there and do is hit a button. Everything is done and it's over. You can't make no transactions. You can't get no food. You can't get no water. You can't drive your cars. You can't be off grid. You can't sit up there and do nothing. And all y'all sit up there and do is come directly up here every single time and talking about, but the Blacks. Look at what you guys are doing to the community. Look at what you guys are doing to white people. Look at what the white government is doing directly to the white population. And I'm not talking about to the rich white population. I'm talking about to the poor and the middle class white population. Y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? Y'all don't want to talk about how some of the genius white boys of this hyper rich white society that y'all keep protecting and idolizing, how they're hiding their privacy. They got different license plates so the license readers can't track them, so you can't track them. So they're making sure to keep their privacy, but your privacy is supposed to be out there and open, and everybody's supposed to know what it is that you're doing. Ah, that's crazy. Oh, somebody said speculation, brother. How for Russ Day 81, right? You're old enough, right? How old are you? How old are you, good sir? Let me know. You can write that in the comment section. I'm pretty sure that you're up to date and moving, directly along with this chat. Let me know. You're 45, right? Okay, so you were around during the Bush administration, I can assume. If you're a white American and you've just, been here. I'm going to assume that you're around during the Bush administration, which means that you saw the Patriot Act and everything that came along with that and the after effects of the Patriot Act. So to sit up there and say that everything that I'm saying is like some type of an illusion or it doesn't even exist, that's straight ignorance. You watch the government and many others during that time of the Patriot Act admit by way of lawsuits or openly that they were spying directly on the American people. They were reading your emails, reading your text messages, listening to your phone calls, and everything of the sort. You have Facebook and many other sites selling your data and your information. So now you want to sit up here and say that everything that I'm saying about these cameras and everything that's going on in the United States is speculation? What world are you living in at this moment in time? Your phone is always on. The police have what do they call that? Stingrays, or they have these type of receivers on vans of which that they can sit directly on. They have unmarked vans or vehicles that they can sit directly on a block, and they can be a middleman and intercept everybody's data from their cell phones, record all of that, and then send the information where it's supposed to be to the network without breaking the signal, and you don't even know it. But you're sitting up here trying to tell me that what I'm talking about is speculation. You're one of the people that believe that the government has the best interest of the people at heart, and you're not sitting up there looking at all of the mass corruption that is directly there. And this is why I be sitting up there saying to a lot of white folks right now. And again, if you sit up there and look at the numbers, on my end, we got like 110 people. We were close to like 300. We were going, back and forth and all this other type of stuff. But when you start talking about this stuff and getting directly here, this is when people want to start falling off and disappearing. Because like I said before, out of all of the comments that they were able to go back and forth on, oh, per capita, you don't know how to read this, you don't know the stats. And I asked one simple question for a multitude of times for about a good 2 hours. Where are the weapons of mass destruction? Where are the weapons of mass destruction? Still got nothing. Oh, you said not all, but pushing a button to shut everything down is what I commented on. Do you remember OnStar? I'm pretty sure you're old enough to understand what OnStar is. If you're old enough to understand what OnStar is, I did a story before where OnStar the police were able to get in contact with OnStar and they were able to shut off somebody's car. So now we moved from OnStar. We moved from all of these companies being able to have that ability to now the car companies. Better yet, now it's going to be a prerequisite for a lot of these future technological cars to automatically have computing devices directly in them that are able to read your biometrics. The newer cars right now that have a lot of this technology installed are installed to the point of where if you're not setting up properly, your car will start to slow down. On top of that, they send the information to a third party of which you don't know who that is or where the information is going or if it's getting sold or not or what purposes it's being even used for. So like I said before, it's crazy when I sit up there and bring up a lot of this stuff and I point out to how a lot of these corporations and whatnot are actually anti-American people. This is the type of stuff that I get. And that's why I said before, for a lot of white folks, y'all just don't want to listen. Y'all want to live in this type of illusion. Y'all don't want to actually pay attention to reality. You rather live in a falsified reality, something that's made up. You rather cover yourselves directly in lies because that's more comfortable. That's your shelter. That's exactly what it is that you're used to. Because your parents or whoever it is that placed you here never allowed you to actually develop to a fully grown adult that's actually capable. So yes, you are in adult bodies at this moment in time, but mentally you are still that of a child. So this is why you're comfortable in lies. This is why you're comfortable in these slanted stats. This is why you're comfortable in these stereotypes and in this racism. That is your comfortability. That is your shelter. That is your blanket. That's the thing that protects you from the things that go boom at night. That's the thing that protects you from the monster under the bed and in the closet. That's the problem. In the moment in time that that blanket is basically ripped directly from you and you're showed to be the child of which you've always been, this is when you want to throw a tantrum. This is when you start screaming. You want to start throwing these attitudes. So in order to basically pacify you, what the government has to do is to give you things that you want to hear. They're going to give you things that are not in your best interest, but in the best interest of the government so that they can manage and control you. Because without them being able to do that, you would just be the spoiled, rotten children that you've always been. Like I said, all this stuff is basically doing is pacifying you. That's all it's doing. That's all it's doing. You said an individual target. I would agree. It would be easy. Society as a whole, I would say, speculation. You do realize that all it takes is for a match to get thrown into this electrical grid and everything is shut down. Like how advanced do you really think America is? What are you even talking about at this moment in time? When you look at other places around the world technologically, they're actually more advanced. Like I said before, when you look at China, when you look at South Korea, they're doing things that America is not even doing. Y'all can barely, because of the airplane companies and that monopoly that they basically have. You can't even sit up there and really get other high speed rail systems going across the country. Do you understand how America would benefit from high speed rail systems? We still got the standard issue trains at this moment in time. Japan got trains that are sitting up there going at what feels like Mach speeds. It's it's crazy. Like it almost looks like you're getting hit with like a sonic boom. Like it's crazy how fast that they're sitting up there going. Right. But like I said before, but because of the monopolies and everything, because of the lobbyists and everything that's taking place, you're not going to really see that technology flourish. A lot of the things that we actually need to benefit America, to benefit the people, to benefit the longevity, to actually educate and uplift America as a society, you will never sit up there and see, because you got the elites and everybody else that are directly in the way. And y'all are the main ones body blocking directly for them. And it's like you either realize it or don't realize it, or both at the same time. This is how we still have these conversations. Like I said, that's crazy to me. And again, that's why a lot of y'all fell directly off from this conversation. This is why I went from like 300 in like the mid, high twos all the way down to like 91. This is exactly why that fell down, because once it starts getting to this point, people are like, yeah, I can't take this. Yeah, this ain't this. Right. When people can't sit up there and get off what they normally want to say, when it's not really going to sit up there and work, when they don't really have answers or replies to a very simple question. Like I said, I specifically presented a very simple question. Still no answers. You can give me answers on per capita. You can give me answers on, stats dealing with black folks, the black community, murders, violence. All you can give all of those stats. But when it deals with stuff that you are specifically in control of, when it deals with this deficit, when it deals with the finances, when it deals with the hyperinflation, when it deals with the outsourcing of jobs that I was able to watch that was at 5% back in the 2000s, when it deals with the trillions of dollars, when it deals with the billions of dollars that's being given to directly to over countries and everything of the sort, nothing. Y'all don't got no replies. Y'all have no stats. Y'all don't got no per capitas directly on that. It's crazy. That's 100% crazy. And like I said, the problem is y'all just don't want to sit up there and be honest and face the truth on what it is that you caused and how it is that it is your fault 100%. Y'all can't sit up there and deal with that. The easiest way for you to rest in the bed that you laid in is sit up there and blame the blacks for why it's messed up. That way you don't got to fix nothing. It's like, well, the blacks did it, so the blacks should sit up there and fix it. Or better yet, the blacks did it, the Democrats can sit up there and fix it. I'm not sitting up there doing it. I didn't have anything to do with this. You the one sitting up to eat nachos and Skittles, drinking Budweiser and everything else directly in that bed. You the ones that put fleas and bed bugs directly up in there, but you want to sit up there somehow, some way. You find your way through the bushes and through the woods from grandmother's house, and you want to blame the blacks. Crazy. We were nowhere even around your house, but yeah, it's in a disarray. It's the blacks. That's wild. That's crazy. Like I said, a very simple question. This is a matter of fact, because I know that they don't got we got 88 people here, so I know there's some white people in the background. So away from weapons of mass destruction, for the white folks out there that had family and kids and everything of the sort back during the Bush administration when it was the war on terror, right? Fighting an invisible enemy. What did you sacrifice your family for? Specifically to the white folks, what did you sacrifice your family for? And what did America get out of it? Simple question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What did you, during a war on terror, fighting an invisible enemy, what did you sacrifice your family for, and what did America get out of it that is beneficial to us to this day? I'm just trying to figure out. And this is a black man sitting up there asking this question. You're not going to have somebody like Brandon Tatum ask a question like this because it has nothing to do with the blacks. Like I said, when you got folks out there like Tatum, the only thing that they like to sit up there and do is regurgitate and feed white people their own messaging back, but having a black body do it. That's it. He's not going to ask difficult questions. That's all I'm trying to figure out. It's crazy work out here. It's diabolical. And man, I guess putting the stats directly up there, people didn't like that either. I guess that didn't really help. Rabbit, yeah, that's true. It be like I said, I got videos in the background of two different groups asking the women of their race, "Have you ever slept with a black guy?" I'm like, why is that your first question? I've never gone up to any black woman and be like, "Have you ever been with a white guy?" That's a weird thing to inquire. Like, why would that be a question on a date or just being out with a woman of your community? Like, that's a very weird question. Like that doesn't make any like what you know. Like I said, I got tons of videos like that, and I still find that weird, to this day. Um, but it be like that, you know. It be like that, 100%. So this is snap. We are actually at 7 hours. That is ridiculous. that's, that's crazy. Somebody said you're American, so it's not a race card. All races served equal in the military, and we better unite. You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer. I asked a very specific question for the white people, and I specifically made it for white Americans, right? And I stated, for all of those that you sacrificed and gave over to the United States for this war, what was the sacrifice for, and how did the United States benefit from it? It's a very simple question. It's almost like the critical thinking questions that kids used to get after they read a chapter or two in a book. But like I said before, critical thinking seems not to exist at this moment in time. And when critical thinking is not there, these are the types of replies that I happen to get. Instead of actually facing and answering the question, people want to sit up there and be like, everybody's American. It's not just one group. We all served and we all better sit up there and unite. No. We're not all lives mattering this situation. I was very specific. If I can be specific and ask a question directly to the black community or point out things in the black community, I can do that exact same thing when it deals with other communities, giving the exact same energy. That's equality. Wow, that's a crazy opening there. You said I slept with a black woman. Okay. You said, but I reject race as a concept. It is scientifically falsified. The amount of melanin doesn't make you a different species. There's different cultures, not races. Cool, no problem. But again, Black Americans did not create the concept of race when it deals with the United States. So you can say that. It can very well be true, right? But at the end of the day, we're not the ones that created this. So you're talking to the wrong person. Talk to your white people that are in power. Talk to your white people that made these books, these history that made eugenics and everything of the sort. Go talk to those people before you want to sit up there and try to tell me what is race and what's not. You said for Logan, you said I had a few harsh truths and you got defensive. It's really too bad. There isn't room or time here, but you'd be very surprised how much you and I agree 100%. Well, that's not what we're talking about. You weren't talking about what it is that you agreed on. You talked about everything that you disagreed. That ain't my fault. I literally told you what it is that I could sit up there and agree on. I listed a multitude of different topics, especially pointing to the white community on how these things are wrong, but that doesn't matter. That's what I've learned when it deals with America. It doesn't matter how much as a black American you can actually see wrongdoings or things happening to other people. People don't care. People are like, focus on the crime rate. Blacks focus focus on Detroit, focus on Chicago, focus on the trillions of blacks that just sat up there and died, directly in Chicago 5 minutes ago. How come you won't talk about that? I bet you the Dems won't talk about that, right? That's what normally happens. So, so much for, trying to quote unquote agree 100% on things. Like I said, that's not how that's going to work in the whole scope when it deals with the United States. You can clearly see that. Charlie said, I'm against government greed of oil, opiates. That's cool. But like I said, that's not the question that I posed. Not the question that I posed. It seems very difficult for people to grasp what it is that I simply stated. And people are running directly from that. Kenneth said the American army does not serve the American people, it only serves the elites. Correct. Just like the police. The police are not obligated to actually save or help out the American people. They're not. They're not for the benefit of the American people. They are for businesses and the rich and the elites. That's what they're here for. Logan said, I didn't once focus on black crime. Okay. But nor did you sit up there and talk about all the things that you agree with. You talked about what it is that you disagreed with vehemently, but it'd be like that. That's cool. Ray said, I wasn't trying to attack you. I know they extensive reading that this race division was doing by white Christian racist animals is shameful how much damage it has caused. I was just trying to post my own personal opinion on race, my friend. That opening right there was crazy. He was like, I slept, not married, not got engaged to, not actually love and respect and valued a black woman. He was like, I slept with a black woman. Woo, that's diabolical. That matter of fact, I might have to use that in the video. I'm gonna I gotta use this in the video. That's a crazy opening. That is yo, that is wild. That is let me highlight that real quick, just so people know that I'm not making no stuff up. I just want to say to anybody out here, that's one of the craziest openings to basically prove that somebody is not racist. And whoever those black women are, shout out to those divestors. Shout out to those swirlers. He's talking about you. And I'm pretty sure I had some swirlers and divestors directly in here earlier, possibly, maybe. But like I said, if I happen to bring this up in the short form video, I promise you divestors are not going to have anything to say about this. Just like they didn't have anything to say about that video where the black mother was not even defending her mixed or biracial son, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, when it dealt with the father talking about his hair is too urban. That's some crazy work. That is wild. That is, I gotta make sure to post that one as well. Slick was like the military is very sexist and racist as well. A lot of murders happened on army bases. Yeah. Tippy was like, poor girl. Oh, that's wild. You was like, I also slept with white women. It's not a bad statement when you reject the race concept. Dog, no, it's no way that you can no. You can't walk that back. That just sounds crazy. That's a crazy opener to try to sit up there and make a stance. Like who does that? Who like I say, you say you are against the whole concept of race, but your main opener is like, I slept with a black woman. You automatically open with race. You told me who it is that you are without telling me. And then to further prove that point, you said I slept with a black woman. I'm a black man at the end of the day. Do I have to really explain who it is that I've slept with? No, I don't. I don't. But yeah, like, hey. That is wild. That is wild. You can't walk that back, man. Like I said, for me, it's just funny. Like I said, I've talked directly this exact same thing. I've mentioned this when it dealt with white women pulling up saying the same thing, talking about like they slept with black men and they got black babies and grandbabies, so they're not racist. That's a wild thing to sit up there and say in order to prove that you're not a racist and that you're with it. You're with the blacks. That's some wild work. That is crazy. Tip was like, wow, and unfortunately, black women will smile hearing that comment from a white guy. Yeah, they will. Yeah, the investors, yeah. Denise said, black people crime within proximity as much at higher rates, but they still say Black Lives Matter. It's crazy. Dealing with Denise, I mean, we've covered that before. You're a little bit late, like back when we had about a good 2 to 300 people in a sense here. We covered the fact, I mean, you could look at the stats. Who was that? Denise? Who let me see, where's that person at? I'm sorry, not Denise. Dennis, right? Dennis Riesman, right? Look directly at the screen. Now, did it make sense looking at the screen? Did it make sense for you to write the comment that you wrote? If we clearly have the murder rate highlighted, right? The blacks, commit the most murders. But again, within that, you got to look within proximity. So again, like I said, knowing that we have this information directly up on the screen, what sense did it basically make for you to write that in the comment section? Are you blind? Like, I know I wear glasses, so this is coming from somebody legally blind, POP mama holding it down. This is coming, from somebody in that area. I'm just trying to figure out, are you blind? Do you need some bifocals? Do you need an upgrade on your prescription? Because I'm a little bit confused. Maybe maybe you're on like a Nokia 2100 or something. Like, I don't know what you're using, but it's a little bit weird to me that you decided to write that comment, even though the information is directly in front of you. I'm confused. Just saying. I mean, and then you move the conversation and now you're talking about ABs that's taking place. Either you are a black guy that is interested in white women and women of other races, or you're a part of quote unquote the manosphere, or chances are you could be Caucasian or a male of a different race. Like I said, it could be a combination of things that I'm dealing with here because you're bringing up the exact same things, but I can also point to the fact that, as you basically said with the ABs, white culture has celebrated their teenagers being pregnant and unwed. I think, what was the show that they that y'all used to have, 16 and pregnant, and y'all made them into celebrities and stars, but the reason that y'all did that was to try to jump up the birth rate. And the best way to sit up there and do it was to use mainstream media, and by way of that, you can, in a sense, try to fantasize these young teenagers into being parents. And that's what y'all did for about a good decade plus, and then y'all just like washed that all away, and just when the population was getting to a point, it was like, all right, we're going to cut that off, and and just do what we normally do. Let's talk about marriage again. Let's talk about this. Let's sweep this directly under. Like I said, it's right there. It's crazy. It's diabolical. 100%. Charlie said you're classifying all whites as the same mindset is ridiculous. I mean, I got somebody in the comment section pretty much saying that per capita, blacks are the most violent people on the face of the planet. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, fair is fair, correct? If we're going to sit up there and have a back and forth, right? And this is what I told y'all before. Like, it's crazy that when I can clearly see white folks or whoever directly in the comment section listing some stereotypes and all this other type of stuff about Black Americans, y'all never sit up there and say nothing. So what part are you talking about? Are you applying to the fact that I sat up there and said that somebody is in the comment section? I highlighted the comment that I read directly off, and said it. I actually said the person's name, which is Dennis Reisman. I literally listed the person's name, so I'm a little bit confused on the part of what you're applying to, talking about that you didn't say that. I'm a little bit confused because I do have your comment directly up there where you were like, you're classifying all whites as the same mindset. Ridiculous. So I'm a little bit confused. I don't understand like where we're lost in translation. Like what's the misstep here? Where are we at? Take your time. Like I said, let me know where we're at directly in this conversation because I'm pretty lost. Like I know what it is that I'm talking about and referring to. I'm not sure if you actually know. And like I said, I've been talking for about like almost like 7 hours and 30 minutes. So if anything, I should be, the one that's actually confused dealing with this information. What was it? Oh yeah, Mo sat up there and got out Stewart. I didn't even see that Stewart person. Let me tell you something. I didn't even sit up there and spot them. Shout out to the subscribers directly about their much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We have just now hit 52K. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of those who have subscribed directly to the channel. Oh, we actually got about a good 10K sitting up there that pulled directly up. I think it has to go through the what's the names at the moment. I'm not sure if it's really keeping track of how this is basically going. I can't even get the analytics. That's wild, brother. Also, shout out to those who pulled up to the scene. For whatever reason, I cannot get the analytics, which is wild. Maybe I gotta let it sit for a minute. Have my clock going directly up. I'm trying to figure out why the analytics are not specifically showing up, which is pretty weird. Pretty weird. We got everything else though. Got the activity and everything of the sort. Stream is looking excellent. I was actually gonna look directly at the. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's why. Because view wise, we had about like passing directly through. We had about like altogether like 72K. That's wild, brother. That is wild. Like I said, shout out to everybody. that's been a part of this. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What was most that live streaming caught a second one? Yeah, I guess. Hardcore Christian, I'm an atheist. Rabbit said you good night. Don't let the angry Caucanites bite. I got you. But oh yeah, I forgot you over there in a different time zone. Yeah. It is. It should be like nighttime over there, or evening or what. I mean, yeah, it should be night. Yeah. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But yeah, that's wild. That's all of this is completely wild. But my bad. I had y'all here for way too long, and technically, thanks to the coffee that I had and the espresso that I poured directly in there. Yeah, I'm still up and bright eyed and everything of the sort. so, um, so like I said, we got a video directly up there that y'all can check out. I'm not sure. I mean, I want to say it should show up. You should potentially get some notifications directly for it. It's still up right now. It's been up for about like 3 hours and 31 minutes. Got about like 778 views directly on it, and got about like 25 comments directly on the video. Let me see. I'm trying to actually go through and make sure to go through it. Okay, yeah. Like I said, shout out to those people who pulled up and who left some comments directly on the video. What did she say? She said, I see a lot of, I'm just reading this real quick, and this is from the video that I got up there now. Divine said that I see a lot of folks in the comments blaming the parents, but if that is the case, why did reader scores soar after the pandemic? Y'all do realize that teaching is a skill based on career, right? This is not everyone can teach. I'm going to just leave this here because reading really is fundamental, and a number of y'all consistently voted to disenfranchise your children in favor of paying low taxes. Federal policy historically rooted in incentives like No Child Left Behind, and the Every Student Succeed Act heavily tied districts' funding is accredited and school rankings to numerical metrics, preserve incentives. When a government makes high school graduate rates a primary benchmark for success, it creates an intense incentive for schools to ensure everyone passes. Systematic grade inflation, rather than investing in costly long-term remedial reading programs, many districts lower failure thresholds, inflate grades, or use credit recovery software that allows students to bypass traditional reading and writing requirements. Have a nice day. I don't care what she's saying. I still blame the parents. Like that, you're still not bypassing the fact that kids learn directly from home. The first teachers that a child will ever have is directly from the parents. How do you think, okay, back in the days of quote unquote slavery, how did those kids learn how to talk or read or write? They learned directly from the parents. That's where they first learned it directly from. So then let's place that directly into society of now. How are these kids sitting up there learning how to read and write and everything of this? Because I remember I was sitting up there learning, ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and cursive and everything, and reading Roman numerals directly from my mom. I was learning that directly at home and still being sent directly, to school where I had to go over and rehash over that information. So, like I said, this is why I could sit up there and keep telling people, miss me with any of that other stuff. The moment in time that I see folks trying to give excuses, to parents out here for their failure rate on what's happening with these kids is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Wait. You said my comment only sounds racist to you because you assume I'm racist. Did I love the woman? No. Did I treat her with respect? And did we enjoy our time together? Yes. That still doesn't take away the fact that that was a crazy opening to sit up there and say that I'm not racist. I'm just you said in comparing the dating situation of my kind with Thomas Jefferson and slavery is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it'd be like that. You said I actually learned much about United States Black culture through dating her. Oh, you're from somewhere else. You said I'm thankful for the time I spent with her coming from your. Yeah, I figured. Like as soon as you said that Black American culture you learned. Yeah. Shout out to Renam. What is up? Much love for the 10 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Oh, you say you sent a video? What? Let me see if I can get to the video. Do 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 do. Let me see. What is this? I gotta wait for this to show up. Oh, that's wild. Where's the what's the name for this? This will be the we're gonna add another video directly to the list. I'm just gonna say that this is very interesting. That's shout out to Pink for the video, but let's take a look at this real quick.
Asking my family when the last time they showered was.
Months ago.
I don't know. You don't know? If you had to have like a guess.
2 months ago.
Okay.
Couldn't tell you.
You don't know? Estimate.
It ain't no 3 months. Maybe 3, 4 months ago.
What?
4 months.
Okay.
Whenever Poppy did 4 months ago.
Okay.
So a lot of people in that video was stating that they didn't shower. It's been months since they shot. How I wish I would have brought this video up when we had a lot more people here, because I would love to hear responses directly from that. Wow. That's yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I got nothing. I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing. This would have been a great. Let me tell you something, Pink. I wish I would have had this video earlier when folks was pulling up to the scene, wanted to, try to go back and forth. Oh, this would have been a beautiful video to have. Let me tell you. Rabbit said, if you're one of those brothers playing Russian roulette, nah. Nope. Mm-mm. We're good over here. That's crazy. Renan was like, how, Sway? How, Sway? Kenneth Rose said the Iraq War was a Ponzi scheme by Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld for all the contracts. Hollenberg made hundreds of millions of dollars. Like I said, another answer that a lot of folks didn't want to sit up there and speak directly on, which then also talks about the corruption that has been allowed directly in the government. Like I said, very, very simple questions. There's a multitude of answers of which people could sit up there and give that would fit directly within, for an answer. A lot of people opt not to sit up there and do it. And we had at least 2 people that gave respectable answers. Nothing that was, putting the blame on the blacks or anybody else. It was like, hey, it was these folks here, and this is the reason why they sat up there. Like I said, respectable answers. Answers that are not problematic and answers that went directly to the source of the problem. Like I said, very simple stuff. Very simple stuff. Ray said, and they're proclaiming this on video. Oh, this ain't the first. You got to go through TikTok. Go through TikTok and you'll see fields of these. This must be your first time seeing these conversations dealing with some folks here in America. Yeah, you'll see a lot of videos like that on a variety. Not even, and this is her with her family. You got people on podcasts that got hundreds of thousands of people directly there and millions of views, And people have these conversations about going to the bathroom, not washing their hands, not taking, showers. Like I said, you will be very surprised. You'll be very surprised. You know, you said forget the washing clothes, but not washing at all. Hey, like I said, people have different bathing habits. And I guess that works for people. Charlie said government for 2 cents. Screw with spending $100 on one screw. Ready said, bro, I can't go on TikTok. Wait, why you can't go on those? I'm a little bit confused. What is it? Is it illegal over there in Europe? Do they like bar you guys from that? Because I see a lot of Europeans on social media, on X, aka Twitter, and on TikTok. So I'm a little bit confused on that one. I don't really understand that one. That coffee, that espresso has really helped out because normally I would feel a little hoarse right now from talking. Oh, you say you just don't like social. I mean, but you're here though. YouTube is a part of social media. I'm just just saying. Oh, you say YouTube? Okay. All right, I got you. I mean, I get it. You know, uh, it be like that, I guess. I don't know. I mean, even if you don't go on any of those other social medias, you can find those videos on YouTube. Like you got people who are quote unquote American. They will make videos and have streams and everything. Or some people have captured the content from other sources and they've uploaded it. I've done a few videos as well too directly on it. Renam said not washing your feet in the shower is crazy. Yeah, it's like you just you just wash up all over. You wash every part. Like I said, I was raised in a black household, and when your parents was like, you smell like the outside, it's like you smell like the outside. That's basically what that meant. It's like, all right, I got you. No problem. Because like the heat, it'll sit up there and like, bake on outside smells and everything of the sort. You know. So like I said, it's crazy. Ray said, "Yeah, I know, but darn, it's too much. I try to keep it simple. Trying to stay positive is hard enough." I mean, yeah, I mean, they got a lot of. I mean, depending on how you train your algorithm, you can, find you can just seek out, positive content. Like I said, because like I said, I've done this for years. I've trained the algorithm that I have on underneath another YouTube profile so that I pretty much have old television shows from like let's say maybe like some 90s and 2000s, and then I also have things dealing with video games and anime. That's pretty much what I have that one directly set to, so that I can just relax and just decompress. So like I said, it's not difficult to do. You just got to remind yourself that if you happen to like, or in this instance, if you happen to watch a video for too long, it's going to start to it'll swap up that whole algorithm. So let's say if you're the type of person that's into gardening and you got the whole algorithm set to nothing but gardening videos. If you do one political video or one other type of video, it's going to throw that whole thing off. And now you got to go back and watch 5, 10, 15, 20 videos in order to, get that algorithm back on track. Like I said, all it takes is one. So when people say all it takes is one person to all it takes is one bad apple to mess up the bunch, that is a true statement. All it takes is one video to mess up whatever algorithm you have set up. And now you got to redo it from the ground up. Shauna said W. D Love said 80 money. Rabbit said AI is stealing people, their voices, so be careful. I mean, I know it's doing quite a bit of stuff. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to sit up there and be able to do in my voice, though. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Renan was like Alfred Hitchcock was my favorite. Yeah, same here. Alfred Hitchcock, The Twilight Zone, The Outer Limits. Like I said, a variety of older shows, but you got to look on Paramount and everything because they got everything split, so you got to go on different services to get certain things. So it's crazy out here. Charlie said, "Wow." Tippy said my algorithm is crazy, flooded with. And see, this is where Shan would normally sit up there and pop up, and she would talk about taking your phone. Tippy, like I said, your algorithm is wild. Like I said, we need to sit up there, and I would be afraid to sit up there and look at your phone. I can only imagine your clock, your screensavers, your background pictures. I can only imagine what your Google history looks like. Oh, like I already know it's looking crazy. I already know it's looking completely wild directly over there. While I can only imagine the amount of pictures that you have like saved on your phone. I can only imagine. Can only imagine that, and that's why you laughing in the comment section because you know he was like, at least they're black. Some of them. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, that's wild to me. That is crazy. You said, what do you think of Young? I don't even know who that is. I'm not even sure who that YouTuber is talking about. Ray, I'm not even sure who that is. What is it? Kenneth said that Bush Cheney Rumsfeld run upon scheme of Iraq war oil government contracts mineral, which the group controls today. Trump's doing the exact same thing with his partner Elon Musk. See, like I said, very simple answers. Very, very simple answers. Stayed directly on task, stayed directly with the question, pointed from the past directly to the present, didn't scapegoat, didn't try to per capita the blacks and all that. Just looked directly at it and that's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. That's all I was looking for. That's all I was sitting up there looking for. That's how easy it is. But like I said, as easy talking about for Kenneth Rowe, as easy it was for you to, stay with it and give those answers, you have a lot of your peers that are like, yeah, I ain't doing this. And that's what I'm sitting up there saying. So you're able to sit up there and in a sense peer directly into it and give an honest perspective, an honest answer. The rest of them would rather agree in silence with what it is that the government and everybody else is in a sense doing. So this is why I set up and said the climate that we are currently in is by way of the majority that is out there that sit there in silence, and they are accomplices to everything that is taking place, to the downfall, to the jobs and everything being sold directly off to the factories, no longer being here, to the inflation, and everything at the source. So, it's crazy. Renam said the cosmic slop is happening now with the ice cream, folks. Yeah, I believe it. Ray said definitely will stop by here again. Fun conversation, my friend. Take it easy, my friend. You too as well. That is still a crazy opening. I'm just going to. That's the main way that I'm going to always remember you. Anytime I happen to see that, I was like, "Yo, that's the man with the crazy opening for that comment during the live stream." Like that's wild. That's wild. Timmy said, "Well, my algorithm is mixed with Ghostface wrestling." Ghostface. Wait, you're not talking about Ghostface Killer? You talking about Ghostface from like Scary Movie? He said Ghostface wrestling, obviously Roman Reigns, backyard pool setups, and pro black. Tippy, I feel like you're fabricating. As much as I've heard you talk in these in this comment section about the stuff that you see, that you be watching and reading, Tippy, you hiding a lot of stuff. Let me tell you, this woman be fabricating as if we have not sat up there and understood some of the history of videos that she be watching on IG. Sham will be getting on you right now. Let me tell you. Of course, Tippy, talking about some muscular men and a ghost face. Of course. I don't even know where you be finding this stuff directly at. Oh my goodness. That is wild. That is completely that's wild. That is completely wild, Tippy. That's oh my god. Please stay in the house during Halloween, Tippy. Please stay in the house. just stay in the house. We don't need you envisioning nothing directly out there Oh, you got grown folks out there, going to Halloween parties and everything. Oh my god. We got to get Sham to sit up there and take your phone. It was like you can't believe how many white girls are into that. What you mean you can't believe it? They're into a lot of stuff, Timmy. They into stuff that you don't even know nothing about. It goes into a whole another field. Like you don't even understand how deep that rabbit hole basically goes. Literally, it is wild. That is crazy. You said I'm doing research, Seiji, with these white girls. They want to get kidnapped by yeah. There's a lot of other fantasies that they have as well too, which is crazy. I'm like, I thought y'all were saying that this is bad and y'all are really getting on men about this, but it's like they also got these fantasies, and this is why they like looking at those scenes and move. I'm like I said, it's wild. It is crazy. That is wild. But like I said, this is why we gotta sit up there and start that Tippy fund so she can get that next generation. Renee was like, they're doing a ghost face without the mask out here, Tippy. That's crazy. I don't even know what that. Let me see. What was that? Somebody threw directly up there. But yeah, that's some wild work. That is some crazy work. Like I said, only Tippy. Tippy is hilarious though. Tippy is hilarious. Let me tell you something. That woman is funny. Oh, you put up the what's the name faces? Hilarious. I think that's the earthquake face. I had to look on the other side in order to see it. Tip was like, okay, I'll drop it. LOL. Like I said, only I was gonna say Xbox Live, only on YouTube. Let me tell you. But like I said, yeah, shout out to any and everybody that's been a part, directly to live stream. So yeah, Tip, you can't sit up there and say that I wasn't here for a while. This is close to about 8 hours. And this is the first time in a minute that we didn't have a 8 hour live stream, but that's also due to the fact of trolls and other people that came directly in, taking part directly in the conversation. So, it was a lot of stuff to go directly off of, and go directly over. Like I said, that forced me to pull out quite a few books. I didn't really, get answers, for some of those things earlier on, but we got some answers a little bit later. Renee was like, Tippy ain't told no lies. Yo, D-Lo, what is up? You said I'm coming back on the replay. So yeah, hopefully, this was, folks out there were able to enjoy, this live stream and get something, directly from it, from the variety of videos and topics and subtopics and whatnot, that were covered. And, also people could use this to get through a, close to an 8 hour work shift. You can just have this directly on audio and, listen directly to it and everything of the sort. And, hopefully time will go directly by, just listening to the video if that's the way that you happen to do it. D-Love said I've been in and out. Okay, I got you. Lunchers like they like flirt. I said flurries. First, yeah. Yes, like I said, it's a lot of stuff. It's very interesting. The amount of stuff that's out there. It is wild. It is wild out there in those parts. D-Love said, thank you, Seiji. No problem. Again, much love and respect to all the mods that pulled directly up. We got D-Love. We got Shauna. I'm not sure if Shauna. Wait, is Shauna still here? Directly up here, we got Tippy D Money. We got Mo. I'm not sure if Gail was here, but shout out to Gail. I wish they had a list where it could show me just all the moderators that pull directly up. Again, we got D Money, Tippy that pulled directly up. I think Sonny was here. I think maybe we might have had Hack and Tie directly up here. We had Mahoko, and maybe a few others. Again, my apologies. Forgive me if I'm not reciting your name at this moment in time. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of the moderators that were here, and also the ones that I might not be able to name at this moment in time. Like I said, love y'all. So my apologies if I can't, directly go through because we got a lot of comments up there. I want to say that I feel like I've seen we probably had over 1,000 comments or at least upwards to about at least 500 um that have happened. I want to say. Renam said people are much crazier in person sometimes. Yep. 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 Oh, Shauna's saying, yeah, I'm here. Okay, I got you. Tippy said, oh no, I don't know. I'm not the only black person with these fantasies. Y'all stop being fake. It's vanilla fun. Nothing makes This woman, let me tell you, it's always Tippy. Tippy is hilarious. Tippy is, oh my goodness, that woman is hilarious. Let me tell you something. Tippy is hilarious every single time. I kid you not. And this is why I told Tippy before, if she were ever to do a gaming live stream just off of like random, type of like banter, it would just be hilarious. Because it would just be the most randomest thing. I swear to goodness. Like the conversations Tippy would have just looking at the streams, it would just be hilarious. It would be hilarious. But like I said, Tippy has always stated that she doesn't, in a sense, like her voice, and it took her a while to get used to her voice. So this is why she's not going to do live streams, even though I've told her years ago that you can easily do gaming live streams and things of that nature. She still opted not to. So, like I said, that's Tippy though. It's Randy Money crazy. Tippy said, but I'm a wait. Oh, you talking about your version, so that's what makes it hilarious. Oh yeah. Shauna was like, I don't like vanilla Tippy. Oh my goodness. Shauna's like, yo, we out here. Oh my goodness, I swear to goodness. Shauna about to sit up here and get Tippy started. Lord have mercy. I can, what the funniest thing is, I could actually sit up there and see that as like a podcast. Like on one side you got Tippy, and then the other side you got Shauna, and they're just having like these conversations. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. Renee was like, we love Tippy. Brandon B. World said, dang man, you still yeah, I was about to sit up there and like end the stream. We had quite a bit of stuff that we went directly over. People in the comment section, had to go over the FBI stats, pull out a few books, read a little bit of information, and go directly. Yeah, we was going for a minute. We was going directly for a minute. Let me tell you something. This man D Money. Tell you, be on people. Shauna said, but yeah, we love Tippy. Yeah. Yep. Always a part of the channel. Tippy said, oh, must be something darker. LOL. Crazy. Rename said, do it. No, they would have to, in a sense, do no, I'm saying like for them, like, for the women to, do that. I'm not sure if Shauna is wait, Shauna, are you a gamer? This man was like, hello, Tippy. I don't really want to say the most inappropriate things right now, but I digress. Oh, that's crazy. D Love said, it's okay, said yeah, I've enjoyed this. And then Renam said, let's go. Wait, Shauna, you said kinda? So the craziest, so Tippy is a female gamer, so she could actually technically help you directly with that, or find games that you would actually be directly interested in, and then y'all could formulate that with that dynamic that both y'all have from being on opposite sides. Y'all could formulate that into a type of podcast or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, I feel like that would work. Like the different perspectives, the different viewpoints and insight. I feel like that would be a very funny type of live stream. I feel like it would be pretty funny. Like I said, that's just my thought. Like I said, I put certain ideas directly out there, and it's up to people to try to see if that's something that they would be interested in and having a all female podcast and whatnot or whatever. Yeah, you would just have to basically get Tippy on board. Tippy is the one. Tippy will be the main one. Brandon World said, here's a plug. If you are looking for gaming news and tech news, I am your guy. Which he does have the website and everything, up and running as well. I think what the YouTube, TikTok, not an X account, but YouTube, TikTok, and the website. Renam said anime podcast could work too. Yeah. I'm not sure if Shauna knows anything about anime though. You said they can have AI generated profiles. Yeah, they could do that. Like I said, I understand that for safety reasons, things of that nature. A lot of women don't want to show their faces, and I completely understand that. But you can use your voice or have like avatars. Like I said, it's a multitude of ways that you could actually do it. Bernie World also said I also stream every once in a while. Yep, on Twitch. That is facts. Let me see. What about you, Tippy? Give your number. Well, okay. So the number thing I was set up. Wait, Shauna, do you got IG? Because y'all could probably do that there instead of in the live stream. So I, just putting that directly out there because I don't want folks to drop like numbers and stuff directly up in there. If you got, I say you could probably hit Tippy up on IG because Tippy does have an IG directly up there. Usually quite a few of our mods, they're all over the interwebs, and you can pretty much find them and everything of the sort. Shauna, what social media do you have? Renam said do it in a DM with a Google phone number. My people. Tippy said nothing much on my IG, barely get on it. No, I was saying so that Shauna could get into contact with you to talk about like video games and stuff like that. Renam said great, a Google phone number. Yeah, like I said, you could also have calls directly on IG. Shauna said no, I got off of social media. Shauna, so how are people supposed to get in contact with you? How are people supposed to get in? I mean, is Shauna on the Discord? I don't know. I'm not sure if she's there. But I know you can do it by way of Discord. You can have Discord, like phone calls. You can happen to do that, so that way you don't have to, worry about actually giving out like a number and and all the other. Like I said, there's a variety of ways to sit up there and do it. D Money, exactly. Yeah, just message or call through the Discord, but I wasn't sure if Shauna is directly on the Discord. I know Tippy's up there, and a lot of the other mods are, directly up there. Brandon Rowe was like, I can set up a Discord servers for $5. $4.99 plus tax. $4.99 plus tax. Renam said, same here at Shauna. You can stay private and more. Yep. Brandon World is very good at Discord servers because he is the reason I have the Discord server that I have. Mine is just a little bit barren at this moment in time because we had some technical difficulties earlier on during the channel. And went full on nuclear, and that was due to a person by the name of Cece that quote unquote had government, FBI, and CIA contacts and was going all over the place. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. Whole nother day. D Love said not the plus tax. Hey, you gotta round it up. $4.99. That is because people like $4.99 instead of just like a straight number. I don't know what it is with that with advertisement. And then when you add that plus tax, people, oh, it's just $5. Oh, no problem. I'll pay that $4.99. Raz said I got off social media too long, no short story. Whiskey social media, whiskey don't mix, especially if you it'd be like that. Sometimes when people have a few drinks and they get directly on social media, it's not too good. Brandon V. World said, the Discord, it was crazy during that time and everybody got fired. Yeah, I was very mad directly during that time. I did come back and apologize. I was ultra angry. Let me tell you the calls that I got pulled directly into. And I think I'm trying to figure out was I up or was I partially asleep? I forgot. I was outdone. I was just and it was like it was two different instances. Like I said, that'll be a conversation for a whole nother live stream. I'll do that for a whole nother live stream. Shauna said we can do that. Love sitting up here laughing. Renam said things happen. Seji, them folks are always watching us. $4.99 is a brain trick. It is, and it works every single time. So yeah, Shauna, just pull up to the Discord. I'm not sure if this is gonna do anything here. If you let me see if I might have to sit up there and do it. Let me see if I can pull this real quick. Man, I haven't been in here. I got some. Let me see. Where is the N? Wait, why am I getting patch notes to Counter-Strike? That is wild, brother. Okay, I entered the wrong part for Discord. Where is the invite part that I'm looking for? These are not the droids that you are looking for. All right, invite to the server. All right, so Shauna, the link, that's the link directly to the Discord. I'm not sure which channel that you might be on, but if you click that link, hopefully it is clickable. But if you click that link, it'll send you directly to Discord, or it might send you to the Google or the Apple Store, which then you would download Discord. Once it's downloaded, you would install it, and then you would make a name, and I think you got to assign an email directly to it. So to make it easier, you probably could use the Gmail that you have associated directly with your YouTube account to make it easier, so you wouldn't have to worry about passwords and everything of the sort. And then I think you might have to set up like two-factor authentication, possibly, or something else. But I forgot. Like I said, it's quite a few steps. But usually, once you download it and you make your account and everything directly on Discord, you'll be pretty much fine and dandy and directly there. And you can more than likely look through the post and you can probably find Tippy. So Tippy should be up there, somewhere. In those parts. I think you might be able to look in the mod section on the side and you might be able to see her name. Wait, let me see. Because I know quite a few of the mods are on the sides. Let me see. Who is Little Ovia? I'm not even sure who that is. Oh, I don't know who it is. See who do we got? Where is Tippy? Yeah, you would probably just have to look through the list. It's not a lot of people. It's only like 80 people up there, a lot of which 90+% are offline, have been offline for years. So if you were to look directly through, you will underneath Ty, where's Tippy at? Yeah, well, Tippy has like two different ones, but you got to look for the one with the animated name. I mean, not animated name, with the one with the the comic type of character up there because she got like 2 different ones because I think she lost track of a password at a moment in time. So yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Renam said, yeah, you're right. Brandon World said, Brandon World at Twitch TV. Wait. Underscore Twitch TV IG? Is it the one? Or I'm confused on that one. You said you guys can, if you got any questions regarding the setup of the equipment or running your own podcast. Yeah, yep. Okay, so you're saying you can happen to send him like a message when it deals with all of those things, just in case y'all can't, happen to see it. D Money said, just looking for the longest paragraph. Oh yeah, in Discord, and it'll probably be yeah. That's facts. That's 100% facts. Shauna said, "Will do," and said, "Okay." So yeah. All right. So I'm glad we were able to get that directly, sorted directly out. So again, take your time and sitting up there doing it. We will get a notification once you are directly up in those ports. And then again, I gotta also sit up there and add you to the moderation side as well too, because that's what I tried to make sure to do. Like anybody who's a mod here, make sure that they're a mod directly in the Discord and everything of sort. And that's also the same thing that I was gonna do for Twitch. I'm not Twitch. I mean Twitch as well too. I think I got like Hack or Ty directly up there, and I think Tippy and Charlize. And I think I got somebody as moderator on Kick as well too. I ain't been on Kick in a minute though. But yeah, I was gonna like the exact everybody who's a mod here, y'all would have been a mod, directly on TikTok as well too, and having panels and things of that nature. But I got the general consensus that everybody's like, yeah, I'm not really a TikTok person. I feel like so I'm all right, it's cool. No problem. But the moment of time when that happens to, be going, like I said before, I'll, if I happen to see y'all, just make y'all, mods, directly over there real quick. I'll just go through the different channels to make sure that it is y'all and it's not somebody else trying to like masquerade, as y'all. Cause, a lot of people like to be slick and whatnot. Rand said, can I get an anonymous account? Anonymous IG account. I want to give. That's wild. I mean, I guess you can go on IG and make an anonymous account and do that. That's completely, up for you to sit. Like I said, it's your body, your choice. That is up for you to do. Like I said, if you're going to do that and you're trying to make money, you might as well like I said, you might as well just make you an X account and everything else. if that's the route that you're trying to go, you might as well sit up there and profit directly from it. I would just say don't try to do that on TikTok because they'll get you up out of there real quick. And it's not really going to be TikTok. It'll be other women that will see you getting the attention that'll pack you up real quick. On top of the fact, then those exact same women will make another profile and then re-upload your videos as if those are their videos. Like I said, it's a whole crazy situation over there on TikTok. Whole crazy situation. Tippy said, I don't know if I'm a mod on Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in a minute, so I couldn't even tell. I know I think Hack and Ty directly over there. You might be a mod directly over there because I think no. You were over there watching me play a game before I was dying when I was playing Remnant of the Ashes. So I think you might be a mod directly up over there, if I remember correctly. Renam said, go with your tribe, Seiji. We will follow your channels. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. I just haven't been live on TikTok in a minute. It has been a minute. Like I said, that would be a hectic stream over there if we start talking about like a lot of the stuff that we talk about over here. Oh Lord. Like I said, I did one stream over there and had about like 1,200 people all at once. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I've never seen this before. I'm like, this is wild. Like I said, I like the real time information that you get directly over there. It's like a dopamine effect. It's like a dopamine hit. It's like, wow. It's all right. I got something. I gotta keep going. It's that whole type of thing. So, Rad said, "Give me a break, brother. I've been hanging out with my friends, Jack Daniels all day. Good decisions are not on me." It's, like I said, I'm just trying to, sit up there and put stuff directly out there. You can sit up there and make money from a lot of things. That's all I'm saying. That is directly all I'm saying. But like I said, be careful because the internet is forever. The internet is forever. So, you gotta be careful with that. You know. But yeah, that's pretty much it though. So yeah, officially we've been going for like 8 hours and 12, at this moment in time. So shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of those who have been here at this moment in time. Let me just go through. Shout out to J Lock, TDO, J Lock again. Let me see. Shout out to J Lock for the 10 jewels, TDO for the 2 jewels, J Lock for the $50 dono. Right. Let me just highlight those real quick. Shout out to wait, Bell. I'm just gonna say Bell because I don't want to mess it up. Shout out to Bell for the 1,000 jewels. Shout out to Merck for the 250. Shout out to Bonds for the 250. Shout out to Cash for the 10. Excuse me. Shout out to Brandon V World for the 200 jewels. Shout out to Rhonda for the 440. Shout out to Pepper. I almost want to say Peppermint Patty. Shout out to Peppermint for the 10 jewels. Shout out, you can't make this up for the 200. Shout out to Renam for the 10 and Renam again for another 10. And as well, shout out and much love and respect and appreciation to again all of my mods. Wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without you guys, as well as the people who have donated to the channel by way of the super chats, the super comments, hyping up any videos and or live streams. Anybody who is subscribed, anybody who is a subscriber, and also people who are part of the Patreon and who have hit up the Cash App. And also, some of the few far and in between who have pulled directly up and to, buy some of the shirts or the long sleeves that we got directly up there. Much love, respect, and appreciation for all of the support that you have given directly over the years. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Renam said, people forget that the Ethernet is forever. Shauna said, much love, everyone. You. Timmy said I made cornbread thinking about chili. Yeah, chili would actually be pretty good with it. That'd be pretty good. Shauna said, Tippy, she will catch you on the Discord. D Love said, I'm fixing fried rice. That sounds pretty good too. Rad said, hey, if you're married, wait. You said, hey, if you're married to a woman, any mistake is forever. I'm completely confused by that comment now. Now I'm just completely confused all over. All right. And D Love said, thank you, Seji. No problem. Renam said, have a wonderful day, everyone, and a great live, Seji. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, now you got a full 8-hour video, and y'all can use that to go directly through an 8-hour, day or whatnot or whatever. Just put that bad boy on audio, and you are set. So again, any of the videos and some of the stuff that we've covered here, you'll more than likely see those directly in videos if I've already not done a video and cover those. Rad said you said the internet is forever. Yeah. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. You're saying also in comparison to if people can make. I got you. All right, so much love, respect, and appreciation. Catch you guys in the next video. Go out there and get your feng shui directly in order. Spend some time directly with yourself. Catch up on some movies, order some food, or play some games, and everything of the sort. So I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.